Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, to our lovely little Valorant antics that we get up about here on the beautiful Free League GG channel. Welcome. It is my pleasure to have you all here. Of course, with me is none other than the one and only Hazard JC, a lovely, lovely caster that I'm happy to be alongside. I will also be your caster, your host, Robert Chan, RJ Cast, Kortoms, to be a little bit more elaborate with my own name because, you know, I'm a little bit of an egomaniac like that. Just kidding. Moving quickly on, of course, we're taking a look at today. We've got the playoffs. We've made it up to this point. And, of course, that is also thanks to the lovely people over at HyperX and Surfshark and the city of Wrocław. It's the final day of the qualifiers. It is the moment supreme, the creme de la creme, call it what you like, and it is time for us to see who claims that fated final land spot. How are you feeling about it, Hazard?
Oh, there's only really one way that you can feel. We've reached the apex of this tournament, as you said, and now the trajectory only continues to go upwards from here on out. We have to crown one more regional champion so that we can bring all of those teams towards the LAN. Obviously, we still have the HyperX wildcard. If that interests you guys, make sure to use !wildcard in the chat, as always. But yeah, it's a very exciting prospect, and I just can't wait to kick on and see how some of these games pan out.
Let's also take a look, actually, at how these games panned out yesterday and the day before that. We've got the group stages, the overview. We had Group A on Friday. Team Spike and Team Boostben, they made their way into the playoffs from that. Team Spike, definitely the favourite, you can argue, had a straight-up 4-0 win rate, no losses, nothing dropped. And in Group B, we had a bit of a more challenging group. Team Ratty Rebecca came in a solid second spot and actually surprised yesterday by winning the last map that she played. A very, very solid performance that deservedly went her way. Team Kravitchka then leads the fray over there. 3 out of 4 maps, 1-1 loss rate. Nothing too bad there, and absolutely a stellar performance as well. But I think if I look at these group stages, I see one clear favourite coming out on top, don't you?
Yeah, I certainly do as well. Looking now at the playoff bracket, we'll see how the matches shape themselves up today. The first semi-final will be that one favourite you alluded to, Team Spike versus Team Ratty Rebecca. The Team Ratty Rebecca, they had a great performance to secure their place as the second seed in Group B. However, Team Spike, such a dominant performance with those 4 wins that you mentioned, means that it will take some effort to topple them in a best-of-3 matchup. The second semi-final, of course, filling in will be Team Kravitsa, who had a bit of a dampener put on what otherwise was a very strong performance from them yesterday, and Team Boostben, the second seed from Group A, to round things out.
Absolutely, and of course both of these, or all of these teams I should say, will be vying for that place in the grand final, our final best of 3 that we'll see tonight. Obviously, to reiterate that, we've seen best of 2s yesterday. Today we upgrade, we move to best of 3s, where you'll at least have a kind of bigger brain play going on and a little bit more at stake, right? It's that spot in the grand final for today that they're fighting for, and it's that spot that will actually allow them to fight for the one and only spot in the city of Wrocław for those LAN finals. We're actually getting these map picks coming through right now. We can take a quick look at those to see what has been chosen, who goes for what, who wants to play what. And it seems like we're starting off with Split, a pretty solid pick coming through from Team Spike, and then Ratty Rebecca going for Bind as her pick, with Haven as a decider. How are you feeling about this map, Vita?
Well, looking at these maps straight away, Split and Bind, both maps which are incredibly util heavy and have extremely small choke points, so I'm expecting to see a lot of Raze gameplay, especially on the Team Spike. Spike themselves likes to pick up that Raze, so we might be seeing the forefront of the action coming from the captain themselves in this instance. Ratty Rebecca had their success on Bind yesterday. That was the map they were able to take away from Kravitsa, obviously being their pick as well. So this could be fairly even going into a potential third map of Haven, which sets itself out a lot more open and will definitely have a lot more potential of trying to manipulate those rotates than what we will be seeing on these 2 maps.
Absolutely so, right? I think that I already look forward to some crazy Raze plays coming through. I believe we saw that on Friday, right? Where at one point that showstopper was pulled and it just completely decimated, getting a whopping 4 kill as a beautiful cherry on top of an excellent game that we saw there. Really, I want to see more of that kind of action, you know? I love to see those Raze plays, those crazy moments, just getting the result, booking the targets, and just getting the kills all around. look forward to that. And I think we'll see plenty of that on, well, I dare say both of these maps, really. I think Bind also lends itself to Raze at times. Haven maybe less so, at least in my eyes. You know, you lean more towards your default, you know, Sova Jet coming through over there. Maybe I'd even say a Killjoy or a Sky if someone's feeling a little bit adventurous, but I wouldn't rely on that one too much. Let's also take a look at the agent select and see what agents we'll actually be playing with, what agents these teams will be picking, and how they're going to tackle this first map.
Yeah, looking at the agents that we've got coming in straight away, not too much of a surprise. TD and Oko already going for those Chamber picks, so this is something we expect to see, I think, throughout all of Streamers League. Since Chamber has come in, it's an agent which teams like to pick into. They offer more of a dynamic style. It gives you weaponry on the board straight up. That is the simplest way to put it. So the more firepower you have, I think some of these teams just want to bring the fight to each other. As these locks come through, same kind of picks we expect to see. Rebecca was playing the smokes the whole of yesterday, the same with Elzoy on Team Spike. Wayne actually comes into that side. I believe that they have subbed out for one of the other players that they would usually have on their lineup. So I believe I'm not too sure who that is. I'll have to clarify, but I don't believe that we saw them playing the other day. Lukey has gone back on the Reyna as well on this map of Split, and we know how much success they had against Alcan with that yesterday. If they don't show up with this being the first game of the day, the amount of carry potential that Reyna provides, but the fact that it hinges on her getting those kills, could they maybe be setting themselves up for failure early on here?
Oh, it's a good question to ask. By the way, on that player clear up there, we do have a stand-in coming through for Spike. He was not able to play today, and with that, we'll have sent out a stand-in to go into his place. Let's hope for Team Spike that this will not null their performance, because obviously we have seen them before. We have seen them be absolutely excellent, and well, I think that they do need their captain leading the fray, leading the team. But hey, I'm happy to be surprised. And I look forward to seeing what Wani can do instead as we enter the pistol round, the first map of today in our first best of 3 as well. It's Team Ratty Rebecca versus Team Spike. Let's take a look at this mid-action from the get-go. Dearie me. Maybe coming through with some paint shells. Elzoy who will fall. And this immediate aggression from Team Ratty Rebecca is something we're not too surprised by, but definitely a daring move from them to pull.
Yeah, they've stationed that Sage elsewhere right now, not opted for that easy barrier orb in towards mid, and it pays off. They go for a bit more aggression, get a kill with the paint shield straight away, which is what we expected to see, but maybe a little bit deeper, conceding more space than they have done. We'll eventually reel back, and we see that rendezvous from the Chamber player as well. TDE so often looking for those opening kills, but now the damage is done, they don't have to press this advantage any further. It seems like that's what's happening though. Magiki and Bibi has now repositioned towards A. So much space already cleared. Unless a push comes through vents here, which it doesn't look like will happen as Vayne takes that Spike back towards main.
Ready.
Spike could be walking into an incredibly heavy stack towards B.
Especially now, Chamber Raze rotating back towards that way.
Ooh.
Baby can really surprise here. Take out the KO.
30 seconds
And that will really take away power, I believe, because they're probably relying on that KO flash to come through. Oh, dear. Baby, he made it a little bit closer there. Rebecca now coming through to support further. Wani, though, committing to the plant, gets that down, but Rebecca and Baby both show up, and Baby makes it a 4K, as a matter of fact. Spike, sure it was planted, but it's not worth that much. It'll be defused by Team Ratty Rebecca, and they will look to getting the first pistol round. That in a flawless manner, by the way, which you might not have thought, considering the fact that this was a very slowly played pistol round at times.
Maybe Team Spike early on, feeling the effects of their leadership structure being somewhat adjusted, I suppose. They were a bit of a slow start when we saw them on that first day of Group A. First match that they played in that one, conceding 5 rounds before they got on the board and eventually kicking back in a great manner, and I believe winning that one out at a 13-8 scoreline. So they have the potential to turn this around, but losing out on the pistol obviously won't help. And Ratty Rebecca, they are strong in their own right, and they just carry on that momentum that we saw from them yesterday with a very nice win. And I think maybe I was quick to judge that pick of Lucky as well on the Reyna. They used the dismiss nicely there to make sure they stay alive throughout all of the explosions going on the B site. And this is a much, well, I say a much slower round. Team Spike sticking to what they did on the previous. but they haven't lost that first kill already, so maybe that's a positive sign to take away at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we can take away a couple of things, but we should also not get too hasty, right? At the same time, this is merely a pistol round. Good for momentum, but it can very easily be turned around. For now, Lukey, though, will go for the hole, finds out and takes out Wanny. As right now, Team Ratty Rebecca, they're being pretty solid. Baby, though, on a roll, finds that double, claims the spike control. And that just leaves poor old Duffco in a bit of a tough spot. Another flawless round coming through from Team Ratty Rebecca. And, I mean, you love to see it. This is stellar so far.
Yeah, it is another flawless round. Maybe this one was a little more expected than the previous that we saw, yet Spike aren't able to make anything out of the numbers that they have. If you're going to have any kind of fatalities on that defender's side, it'll be from the fact you're facing up against multiple enemies, but the numbers advantage isn't worked too heavily in their favor. This time they have a much better opportunity in terms of the way that the weapons sit in a raw fashion, but we will have to see. Team Rebecca have always been so good at squeezing out those thrifty rounds. If they find one here, that sits really well for early momentum, but Mystic finds the entry.
Yeah, that does kind of change the pace, and that shows Team Spike, they've gotten serious. They've grabbed their rifles, and it has happened in the past that sure you saw the first 2 rounds being given away, but you saw that immediate turnaround the moment that a buy round came into play. Bomb Buddy, the boom bots, you can say, helping quite well there. Solid damage done against Elvzoy. And now, in the meantime, further pressure being put on the A site instead. Gap in the wall being destroyed itself, angles being cleared. Pretty controlled player, controlled execute as everyone wraps their way around. Moves to heaven, moves to put further pressure on. But they've got to initially deal with that Sage on the site itself. Wanny putting a good fight up, taking that Sage out in question. Baby, the only one who's been able to return so far, finding a kill with the Sheriff. Currently, Elvzoy commits further, and it's starting to look like a bit of an undoable and untenable scenario for Team Ratty Rebecca as they keep getting fragged out one by one. Headshot after headshot, and the first round is found for Team Spike.
This is sometimes something that you see between the teams in this tournament as well. While you can get off to a good start with a pistol round win, a subsequent anti-eco and the like, when you start to come into those harder hitting rounds, those gun rounds, when there's a full scale of weaponry on the board, teams sometimes start to crumble just a little bit. And I don't want to read into that too heavily at this stage in the game, but certainly if Team Ratty Rebecca aren't able to find anything from the next couple when they do have those weapons by their side, then you have to raise a couple of question marks about where this performance could be headed. AD can't quite connect that first operator shot, but Magiki makes it stick with the Spectre, heals up their teammate. A big early advantage to be taking here after losing out on that first kill in the previous round.
Exactly. It's nice to see that immediate turnaround come through from Team Ratty Rebecca because that's what they need, right? If they can now claim that balance, say, okay, you know what? We give one away, but it is just going to be the one. There's a good chance for them to keep a good advantage going into the rest of this first half and to progress pretty well as a team altogether. For now, some more utility, some more abilities being committed, but no further fights found. It's a 4v4 that remains, and it's mid-control that Team Spike will play with, and they'll get it. There's no resistance there. Team Ratty Rebecca sticking it pretty closely to the sites, in my opinion. But hey, that's a tactic that can really work for them, depending on how they catch out Mystic, which they will do. Lucky, as a matter of fact, will do that. Maybe finding the second. Thought that there was headshot potential there, but Wanny does show up in the flank to take out Rebecca herself. Lukey, though, will continue being on a roll. Still find that next kill. And not clear out the site for Wanny to allow him to plant. As now the spike does come through. There's no resistance on it. It does successfully get planted, and that leaves a 2v2 stalemate. TD, though, looking, not succeeding, sadly. Majki, however, getting all the impact, and Wanny getting the ace at the end. Even picking back up KO Humlik. That's a really nice way to finish out the round, and that was Wanny really gradually working towards that ace, moving from that 4K to the ace itself at the end.
Yeah, brings back Humlik as well, so it'll soften the blow somewhat of the economy that they face up against, and that was a great opportunity for Team Rebecca to carry on in the way that they had after losing the bonus round, which, albeit, is a significant disadvantage in terms of guns, at least on paper. They're going to have to do it from an even more compromised spot now with the way that that has panned out. Mid-aggression may be the decision from them here, and I'm seeing a lot of respect between these two teams in the early stages. Neither of them really playing to make an explosive execute in the early stages, always just poking out to see what they can find, and that might be to their disadvantage here, because as you can see, Rebecca has so much information now. This is a big call to move those players over. Two already crept up towards sewers. When this comes in, it could almost capitulate. The timing is absolutely everything in this instance. And Luki just about gets it wrong, or at least can't connect those shots. Magic Key will help them out. But now they've got to worry about players on both fronts. Luki has found himself a Vandal in this situation, and both of those flankers are still alive. That spike has to get moving with positions taken towards Vent. Only 40 seconds left on the clock to move it towards B, but there is still that opportunity. And these players know that they're towards heaven, so the question must be asked. Instead, they do opt for that A plant. Finally, enough safety for it to go down. 3 versus 3. Rebecca have done well to get this far.
And now you see that after plant situation being created. Pretty cheeky angles being held at times. I think you got a nice crossfire set up from the Sage and the Omen at the same time. But you still got that chamber lurking about in that heaven position, waiting to just pop up exactly when it's necessary. Because exactly, he's got the angle on the spike, so he does have that read. He can just pop out and see it right away, but it doesn't even need to be necessary. It seems to be necessary as Wanny and Elzoy find a few frags. Oko takes the last, and Team Spike actually go for a pretty clean ending to that round. Keeping 3 people alive means that it is pretty solid for their economy, and that you've only got those 2 team members that have to buy back. Good creds being saved right here, and good prospects for the upcoming round, although Team Ratty Rebecca has got a full kit on their hands as well.
Yeah, Wayne definitely coming in and doing the job that was asked of them. So Spike will be able to sit from the sidelines, not too sure what they're up to necessarily, but maybe, you know, watch and enjoy this performance, because right now it's looking to be fairly good. After that initial struggle, we know Team Spike can take a little bit to get going, and they're certainly out of the starting gate now. Shots being exchanged early on towards A main. That is where the spike is, but once again, we're not going to see any kind of an early committal from these players. They are just waiting for that golden opportunity. A nice setup of utility here towards B heaven means that as soon as that trademark takes first contact, that player will be met with the paint shells. Elzoy is instead just going to take a bullet to the face. The grenade comes in anyway, not getting as much value as maybe they would have hoped, but nevertheless, first kill secured for the defending side. And as that spike has now made its way towards B, we'll finally see a collapse into another stack of players.
Yeah, no worries there about that spike, right, or about those paint shells. The result was still found. Some more paint shells being thrown back at the same time, but they won't connect with anyone. It's already 2 kills that went the ways of Team Rebecca. And now a very, very strong hold on that B side, but more importantly on the spike that is right there. It is in such a tough spot, and it will be down to at least these 3 to this triple wombo combo to find the result. Humlick to start off pretty well at least, takes out Baby, move further ahead. Humlick though on that cross, caught by Oko, or caught by Rebecca even, as Mashki also commits to Oko, finding that fight, and Luki gets the last. Team Rebecca, they return it 3-3. I mean, this is continuing to be a really close fight, and I've got to say, we more anticipated Team Spike to be the dominant force here, but that does not seem to be the case. Dare I say that they're really missing their captain?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, right now, I think both teams are trying to figure out what's going on, but we should also look at the narrative. While the score is 3-3, this is the first of 4 gun rounds which Team Rebecca have been able to pick up, or first of 3 if you ignore the bonus in that sense. So they need to break this trend completely and start to find some kind of advantage, put themselves on the front foot. Speaking of front foots though, they've been very good at finding these opening picks for the most part, so I would tip them to be able to do that. It's just about in the late round where you worry a little bit about the hold that they're able to put up. They show strong signs in the mid-round, but as things progress, yeah, there is that question mark that you have to raise. We saw it in the previous nearly, but now it's mid-presence from Team Spike, and Okko's just walks straight into the smoke. Luki lays in wait with open arms, dismisses through for that information, but Majki, false sense of security, moves on up into that spot, and Humlik takes them out, brings the null command online, and now the execute makes its way in towards B. A couple of ults used. How much value will they find? That's a Spike in a very compromised position. Mystic gets nothing from the showstopper. While it will finally be escorted towards the site, player advantage sits with these defenders going into the retake.
And now the orbital strike following through, clears out the corner. And leaves that Spike ticking further. Humlik, though, wins that fight with Rebecca. 3v3 remains. And currently, Spike is ticking down. Team Spike has the favor in that sense. And Team Rebecca just feeling the pressure to retake, but at least they're getting closer. They're on the point. They're on the spot. They were also putting the pressure down out of the spawn area. But also in Humlik, they completely pop off. They find 2 and 3 kills, respectively. And honestly, I mean, it's exactly that kind of stellar performance that you need to book your success.
Yeah, and this game is looking a lot less one-sided based on the way that the pistol round and anti-eco went. But right now, Spike, they're really hitting their stride. Tirati Rebecca back onto another eco round now, has to try and find a way through. We know they're capable of it, and they came very, very close on round 4, but round 5, sorry, but we're just about unable to do so. Looking at it now, we're seeing a lot of ults that aren't getting too much value. Luki with a lovely shot there. Yeah, going into the retake, the use of the orbital strike with no one else in position to capitalize off of it. Maybe a few question marks around that one. An early advantage once again, though, for Team Rebecca. Spike, we know they're good at responding in these situations. They have Humlik, a great mind, previous coach of Entropic. But, yeah, we've already seen what they can add, but they're actually going to lose their life. Luki's found an upgrade, pushes all the way through sewer, and this is something that Team Spike do have to be cautious of. The quick rotates we're seeing from Team Rebecca.
There's such a scary factor, right? The moment you get onto that site, you can just realize there's somebody right there. This time Luki denies the spike plant, denies that financial momentum. And when he will win the 5 TD, Luki just kind of lurking about, though, finding a 4K at the end and getting a free weapon upgrade. A thrifty round coming through from Team Ratty Rebecca makes for a 4-4 scoreline for now. I would dare say that this is just staving its way off towards the draw at the halftime, and maybe even, well, I can't really say draw at the end of the game because we do go to overtime then. We are in that best-of-3 territory, so there's no more points being played with. It is simply make it or break it with the maps. And I say that right now, there's still great potential for Team Ratty Rebecca to actually win their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, they're certainly proving that they can fight at this weight level, this weight class. Bebe gets the opener onto the raise of the opposite side. Now they'll have to try and work without their duelist, but same can be said for the defenders. And not anymore, because both of them have been res, and Elzoy catches a stray bullet in the mix of things. So Rebecca now have an advantage. Good use of the ultimate that we're seeing come through. Tordeforce still in the hands of TDE, who will now make their way over towards A potentially. Looks like they think against it in the end, but maybe not ill-advised. There are lots of players towards mid here, but if they make their way through Vent, as they start to, the sound cues come through, Trademark will halt them, and that's huge, because now it allows TDE to get into position. We saw them hit a crazy flick from this same angle yesterday, but will they be able to this time? Not sure they're going to be granted the luxury of it, because those players now make their way towards B yet again. Player advantage with the defenders, and they set up those crossfires, start to mow them down as they come in. Whatever Wayne he finds, it doesn't matter. TDE gets a double. The advantage is now gained on the side of the defenders, and they only need one more to secure that level half. Now looking to maybe set themselves on the front foot coming into their attacker side.
And maybe that will give them the change up, but I feel like the economy is the bigger issue here. A Guardian is committed to by Mystic, but in the end, mainly Sheriffs that I'm seeing. Mainly Sheriffs, that just does not bode well for the likes of Team Spike. And that more bodes, to me at least, a situation in which I think we will have Team Ratty Rebecca on the upswing still, on the uptick. Let's take a look, though. Maybe there's some crazy stuff that can be achieved by Occo. Mystic also coming through with that Guardian. Don't underestimate that little weapon. It's a fierce marksman rifle. As in the meantime, Bebe peeks out, will not find that connection. Players being careful. Mystic still going through with the Guardian. Double kill found already, and Wayne able to commit to a plant, but Lukey coming through, finds a good angle. Mashki commits further. Double and a triple found in the end.
Wow.
Defuse going to be immediately stuck, and Lukey just holds the angles, finds the kills. A 4K in the end, and Team Ratty Rebecca with the 6-4.
I mean, no matter where you go, there's nothing you can do to shut down Lukey on this Reyna. I was way too quick to judge that pick. We knew what they were capable of. It just depended on how quickly they would warm up into this matchup, and they are molten hot already. The steam bellowing off of them. It seems as if, in terms of kills, they always have an itch to scratch. So whether you're going for that straight up execute or whether you try and play slow, there's not too much you can do to try and deal with them. They're gonna try and flank you. They're hungry for kills 24/7. And in the retake, they find a massive quad, shuts down the eco, albeit, but looking how Spike had set themselves up, I think Team Ratty Rebecca, they're lucky to be bailed out in such a fashion.
Oh, absolutely. So, for now, we notice that mid-presence again being committed to by Team Spike. They slowly but surely creep on up ahead. Looking around, hoping to find. But a Sage Wall stops their advance for now. It's the players themselves that do so much too. Lukey coming through again. It's the off angles that you can really rely on Lukey for. Well, not really the off angles, but more the flanks, the positioning that is so good from them. That does so much. Occo, the only one to return. Lukey to make the triple kill already. There's 4K potential here yet again. Mystic is caught out. Boom. Lukey finds another 4K. And Lukey will definitely set themselves up as that top tier player. 10 HP, by the way, on the survival there. And the 7th round found by Team Ratty Rebecca. And here you see it, by the way. On the leaderboard. 18 kills. 18 has it.
Yeah, and it's twice as many that anyone else on the team has. You sometimes see these lineups are a bit top heavy, rely on certain players to carry them through, but I mean, Lukey, they're not exactly an exception to the rule. They fill that perfectly. But, I mean, looking at the performances we've seen from these other Rebecca players, they're not exactly bad, right? These are players that are breaking even, still having huge impact. I'm thinking of Bebe on the Rays and how much they've contributed already. TDE as well finds another opener, as they so often do. Right now, Team Spike just need to find a way to shut down this Reyna because they're really struggling in this situation. The execute will come through, but they need to find themselves a significant advantage because coming into that retake, they might struggle. And the spike has dropped towards market. So even if they cross while this ult is up, those players coming in for a retake will have a numbers advantage of 2 while that player is isolated trying to get the objective down.
And eventually that will be committed to Occo, planting it down. And oh dear, there's the next showstopper coming through. Bebe sadly finding just the one frag with it. Occo coming in to return Mystic as well. Occo on an absolute roll, but Bebe eventually getting the last kill in. And I will reiterate, there was still that one player on the backup, but Bebe will still hold this down. Humlick to fall. And Bebe to get the defuse as well. Triple kill found there. I gotta give that credit where it's due, you know. Today it's a game where you constantly have single players really shining through, you know, triple kills, 4Ks. It's Team Ratty Rebecca that can be very happy with the players that they have right now.
They certainly can. Lots of multi-kills is what you want to see, and big games need big game players and big plays themselves. That's what we've seen so far. Lukey has been leading the way, but you know, Occo's chipped in here and there for their side. Bebe as well. Humlick on the headshot angle just about loses out in that one. 8-4, a significant advantage to be bringing into the second half. We saw that this was a much more attacker-favoured map yesterday, so if that trend holds true between the two playstyles of these teams, that's certainly something to be worrying about if your team Spike. Double duelist setup as well from Ratty Rebecca means that they'll be enabled perfectly to get some more of these kills, and with Lukey leading the charge on a tear as they have been, certainly a dangerous prospect. That wall will go up by some time, but these players will continue to hold fast.
Patience is a virtue, and it's even more necessary on that defender side. Let's see what Team Spike can do this time, if now they'll be able to turn it around. We'll see Team Ratty Rebecca just countering. That was beautiful. You love to see it. Lukey with the initial entry, Wayne going down. And for now, this is the execute. Onto the B side they go. Mashki looking, catching out. TD, though, finding the actual frag. And the flash being pretty solid there from Humlick. Even if Lukey will return on that, it's only Lukey left. And this battle with Mystic just can't be won. Triple kill for him and a 5-8. Team Spike that return. Team Spike that grab the second pistol round. It was Team Ratty Rebecca that got the first, so at least, you know, we've got some good balancing on that.
We certainly do. Let's get a replay of this one. All 5 players walled up in towards mid. Unfortunately for them, that tactic doesn't pay out in the end. A great trade of kills and a massive flash from Humlick coming out from defender spawn. That garden position, I think, is what wins the round. It flashes 2 players, allows for Mystic to come into their own and get some of those kills. 0 point will come through. The Nebu is just about in time. Orko's going chasing down mid. They've got to be aware of this close angle. They are eventually. Takes a helping of damage for it, but still will find that entry. And Team Spike, they want to just move from this on. Orko gets another one as well. Very nicely done as that B player tries to move on out. I don't know, RJ. Are we going to see a shift in the balance here between these two teams? Is this potentially a one-sided affair on that defender's half? Can Spike go one better? We're only 3 rounds between the two teams. If they can build up an economy and deny Rebecca from getting that first round on the board, some serious momentum could be built. And that is hard to dismantle.
Absolutely so. I mean, it feels as if that defender side is going a lot better for Team Spike. But let's not get ahead of ourselves again, right? This is the first 2 rounds. And maybe TD can hit so much with the Headhunter. But there's still a lot possible. There's still a difference to be found. Ooh, Rebecca trying as she can. But Classic just doesn't quite connect. And now Oko moves ahead with the Judge, finds a triple. And Team Spike, that defending side, grab the 6th round. A mere 2 rounds of difference left between them and Team Ratty Rebecca. 8-6.
Yeah, looking at the kill spread throughout the players on the side of Team Spike as well, very closely cut. Only 5 separate the top and the bottom of that hierarchy. Ratty Rebecca, on the other hand, is a difference of 15 between Lukey leading the way and Rebecca mopping up the bottom of the scoreboard. So you have to wonder, when you are reliant on that one player, if you lose out on an entry through a trade here against the defenders, can be in a potentially difficult situation. And this is exactly what we saw from Team Rebecca yesterday. Playing that mid control so heavily potentially allows for flanks to come through, crossfires to be established. There's a wall up here in Vent. May be forced to head towards B Tower. The way that they're playing this mid defense, Team Spike, is very different to what we saw. And it is incredibly passive. But Mystic, with only a Sheriff in this situation, could be the perfect opening. And yeah, that defense is porous. They found their way in. Not only that, the only player towards main simply has a Judge. And Oko will have to swap to the 2 rounds left in the Headhunter if they want any chance at salvaging this round. But no, it gets found. And those rifles start to make work. There's even a flank in the form of Magiki towards mid. And all chances of finding anything here, I think, are somewhat squandered for Team Spike.
It does feel like it. This is, of course, a very solid start for Team Ratty Rebecca. Some weaponry in their hands, and TD's lurk here should be solid, and it will be when he found. Spray down on Elzoy too. Leaves only Majki. Will try as he can, and eventually find the frag against Humlick. Last man standing yet again, by the way. That's not the first time that has happened. And Humlik is definitely showing up in that sense as being a steady factor, as being a bit of a last man alive, and admittedly is at the bottom of the leaderboard, so it does add up a little bit, right? You know, the person to not go for the majority of the fights to also be the person to be alive the most at the end. For now, this 9-6 creates a scenario in which I see Team Rebecca moving towards the double digits pretty quickly, but where I do still want to reiterate,
Let's play.
this can still go any way. These 3 rounds difference are fickle, and I can still see Team Spike taking this back.
We saw it happen the exact same way in the previous half. Bonus round wasn't won out. Coming into the gun round is then where you have to ask those real big questions. 5 versus 5, but a lot of damage already put onto Humlik, like you said, who's maybe been struggling a bit in these opening stages, but as the shot caller on your side, that's not necessarily required of you, I suppose. So maybe that's one of the reasons they're always the last one left, because they're rallying the troops and then have to try and wiggle their way out of it once everyone has already gone over the rift and headed into no man's land. 2 players do get spotted towards vent, so that is information, and will keep players stationed towards A. No one calling for a rotate. Must be said, they are incredibly light in the way that this defense towards B tower is. That one player does get traded out, but so much space is being given by these Spike players, allowing for Rebecca to move all the way on up before they collapse on in.
30 seconds left. There.
Players already made it through heaven, though. Bebe maybe knows about the position here of Elzoy, and the timing is just going to favor them that little bit better. Takes them out. Now these remaining attackers will know, and there's only 10 seconds to get this spike planted. Finds another one here. Does Elzoy make it?
Oh.
Can they get 4?
Down
Not
A.
quite.
Seconds left.
Luki will put a stop to things. However, it's a 3 versus 1. There's barely enough time to get that spike planted. The flash will stop it entirely. Any kills on the way out would be a blessing, and it's not even something they're gonna be allowed to get. Humlik shuts them down, and that positioning is perfect. The gap starts to close now through that first gun round. You have to wonder, RJ, could this be a tale of 2 halves? 3 of the 4 rounds won by Team Spike, and that gap is not looking as healthy as it was before. The deficit halved.
No, you're absolutely right. It's just the 2 rounds left at this point, and I wonder, really, Team Spike, I mean, they get the better economy right now as well. You see struggles on that Ratty Rebecca side, some light armor eventually being committed to, along with some sheriffs or something of the likes. I think that kind of says enough, right? Elzoy here, by the way, with that beautiful hold. And in total, just Team Spike that was superior in that round. Let's take a look, though, see how they approach this. Sadly, not too well, because Mystic grabs the first kill. Luki to fall, and now that is exactly the player that you do not want to lose on that Team Rebecca's side. The impact player by far for them, and the one that's been making all the difference. It's currently the rest of the team. Tries where they can, tries as they may to find something elsewhere. It's the hunt for openings, but it's not really finding crazy amounts of success. TD shows up for a moment, but then Mystic just pops on through. Triple kill in total already. Only Baby being left in this vents area, caught out by Humlik. And the 8th round going to Team Spike. This looks like it's the return. This looks like we could be heading off to either 9-9 or that 10-8 after all, because obviously Team Rebecca now get a buy on their hands again.
Yeah, and we saw in the previous half, Spike had that run of 4 rounds out of the last 5 played. And then we just saw a huge turnaround from Team Ratty Rebecca, and that's exactly the efforts they're going to want to try and match here. Only 4 away from securing this map. The map pick, of course, of Team Spike. And, well, looking at the way things are, losing out Luki so early yet again, and it happens on this round too. Makes things so difficult. Luki now 2 and 5 this side of the half, putting up way less impact than they had previously. Humlik will chime in as well. Waney does lose their life on top of the wall in B tower, which will force a rotate through, and that could be the perfect distraction. These players have already made their way up towards A. It is just Elzoy again to try and slow things down. We know how capable they were before. They put themselves in that corner position, could potentially be dangerous, but Team Spike, they've got this completely wrong. There's a huge stack towards the other side of the map, and as that call comes through, they will start to move on out. Elzoy in the site doing what they can, facing up, but can't take down Rebecca, and it's a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, tense scenario, that's for sure, and a lot of utility being utilized. Flashes here and there. Bebe forced away, but the spike's still getting planted. And I say forced away, but it's more Bebe repositioning, taking this Vents angle and trying to go for the element of surprise instead. Oh, good timing on the orbital strike. Just a little bit off, but at least it deals some damage. Burns away some of the opponents. Team Rebecca can still get the double digits out of this. Mashki holding the angle. Bebe now coming through. Mashki, though, not finding, but Bebe still a key player. And Mystic quickly committing to get the KO back up. But is this flank expected? Not too sure.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, barely any time. Showstopper comes
Boom.
out, and it will take down Mystic with the paint shells in their hand. Like we maybe predicted, Ratty Rebecca secure double digits. That flurry of rounds that we saw from Team Spike eventually dries up. They will have the credits to facilitate more buys here, but from having a 2-player advantage to then losing out in the fashion that they did, really not ideal here for them in their hopes of carrying things on. It was a great chance to level that score, maintain an equilibrium between the two sides and note that shift in momentum, but instead, Ratty Rebecca, on one of the few buy rounds they've been able to have, managed to pull it out the bag without their top fragger in absence of them again, as Luki loses their life instantly for the 3rd round in a row now. They'll have to claw it back. It is a 2-player advantage that does go away as Bebe gets one post-mortem with the boom bot. But Okko's in a great position to just cut down the numbers even further. Bebe tries to fly in and make things better for their team, but it's now a 4 versus 1. It looks like a bit more of an irreversible scenario this time around.
Got the spike.
Absolutely.
Back to the
So
drawing board.
this is pretty much the nail in the coffin. Okko holds the angle. Will not immediately find the fight though. Tagged up a little bit. The rendezvous taken out, and for now Okko still holding down the angle, waiting for Rebecca to show herself. There's time on the clock, but the position's known, and that pressure is moving straight away. Omen as well, moving toward the B-Link area maybe to surprise there, hold that off. Altogether, this is just waiting for the end, and Wani will bring it as Team Spike come back just a little bit, claim the 9th round, and are a mere 1 away from the 10-10. Feels like this might be one of those situations in which we keep going back and forth until we eventually arrive to overtime.
It certainly looks like this conclusion may be a drawn out one, I think. You know, this is a game which really has foregone any expectations, I think. Really very, very competitive between these two sides. Ratty Rebecca obviously coming through as the 2nd seed in their group, whereas Team Spike just seeming to be that dominant force in their own group maybe proves a difference that we're seeing here, being that much more competitive. It's a more direct approach this time, but Elzoy gets a double of their own. Homelick is in place to shut them out, has to swap to the classic, can't quite get the 3k with the bullets they had, and now TDE. They're like a mouse being chased by a hungry pack of cats, and well, they've got a bit of cheese on their face as well or something. I don't know, man. They're so hungry to get it done. 10-10, flawless round. And just like that, the eco is shut down, and we go back into another tense scenario, guns versus guns.
Yes, and that creates a full balanced scenario where, you know, I don't want to say it's all just so hazard, but it does feel like more and more signs pointing the ways of this just being that toe-to-toe battle still. Beautiful performances as well. Love seeing the dynamic plays that you can sometimes get through over rakes as well, so credit to Mystic for that one. Hopping and scooting about with those satchel charges. As right now a new round commences. Team Rebecca setting themselves up for the B main area. Looking around, hoping to find something. Okko though holds down the angle, but the Lear denies the vision. Now it will be Mystic to come through, but also not to succeed. Luki got a bit of a roll there. The ultimate, the Empress, doing a lot, but only being good for 1 kill, so it seems as trades happen back and forth, eventually creating a equalized scenario where the res from Wani will put Okko back into play. really powerful to keep the B site under control. Although, do keep in mind, TD's position could be a surprise element once a rotation comes through.
Yeah, TD's in a great position, and they're going to have to come up huge here because the risk is they weren't able to trade out those kills and deny the res on the other side of the map because TDE was playing that lurk. So this has to be huge if they want things to swing back into their favor. TDE will hear the sound cue, but they are lesser to it. Waney takes them out. Now it's a 3 versus 1. Majiki will move up towards spawn to see what they can find. Gets the first headshot. So that's some of the work done. But there's a pincer coming through. A 3k from them now shuts down Elzoy. Tied up coming out of round 20 into 21. We're seeing who wants to take the initiative, take that lead. It's planted for heaven as well. Oko will want to get this at least half stuck. A jump peek comes through from Majiki. They will get that wish. The peek finally follows it, but Oko gets it, shuts things down, and bails out their team. 11-10 from the cliff's edge. Oko grabs them by the shirt, pulls them back onto dry land, and just like that, we're going to see a bit of a mixed buy come here through from Team Rebecca as well. They don't quite have the finances, I suppose, light armor and the like. I mean, Majiki so nearly turns this around, but Oko plays that clutch perfectly, gets the half defuse, and then finally cleans things up for their team. Momentum preserved as well. 3 rounds now in a row for Spike. Only the 2 for Rebecca this half. It looks like a tense game, but things really seem to be heading in the opposite direction.
And I think right now, it's a question whether Team Rebecca can pull up some sort of strat, some sort of idea with which they can make that entry work. They've only got 1 ultimate to play with as well. It's just the Sage rest that can come through when needed. But I feel like that always is such a challenging ultimate to put into play as well, right? You have to be just at the right angle. For now, Baby coming through, but here you have the issue right away. Majki committing to the resurrect on Luki. Getting away with it this time, but as that happens, there's a perfect angle, a perfect opening for the Omen to spray things down. Luki, though, coming through. If there is a play to res, you definitely want to make it, Luki, because they are the absolute top of the leaderboard on the Rebecca side right now. Paint shells falling down. Luki still winning the battles, finding a triple in total. And just a 1v2 being left. Elzoy, can you clutch this one out? Can you claim the map point for your team? 1 kill initially would be needed, but Luki is not waiting for it. The 4K found instead, and the 11-11 being achieved.
It would have had to have been a 4K from Elzoy if they wanted to shut things out for their team there. But Luki gets it instead. Back on form now. That's exactly what this Rebecca side needed. They've been revitalized by the frags that have been given to them through Luki. That's a nice shot, but this is the cream of the crop. 1 tap onto Mystic, who, I may add, has been a very consistent player across the board. Elzoy as well. Yeah, again, look at this team. Only 3 frags separate this hierarchy between those players on the scoreboard for Team Spike. Whereas Team Rebecca, very reliant on Luki's form. Now that they've come back into it, 11-11. Things very close, and one of the teams can at least secure an overtime in this situation. Going all the way down to the wire, RJ, in this first map of the first semi-final.
And indeed, it keeps being that close affair. Mid-presence this time is there, but I feel like they're a little bit pincered. You've got Vents pressure coming through. Humlik with that, finding a frag on Bebe. And now a 3v5 remaining. They're looking around. They're trying to find. But already Team Rebecca has been caught out twice. Elzoy perhaps responsible for the next, but the flash being pretty solid to deny vision for him. However, it does not quite last long enough, and this is some quality paranoia, all right. Elzoy getting just 1 kill out of it, however. Luki pushing close and returning. 2v4 remaining. And I dare say that the 11-11
30 seconds left.
is turning into a 12-11 soon enough, and that's in favor of Team Spike, with Mystic coming through, and Wanny also finding a frag.
And you see there as well, through the Team Ace, every single one is pulling their weight on the side of Team Spike. As a team is only as strong as the sum of its parts, and we can see that yet again there's not much of a disparity between these players. On the opposite side, Luki really leading the charge for Team Rebecca in that sense, and you have to say, you don't want to single out any particular players, but when you are reliant on those two duelists to be making all of that space for you, you're at such a disadvantage, and no matter how good their defender's side is, a little bit more is required of them here on their offense, and so much utility will follow things through here. This is the most aggressive that we've seen. BB incisive all the way to spawn, but so far adrift from the rest of their teammates. Nobody is there to trade. Magiki will find a kill, but they're chasing shadows in this sense because Wayne shuts them down. 3 versus 2 now. The remaining players will make their way over to A, but just so staggered that we're seeing here from Team Rebecca.
And this could be the moment of truth. This could be the problematic scenario where currently one more round is needed, but a defuse has to be found first. TD's angle's pretty solid, but the knife gives away his position. However, TD still has that rendezvous to come into the play. The spray down, though, not there. And now the time ticking further, and the orbital strike being key here. The moment that you get that commitment, you will have the defuse coming through, and exactly, there it is. Defuse denied. But time still ticking. I believe that this might be possible.
I don't think it's planted
Okay, it's
either.
now or never, though. This angle's pretty good. Gets a half, however, and is not found. Humlick wins the battle. And Team Spike, narrowly, by the way, narrowly that is, wins out this battle. Pushes from a 4-8 situation to a 13-11. That deserves some credit as well. And that was an absolutely stellar performance coming through from Team Spike. But dearie me, Team Rebecca, you got so close. They almost had this first map, and that could have maybe changed the entire dynamic. For now, though, Team Spike get their own map pick, and they are 1-0 in this best of 3.
And also, we have to remember, that is Team Spike's map pick. Only winning it out by a matter of 2 rounds means that this is incredibly competitive. I don't think either of us could have predicted for it to be this close. Seeing how Team Spike played incredibly dominantly in their group, recuperating all 12 points from the 4 games that they played, completely unbeaten. They carry on that unbeaten run in the sense that they are now 5-0 across all of the games that they've played. However, it was so close between these two teams. Ratty Rebecca put up a great performance, showing how competitive that Group B was in comparison, I suppose. Now making me think, you know, what are we going to see from Team Krivitsa later on against Boost Bend? How does that one shape up? This game puts us in a fantastic place for the rest of the matchups we have today. Unfortunately for Team Rebecca, though, that amount of rounds they pick up isn't enough to secure a win. So going into the second map, they'll have to win to keep their hopes alive.
Absolutely. That kind of puts the pressure on them now. We will be moving to Bind for that second map, by the way, in case you were wondering. And I think that we are both wondering how that will pan out, right? I mean, Team Rebecca has shown some really solid performances. So logically speaking, being on her own map pick, things should be going a little bit smoother over there. They should be thinking, okay, we've got our own map pick. We've got our comfortable territory. We can do this time. Still, though, I do wonder, I hope, honestly, for Team Rebecca that they can pull this one off, that they can push this to the 1-1 and then claim this full best of 3 in the end. It's a tense battle, that's for sure. I mean, we see that as well in the way that things ended out, right? The way that it kept going back and forth and the way that eventually that 13-11 happened. For now, though, that means, my dear Hazza and my dear viewers, that we'll be heading to a quick break to get everything set up and ready for that second map of today. It's still the very first match, so don't you worry, don't you fret. There's still so much Valorant pleasure ahead. Definitely check out !HyperX and !Surfshark while you wait, by the way. We'll be right back with you after this break.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the beautiful Streamers League. Still Hazza and RJ here. Obviously, what you guys just missed was Hazza's amazing sound effects as that bass drop came through. Honestly, I'm just so incredibly hyped right now to go into that second map. Hazza, you have so many talents. You keep surprising me every day.
Thank you. Look, what can I say?
Honestly,
my talents, I have a plethora of them, but the talents that I've got to tap into right now and really extrapolate from is going to be the maps that we have coming up. The second map, more specifically, Bind. RJ, how are you feeling about this coming into this one? The performance that you've just seen from Team Ratty Rebecca on Split, does that instill you with confidence coming into their choice of map, knowing that they felled Kravica on it yesterday?
Yeah, honestly, I think for Team Ratty Rebecca, this should be smooth sailing here. It's their own map pick. You know, they were good on it yesterday, like you said. Altogether, there's all the signs pointing their way. I'm also just actually going to look back at that, right? See, and against Bind, it was a 13-9 result that Team Ratty Rebecca was able to book. So, normally speaking, we should be able to see a repeat of that here. At least that's what my feeling would tell me. Because at the end of the day, Team Spike, they are our favorite. At least they were, you know. They had the most points out of everyone that made it through to the playoffs out of the group stages. But I've got to admit, I never saw it coming that Team Ratty Rebecca was going to put up so much of a resistance. But they've done it beautifully so. And they deserve all the credit that they can get for their stellar performance. I really just look forward to the second map, regardless of what the result will be. Because I just know that it will be a banger. And that these teams are going to go toe-to-toe.
I certainly think that that could be the case, like you quite rightly mentioned. We're still really ironing out what the differences are between these two groups. Team Kravica obviously topped out their group, but Group B, you get that feeling it is that little bit more competitive from what we've seen from Team Rebecca coming in from that second place, but really they're not in a situation where you feel as if they're just putting up the numbers for the amount of teams that we have in this competition, right? They are here to win and secure their place in those grand finals and potentially in those LAN finals as well. So coming into Bind now, we get a little look at some of the agents we're going to be seeing. No surprises, Elzoy on the smoker there, and the same can be said for Rebecca on the opposite side. Same team comp that we saw coming out from them yesterday as well, actually. Double initiator setup. Mikey and Bebe are going to be picking up the Sova and the Sky. What can that offer for this team on a map like Bind? What do those initiators really help with the setup? I know sometimes we'll see a double controller set up to slow down the pace, but double initiators, how should they be working this on the attacker side?
I think intel is the key word that you're looking for there. With initiators, with Sova, with Sky, you just have all these abilities that can be used to go on recon, to go find things out, to figure out positions. And I suppose that that's what Team Rebecca is building around. Team Spike, to my feeling, going a little bit more aggressively. I thought that they were going to put in the Fade there, but it seems like it might be the Sage at the end. And for the rest, you know, Chamber, Raze, nothing new there. Both of them are, I'd say, necessary nowadays on a map like Bind. And it seems they got the majority locked in. So Brimstone also coming through with the smoke support. They're going for Omen on the Team Spike side. Altogether, I think that this is a pretty solid setup and that both of these teams, both of their agent compositions have their charms. But it's going to be a tough battle regardless. And I'm sticking with my prediction, by the way. I'm just saying that Team Rebecca, they got the slight favor here. Are you following me in that one, or are you going to go against me?
No, I think I agree with your thoughts and feelings, but at the same time, I can't really get past the fact that Team Spike as a unit are a lot more consistent across the board. And I mean, I don't want to be posing this question again where I say, oh, you know, is Lukey going to show up or not? Because every single time there seems to be even a seed of doubt in my mind. I'm completely blown out of the water by their gameplay, but you know, it is their pick, so they do have that improved chance, I suppose. It is just going to be a question of what do we see out of this Ratty Rebecca side? Do all of those players show up, or is it that one-sided affair, and are they really reliant on getting those entries out of a couple of players rather than all five pulling their weight?
A great question to ask. Well, let's go ahead and find out as the second map has commenced. It's still Team Spike versus Team Ratty Rebecca. And currently, the lads of Team Ratty Rebecca, they've got slightly more pressure working against them. They've got a slightly more challenging situation. Wani with this close range angle, flushing Luki away with the paint shells from the teammate. And for now, there's a pretty good wallbang read, but there's no success found. Wani just surviving this, not tagged up. And time ticking further as Team Rebecca has been stalled, really. But now getting further support from the other side of the A bomb, or the A spike side as well. Luki and Mikey actually putting in that work quite well, finding the initial entries and now turning it further around, disregarding the disadvantage that they had a moment ago.
Yeah, and they've put themselves on the front foot here. Lamps control well within their grasp. Recon Dart goes towards Shower, and that will confirm at least one player in that position. Elzoy connects a lovely headshot. Shock Dart from Humlik as well will take down the low HP Mikey. Another one is funneled in towards Rebecca's position, who's already dropped down low. That spike defuse is starting to come in. Bebe shuts it down though. Rebecca finds theirs, and it's a complete 180. Woo! Fished out from a difficult spot. Ratty Rebecca on the offense will find that second pistol round now as well. From the first game they found, or the first pistol round, should I say, in both games has gone the way of Team Rebecca. The second, of course, in the hands of Team Spike. But yet again, setting themselves up with a great advantage in this second map. Sorry.
Here.
Indeed, this is exactly the kind of start that we were hoping for. Just getting that pistol round already is great for your good mental start to the rest of the team, and maybe great to work with. Elzoy, in the meantime, standing at the ready, hoping to pop out that paranoia when it's needed. Still, though, that will not deny the Tasmanian Steiger. For now, Mikey comes ahead, finds himself a double, actually. Elzoy and Rani both having been fallen, or having been felled. TD then following up further, and Mystic, the only person that can return some frags. It's just a singular frag, really. Now Oko caught out and found by the Spectre. It's the 2-0. Team Ratty Rebecca, almost a flawless round, and a really, really solid side push.
Incredibly clean one in the end there from Team Rebecca, and that will bode well for their chances in this one. Keeping that Bulldog alive as well, as I said before, it is that premium weaponry in terms of what you can expect to bring into a bonus. If you're not buying up a Vandal, going for that extra investment here or there, a Bulldog can challenge those rifles at longer ranges, and it gives you that little extra edge that they might be looking for here in this situation. Again, they will opt for that B execute. 3 players here to try and deal with it, and they are in a much better position to do so this time around. Opening shots traded as the first contact is made, and that spike is also dropped. Rebecca falls and Oko finds it. Elzoy chimes in as well. These players cutting about the place and dishing out damage. Trades do eventually come through, but Mystic is on the scene. A player who's been so consistent thus far. Mikey just about gets away with it. Spectre in hand, but blinded out by the paranoia, will also take a few shots in the back before they eventually teleport their way over towards A. There's a barrier orb up in Showers. I'm not sure how far decayed it is. With a spike plant here, they could be in the range of a Hunter's Fury, but I think these players are all too aware of what's going on. Mystic's repositioned outside of B. There's 2 players here to deal with it. On those longer ranges, the Spectre will struggle. Only 62 points of health. A tough ask here for Mikey in the bonus round. And it is one that they will not be able to amount to. Elzoy takes them down, and Spike have the perfect response as we expected.
Indeed. Pretty quick on the uptick here, quick on the return. A pretty solid pattern that always forms itself, right? A team gets their hands on some rifles, so they are able to go back into the action, into the fight. Question that I now dare ask is, will this be a continuance? Can Team Spike keep this going and move for the 2-2? Or will Team Rebecca show that this was once again a mere 1 round stolen away? For them, that would be excellent. For them, though, that is still the challenge. They're on that attacking side. It makes their life tougher. But maybe they can make things work.
And whoever ends up winning this round will be in a great position to stow away some extra credits. Mikey wants to invest that Hunter's Fury they brought online in the previous round, or at least with its conclusion as they fell. Gaining an ultimate orb, of course, for losing their life in that situation. Finds a big opener, and using an ult like that offensively to make the difference is something that I don't think we've seen too often from Team Rebecca before. Putting themselves on the front foot using an ult is something sometimes you want to try and do, and as a plethora of utility comes in, a cacophony of players will head in the opposite direction. A train of them steam along through the sands towards Hookah. The flash comes through and confirms those suspicions. Humlick playing from the corner here. Will get tagged out, but not before they find a huge double, bringing things back to a 3 versus 3. Good for 2 in that spot is so huge from them.
30 seconds left.
Almost certainly so. Spike now going down means that there's a real fighting chance over here. TD with a beautiful angle. Wanny to fall, and TD, he seems to be on a roll, ready for the next fight. 8 bullets in the magazine, but that's enough. As the kill is found, Oko goes down, and Rebecca just has that really solid headshot angle for the next, but Mystic will win that fight instead. Time now ticking, but Defuse not sticking, as Mystic keeps looking around, keeps trying to find, hoping to get that angle somewhere, but eventually running into TD. And with that, Team Rebecca showing it was a mere temporary setup. It was a one-time show. Now it's a new chance to come on the board for the lads and lasses of Team Ratty Rebecca to continue this.
Once again, we see an opportunity for them to build up some economy here, which is really huge. Humlick does so much work from that position. Unfortunately for them, though, the rest of the team can't quite pull off a similar feat. TDE, their own individual work here is huge. I love the recon dart that comes out from Mikey, just enabling them to get that one through the border of the wall there in Hookah. Elzoy already pushed up so close, I'm not sure they expect it. The drone is out, and so are their headshots. A couple of bodies there in and amongst it, but the tag goes back the opposite way. Low HP on a couple of these players, but Bebe is in place to lessen that blow somewhat. Only a player advantage here for the defending side, but nothing in terms of guns, and Humlick may just be forced to back out of this one.
Oh, Oko, though, going for the close-range plays, but it works with the tour de force. And that just shows right there why it's got force in the name. Oko now at least having to fall back a little bit with that chaser coming through. Mikey, he can return a little bit, and Elzoid struggles somewhat with that sheriff. For now, you've got some dark cover coming through. Elzoid will still not survive. Mikey on a roll still. And now the Hunter's Fury that has to deny Mikey, though. There's no stopping that man either. And even though Humlick can deal good damage, this 1v3 retake feels undoable. Bebe, though, low HP. One shot is deadly. Shock darts could do the same. Mikey is the main point of attack. Now waiting, though. It's just too many people, and it's still Bebe getting that fight. Impressively so, really, with only 4 HP remaining. Means Team Ratty Rebecca will get the 4th round in, and that they will stay strong and steady for this second map.
Yeah, only 4 points of health, but still gets it done. No one puts Bebe in a corner, and just like that, they're going to pick up the round. Huge response from Ratty Rebecca. And, you know, it's into an eco here, so you can't read into it too heavy. Just preserving that momentum, though, keeping some of these guns alive is very big from them. Now we're going to see a full buy from both sides, and it's actually Elzoy that will be picking up the operator in this situation. Not so often that we see an Omen player, or a Smoke player for that matter, pick up that sniper rifle, the fated operator. And what can they do from this position? That is yet to be seen.
Oh, and there's all the explosions coming through. The showstopper, though, being dodged, and now the orbital strike to chase. This is Team Rebecca that go for a heavy fight, and that succeed completely. Bebe, lucky, everyone is getting the fight. But it's Bebe grabbing the brunt of the kills. Triple found, and a flawless round from Team Rebecca.
I mean, that is just ludicrous. It was even more dominant than the round we saw when Spike were on an eco. Ratty Rebecca, they take the gloves off. This is their map choice, and they are making it look exactly like that. I don't know really what to say about that situation. Elzoy gets no value from the operator. That orbital strike was placed perfectly to deal with those problems in sight. Oko from the corner, ill prepared to deal with anything coming their way, and it's a huge round to be taking, because now we're looking at them securing a 6th, which means they'll already be level on the half going into their defender's side. And going off of what the scoreline was yesterday as well, I'm pretty sure they were at a deficit coming into defenders. So if they can bring things back in that sense, we'll be going to a 3rd map, I think, is a more and more likely outcome from this one.
Yes, it is starting to feel like just a undeniable reality, right? Something that's going to happen and something that we simply cannot get around. I look forward, though, to seeing how the trajectory, how the path toward that 2nd or that 3rd map even will be. As currently, Team Rebecca, they move ahead again, commit to the plant, cannot be denied. TD responsible as always for finding the frags. Bebe, though, finding the success instead. As currently, Mike, he also holds out things from Lamps. Bebe puts pressure down, but he's not successful in the 2nd fight. Mikey then to book a kill, maybe 2. Rebecca and TD, however, to find the next. A good division there when it comes to the amount of kills. I think barely or narrowly a team ace missed. But still great success for Team Ratty Rebecca, and a deserved 6-1.
Here's a deserved scoreline, and now they've already booked that equal scoreline coming out of the half. As we can see, Bebe leading the way for Team Ratty Rebecca. I said, you know, are we going to be seeing individual players leading the way for their team? Yes, that is the answer, but it's not coming through the form of Luki as we would perhaps expect. Those initiators coming into their element on this map. Mikey as well, offering so much. 10 assists for Bebe, I may add, in supporting their teammates to get the job done. Now coming into this bye round, we'll have to see if Spike can offer some better resistance than what we saw from them before, because the previous round was over in the blink of an eye. They're gonna have to keep us awake a little bit longer, though, if we want to see something good come out from them, because it's not really offered up what we were expecting. Elzoy's still on the operator again. But can they find something this time? Players lining up in towards where their crosshair is placed. The Seekers will go chasing, but they've got to break them out. Lots of utility makes its way on through. Paranoia will try and slow things. And the first shot connects. Luki finds it. Mystic chips in as well. And this is looking a lot better from Team Spike.
Oh, most certainly so. A great start that they've made, and a pretty much won situation already. Mikey tries to turn it around a little bit, but it will be Humlick to find TD in the meantime. Mikey tries, he cannot win this fight with 3 people at once. Killed out by Humlick, and the 2-6 is a reality. At least this is Team Spike showing a bit of resistance, but Team Spike still having a lot to do.
They certainly do in this situation, but that's what you got to start off with. Elzoy makes them pay on the operator. Omen, the Undertaker, the one who gets it. Big recon, actually, to spot out the position of Mikey, who tries they might, will get a couple of kills, but it's the Sova on the opposite side that eventually takes them out. RJ, looking at the way things are, could you potentially see this being another tale of 2 halves, where Spike are that much better on their attacker's side, or you know, is this one where we have to rule them out? I mean, obviously you can't rule them out at this point in time, really, but we have seen it go that way before.
It's a legitimate risk, really. It's something that we should definitely think about, that we should definitely invite. As currently Team Spike, they're definitely getting a bit more on point with their defense, I feel like. A little bit more careful, perhaps, as they wait for enemies to show themselves. Not showing unnecessary aggression, not going for unnecessary peeks. Humlick in the meantime being picked back up. Mystic and Elzoy both finding a kill. Mike, the only one who gets one back. And a 2v4 remaining. The Resurrect here comes in clutch, but at least the Spike can still be put down. Question is, though, how long will it last? Because this 4v2, it should be won by Rebecca or by Team Spike rather easily. However, Mike has got something else to say about that. Forces it down to a 1v2. Still has the Spike ticking around. Make it a 1v4. or a 1v1 at the end. A 4 kills for Mike to come through the ace clutch. Can this happen? Will have to commit to a reload for a moment, but does not do it. Fragged out by Humlick instead. That would have still been the play of the entire day so far if he'd been able to pull that off.
Yeah, it looks like Humlick was going to try and retrieve the operator for their teammate, but in the end, that half defuse is all they're going to get, and there's just not enough time to make it work. The round ultimately is more important than the investment that was made. Humlick gets a couple of kills here. Elzoy does make that operator work once again, but for the sum of its parts, I'm not too sure that it's added necessarily that much value to the way they've played this. Mikey's so close, but eventually taken out. Half as many rounds now that they have to try and climb here, Team Spike, and they've got Ratty Rebecca up against the wall. Not as many credits as they would have been hoping coming into this one, or with how things have been going, that momentum has been stopped in its tracks for the time being. This is a key one in seeing where we're going to be heading into that second half. Is it going to be a notable advantage for Team Rebecca, or do we see Team Spike revitalized and get a few more opportunities here at leveling out that score?
Opportunities aplenty, I dare say, with Team Spike now claiming 2 kills. Mike committing to the plant in the meantime, at least again in that scenario where the Spike is down, where Mystic can find a post-mortem kill. Elzoy coming through for the operator exactly when it's required. And again, Mike stuck in a 1v2 situation. Can he force it down to a 1v1 again? I dare say that he might, because TD seems a little bit sloppy, although now Mike is the one being sloppy instead. Caught out completely and found by Oko. Half a defuse taken, and now the other half given to Elzoy. Obviously, you want to make sure that no ultimate points get wasted. And this is Team Spike deservedly with their 4th round.
It is a deserved round, and now they're going to be feeling the benefits of it that little bit more, because Rebecca, they don't quite have the credits that they used to. They've fallen on hard times. They reach open into the wallet and a small moth flutters its wings as it exits the empty purse. Right now, it will just be that tour de force potentially coming online, but look at those ults, so close to plenty of them. Bebe only 1 away. Same can be said for Rebecca with that orbital strike. Lukey will need to find a couple if we want any kind of a showstopper, but it is that tour de force that opens things out. Like you said earlier, force in name, and it's a force of nature that has found an opening kill. Hunter's Fury invested as well. This is a big investment. If this doesn't pay off, Rebecca could leave themselves a little short-handed in some of the subsequent rounds.
It's definitely possible. We'll have to find it out in a moment. Once again, though, a great start is not found. Humlick with the shock dart denying a plant. Elzoy coming through. And now it's Wanny also right there. Look at this. Everyone's getting caught out, and it's all down to Baby with the trigger discipline. Only able to find just the one Mystic on the return, and the defuse now to come through. Yeah. You spoke about a tale of 2 halves, but it feels more as if the end of this first half is completely being taken in by Team Spike, where they're only 1 more round behind to make it the 6-6. Admittedly, it would be incredibly consistent in a way to see Team Rebecca, or to see Team Spike still claim or try to claim that advantage. You know, grabbing back to that first map, we saw Team Spike 4-8 on the first half, a serious deficit. But now it feels as if they're trying to go for a stronger second half, albeit a shorter one.
They've certainly come back into things. We know sometimes they are slow to start in these matchups, but as those first few shots on the tour de force ring out, so much utility poured in from both initiators. That recon dart, and coupled with the seekers, will give so much space lent to this Rebecca side. Spike eventually goes down, and with those offensive barrage of sky smokes, it means these players have to sit so much further back on the defensive side. Orko does find a way in, but retaking with 2 operators will be difficult to try and make work. It is the final round in the half. Rebecca does have an orbital strike as well. They've got to be quick here if they want to make it back in.
Yeah, time is of the essence. Oko coming through the first. TD, though, on the return. 3v3 in total. Still potential for a half-time switch, but never ye mind. This defuse, will this be on time?
Oh, no, it
Absolutely
doesn't
not,
get
I
halved.
think. Absolutely not. This is not doable, and this is the defuse failing. Team Ratty Rebecca at the very end, still claiming around, even when they've lost everyone. That's the exact chaos that they made use of, and that is a deserved 5-7 half-time score, where it is still a 2-round advantage for Team Ratty Rebecca. This has still got great potential, but I do want to see how they now pull off this defender side. If they get an advantage out of this, or a disadvantage.
That's such a huge kill in the end from Bebe. Pulls a little bit of magic out of the hat. If that defuse had been half stuck, it wouldn't have mattered. That kill coming through doesn't affect the narrative because we're still able to see, you know, a situation where it can then be diffused. We're going into a bit of a tech pause here, but to go over what you said, yeah, Ratty Rebecca, they have an advantage and they're now on the defender's side. Spike are in a compromised position. However, if they're able to pick up this pistol round, which they were able to do on the first map, things could start to look a lot better for them. That was a 8-4 half that they ended up losing against Ratty Rebecca. So when things swapped around, they were able to win it narrowly 13-11. This is their map pick and it's only 5-7. Still plenty of opportunities for them to see this one out and get a 2-0 win to secure their place in the grand finals. If not, we will of course be moving to Haven. I think a lot of this, though, does hinge on whether Team Spike will be able to find that pistol round or not. If they aren't, I do somewhat worry for their chances in this one. Ratty Rebecca on 9 rounds with an opportunity at a bonus, and with how they've been playing on this map specifically, scary, scary prospect.
Oh dear. Poor Hazard, you were a little bit afraid. Worried.
Ooh, shiver me
about what
timbers,
might
I don't
come
know,
next.
maybe.
Shiver me timbers, oi oi oi, dearie me. Let's go ahead and find out. The second half commences. It's Team Ratty Rebecca, to reiterate, with that slight advantage, with that 2 rounds, with those 2 rounds even to play with. For now, they stick to their sights, play it nice and safe. Just as they should, obviously. Don't take too many risks, you know. It is sometimes incredibly unnecessary to do so on your defender side. But at the same time, people sometimes can't help themselves. They will want to go for that aggressiveness, and they will sometimes find success out of it as well. Maybe TD in this case. He's got the headhunter in his hands, and oh, is there going to be a case with trigger discipline here? No, but he will still find the headshot anyway. Bebe throwing out that Hawk, getting the support, and just getting the frag altogether. Completely on their own, actually, I should say. And now Team Ratty Rebecca that have made a great start, that are already 2 players up against their opponents, that will now go and attempt that spike plant.
30 seconds left.
No direct success, but at least Elzoy can get a frag out of it. Lukey to fall. And maybe still potential here for this turnaround. It's only a 1-man disadvantage that they're working with. So now pressure on Bass, put down by Mike with that Sky support. However, still no defuse attempted or found. And Team Spike working their angles, waiting for players to show themselves. Now Wanny going down, however. 2v4 being left out. Mystic not being able to get anything. And a defuse not quite being stuck. Elzoy playing for the time, actually. Finding the next. Oh, dearie me. But the left side isn't checked. And the defuse is able to be stuck by Rebecca. As just like that, they grab the 8th round. They grab the 2nd pistol as well. But they make it a close affair, all right.
You said I was maybe a bit scared, and that spine-tingling stuff that we're seeing, because Ratty Rebecca now with that pistol round in their back pocket have won both in this matchup. The previous map, when they had the significant advantage, they lost out on the 2nd one, which then narrowed that deficit significantly between the 2 teams, as that momentum was able to be built up in the end by Team Spike. The same can't be said for this round. Doesn't look like we're going to see some kind of a force buy coming out from them in this situation, but we still know they're ever capable. Bebe will get the first. Lurky chimes in as well. And now it's just seeming to be a repeat of what we would expect in this situation. Players get dropped. Utility popped into Ortuka will put Waney very, very low. You can look to heal it off with that Sage heal, but Bebe's already in place to take them out. That is irreversible damage. 9-5 now. And, well, the way that Ratty Rebecca play it, they're making it look like a 9-5 job because it is simple stuff for them at this point in time. The real question is, how is that bonus going to shape up?
Oh, that's a lovely, lovely way to phrase it. They make it look like a 9-5 job. On point as always, Hazza. I look forward, though, to seeing if they can also check out around 5 then, because currently I'd equate that to them just getting that 13-5 result, claiming a map win pretty effortlessly, and then leaving everything to be decided on Haven. Exciting times ahead, that's for sure. Now a new round commences, and again, it's that slightly more aggressive position taken up by TD. Gets punished for it this time. Cannot get away with it right away, and we'll just have to tank a tag. It's currently Luke. He's got some paranoia, making his life more difficult. TD, though, moving ahead, getting the first frag. For now, Lukey waiting, trying to get a connection with the satchel charges. As Mikey shows aggressiveness by Lamps. And the enemies come closer, but the spike has been put down. Team Spiky can make something out of this. But the time is ticking. Mid-stick now finding a frag. 4v4 remaining. Looking around, they're hoping to find Mikey coming through. Taking out Mystic, but Humlick and Wani a lot stronger on the return, leaving only Bebe as a matter of fact. And that spike ticking, it's now or never. Time is of the essence. And I don't know if Baby can still pull this off. Recon drone finds it out. Seekers will come there, and oh, look at this. At least a half can maybe be found. Elzoy messing up the jump a little bit, but still finding the kill. As the spike explodes, and Elzoy will narrowly escape that, being the only one left alive on the Team Spike side as we move to the next round.
Yeah, even investing the Seekers there right at the very death, Bebe doesn't know when they're beaten. Just wants to keep on going, see what they can find. Nearly wins it out against Elzoy, but they are much better matched up to the situation. Only 3 rounds now between the two teams, but that is a bit of a hit that Team Spike are going to have to have taken there, because only one player standing when you had a gun advantage as significant as that up against Spectres on the defense side, no less. It's a big thing to note. I think the real difference between these teams in terms of execute, though, is that barrier orb. Just as I say it, Mikey has taken out Wani through the wall, and that spike is yet to be placed.
Spike planted.
Oh, eventually it'll be put down, however. Don't you worry, wish granted. Team Spike, they'll keep the fight going, trying to make this work. Lukey gradually clearing the angles. Oko finding the next frag. TD going down, and Rebecca caught out by Elzoy as the next. Only Lukey left out now, moving out of Lamps and just realizing that they're in a very untenable position and that they have to check right under them when they jump up somewhere. Final kill found by Humlick, and another round going the ways of Team Spike. 7-9. There's potential here. They can still claim this. They can still go for that 2-0 victory, but it's going to be a challenging fight, that's for sure.
Also as well, the defense that we're seeing from Team Rebecca on their A site primarily plays into trying to retake, and the way that that's playing into the hands of Team Spike means that we're forced into situations where there's a constant timer ticking in the background as that spike goes down, and there have been some really narrow rounds between these two teams. If they can keep getting that free plant down on towards A, using the barrier orb, as we see Mystic chasing with the judge in this situation, it's really big stuff here for Team Spike. Humlick is already looking for the flank. There's going to be 2 players here. Whether they expect them both or not is yet to be seen. Oko finds it, and a second onto TD as well. Maybe an eco round, but once again, we're proving that A site is the happy hunting grounds for these Spike players.
Indeed, it looks like there's a good chance. It's now also a case of economic pressure that they will put further onto Team Ratty Rebecca, where they are starting to run out of cred somewhat. Still a judge into play, though, and we've seen Lukey do insane things with that thing. I do want to kind of highlight that fact, right? Look at Lukey's position on the leaderboard. Is that maybe where things are going wrong, Hazza? Well, I'm afraid that I will
I
never
guess-
ever know.
Yeah. What I was trying to say was that Bebe is putting up big numbers in their own right, and it's a situation where I think regardless of who it is who's putting in that star performance, there is somewhat a reliance too much on one player as Wayne takes both of those shock darts. However, the rest of the team is starting to make their presence felt. Orbital Strike will come in towards short at the very least. Interesting use of it, but
Ooh.
Mushki shuts things down. A big spray down through the side of the box leaves just Orko in a very compromised position to maybe sift something out through the cracks.
Cheers, mate.
It's not to be. A defusal comes through, and that is double digits
Don't
secured
even
for
start
Team
that
Rebecca.
shit here, mate.
It's an important milestone. This does a lot for them, and this is Team Rebecca now only 3 rounds away from getting a further position, from moving ahead. As at the moment, Team Spike, they're losing their grip a little bit. But what I do want to reiterate, or what I do want to point out, full ultimates over there. Everyone has an ultimate into play. So that could be the thing giving them the edge to come back onto their point, to get back onto target.
You want to play? Let's
They have
play.
to utilize them well, though. We hear the Tour de Force coming through.
Deploying drone.
And we've still got a Hunter's Fury, a Resurrection, a Showstopper that have to book success. And indeed it will. 1 target hit, Mikey going down. And Wanny quickly committing to
Spike
that
planted.
spike plant. Rebecca looking around though, trying to find angles on that defense. Not directly seeing anyone.
We're seeing a rinse and repeat process here from Team Spike in the A execute. Once again, Team Rebecca forced to retake. Luki gets that kill, brings the showstopper online, clears out some of these angles. They know how deep these players on the Spike side have gone. Utility could shut them out almost entirely, but a flurry of players pile on in, step in line, and Wani is leading the charge. A triple from them means that it will be another on the board for Team Spike. They keep that consistency moving forward. While they may lose a round or two here and there, they've really driven this notion into the Rebecca players that it will be an A hit. I'm interested to see when they start to move away from it, when this conditioning stops and they opt for a B hit, because I'm expecting a huge stack towards A, and yeah, there it is. 4 players almost, as finally Bebe thinks better against it towards the A side of the map, and sure enough, the spike makes its way elsewhere, and it's also brought a rotate through.
Indeed, now the Hunter's Fury coming into play. As spoken about, Luki, though, finding targets with the judge. Double kill achieved. Oko, the only one who's able to return, and no spike put down just yet. But they do have a clear B site. And you do have Elzoy responsible for holding down the hallway over the yonder. Now the spike plant is committed to. Now you've got that scary Tasmanian tiger moving on up. And now there's Elzoy also responsible still for looking around for holding off this side. Humlick, though, with the shock dart to come through. That does a lot as well. Window position is strong. Elzoy still right on point. Finds a kill on Bebe. And a 2v3 is left, make it a 1v3. This is starting to feel undoable, especially now that Oko finishes the battle. And Team Spike, they push it back 10-10. This is feeling like it could almost be an even closer second half than we've seen before.
Yeah, for some reason, this bind game is so attackers favored. We see it again. Luki able to find a double on the judge there, but Elzoy just sweeps it up, mops up the crumbs like a huge slice of bread on a plate covered in gravy once you've finished your roast dinner. I have no idea how they do it. But look, we're into another tech pause here. Not sure how this is necessarily going to affect the run of play. I like that little deviation away, though, from the A site from Team Spike. They had conditioned Team Rebecca into thinking it was going to be that A hit over and over, which meant B was completely understaffed. And then coming into that retake, it must be said, that's one of the hardest sites in the game to make your way back through, especially when we look at a Team Rebecca side struggling for credits. Using guns like the Tour de Force means that in your retake, trying to make that sniper work on such tight angles, crossfires established, the success rate starts to plummet. And now, coming out of the 20th round with things leveled up, It may be an even scoreline, but it seems like Spike are not done in this one, and they are fighting back with some real resistance. I'm loving the plays, though, specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both of these teams have great potential to sometimes just score these plays that make you think, oh, dearie me, where are you getting these ideas from? Can I use this for my own competitive plays? Because I'd say that the way that these teams are going, they can both really surprise at times. For now, we wait with that tech pause. We wait for things to pop on off again. And for everyone to be ready. Could be some internet issues, something of the likes. Could be whatever. There's just sometimes things, you know, that don't go the ways as you'd hope them to. And sometimes just, you know, someone in the household using up all the internet. Someone in the household that has accidentally unplugged a cable. And indeed, my suspicion was correct. Our lovely producer has just told me internet problems. Good to know that at least I'm not going insane yet.
Oh, maybe someone's dog got a bit hungry when I was talking about all of that gravy and food and whatnot and decided to bite down on one of the LAN cables. Let's hope that that isn't the case, and I'm sure when we do go to that LAN in Wrocław, there won't be any wild dogs running around munching at any cables.
I hope
at least,
not.
You know, if I get hungry, I certainly won't be opting to bite down on any of those. Looking at the way things are here, we've seen a little bit of bind now. We've obviously had split earlier in the day. If we do go to a third map of Haven, which is looking like a fair possibility, as this does hang in the balance with Spike having picked up that first map and potentially closing this out 2-0, how do you think theoretically the teams match up against each other? We've spoken about that mental battle just a little bit and the conditioning we've seen from Team Spike right now with their incessant A hits. When you look at the way that Haven is played as a map, the rotates, do you think they're going to have that edge as well coming into that map with the way that they're able to play this mental game and the calls that they've facilitated so far through players like Humlik, which we know brings a breadth of experience to the table?
I think, honestly, we have got to keep in mind that Haven will be that decider map, right? And in those kind of decider scenarios, I always feel like both teams had a reason to stall that map until the very end, you know, to keep that one at bay and just not go for it. I think, honestly, that if we go into that territory, if we do start playing Haven, both teams will have to change up their act a bit, and both teams will come with, how do I put it, really a surprise element. I think that that's what we can expect a little bit more. That's what we can kind of, how do I put it? Well, not work on, really, or that's more what we can see happen.
Yeah.
As right now, we do also
suppose
see the tech pause fade away, by the way. So we're getting back into the game.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think there's only so much you can discern, because if we think, I think yesterday, right, cast our minds back to that final game that we saw, Team Rebecca, they really pulled one out of the bag when it mattered. So if we do end up going to a third map, then I'm sure there's always a chance they pull something crazy out. However, it's just going to be back to standard stuff. The A-hit comes through, and Mystic opens up with a couple of judge kills. Musky's in play with the Stinger, gets a double of their own. Barrier Orb is up, but Odko on the flank through showers will close it out. It's looking to be 11-10. Not the best set of guns here for Team Rebecca to be using, but still, another point on the board, and that step closer to seeing this out in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I do absolutely respect the usage of the Stinger there. It's a horrible little SMG in my opinion, but hey, if you can use it well, it can sometimes book really good success. So clearly, you know, the miracles have not disappeared yet in the world. As currently that spike is ticking further, you've got Bebe looking around. Mystic, though, finding that eventual frag. And now Team Spike standing strong still. Standing one round ahead. Just the one, however. Logic and experience dictates that this one round can be turned around in no time. At least that's the way that things have looked. That's the way that things are being going. Just one round win means that it very quickly gets put back. And that's... well, before you know it, really, you see the other team, in this case, Team Rebecca, back on their point, back on their target.
Yeah, Operator will be coming out for TDE as well, which is something I wanted to see a little bit more of on this defender's side, because it's a weapon which, in the hands of the right player, in the hands of the right agent, can offer so much, and this is absolutely huge. They've stutter-stepped this one very, very nicely, Team Spike, playing it slowly. The Aldrone may confirm some suspicions, though, and that rotate is started to reel back in, but the push has already come through. Lapse control taken, the paint shells trade, but Mystic gets the better end of it. Luki will have to try and make their way back through. Position from Elzoy, maybe baiting out what Mystic is doing on this closer angle. Barrier Orb will slow things down again. It's that same push. 4 players down short and then 1 lurking through showers. A constant thing to be wary of, but Luki finds 2 in that situation and lends an advantage to their team. When he's found another, though, and the rest will buff the numbers. Luki is low and they lose their life as well. What? A big triple from them. Just Bebe left. Finds one onto Oko, but I think Waney may be in place to find themselves a quad. As that wall decays, so does the life left in the body of Bebe, and it's match point secured against the buy round. Ratty Rebecca now will need to breathe some life into themselves with an eco. They've done it time and time again, but this one may be just a little too far out of their reach.
But the way that went, I mean, credit where it's due. That was a beautiful play coming through from Wani. And you see it as well in the replay, right? Well, the moment that Luki there popped off, I really thought, oh, yeah, no, this is lost, actually. This is not doable anymore. But then Wani just is there, shows up, and gets all the frags. I'm very curious to see how this round will develop, how this could maybe be the last round after all in this best of 3. I mean, it's possible, right? We've seen some great performances from Team Rebecca, but maybe just now, at the bitter end, they will be denied. They will be caught out. At least we've got a recon drone moving out, an owl drone, I should be precise, trying to find something. And definitely quite some intel being gained by Team Spike here. They know that there's a lot of players near B short now moving into hookah toward window. And that B site might be receiving the next execute, but the rotation's still a little bit, well, slow for my liking.
Yeah, but this is all the hard work that Team Spike have done up until this point. Rebecca, they can't afford to have less than 3 players on that A site. It would be a huge gamble for them to make, and Oko's found the first. It's just going to be Luki, that star player. They won't get a better opportunity than this Team Spike to book their place on forward, but they've got to deal with the mob boss, the beast inside the site. Luki gets a double. It's a 3 versus 3. They've done as much as they can. It'll fall onto the shoulders of those remaining players for Team Rebecca to find anything in this one. 2 players from the teleport, 2 players from spawn. Humlik finds the one in the standout position, but they could shut them here. Oko gets it anyway. Mikey falls, and it's just Rebecca. They've struggled in this series, it's fair to say, but if they found something here, it would make up for every single moment, because they're the captain of their team, trying to keep their hopes alive. It won't happen though. 13-10. It goes against them. The first map 13-11, the second map 13-10. It's felt almost as close. It's almost harsh for them to lose in that kind of a sense. RJ, how are you feeling coming out of that one?
I mean, honestly, you know, I think that at the end of the day, we cannot deny it is a deserved victory for Team Spike here. Team Rebecca, though, I really want to commend them. I did not for a moment here, you know, I'll be completely honest about that, think that Team Rebecca would put up this much of a resistance. And I actually thought in that first map, you know, as we were moving from that 11 to 11, oh, Team Rebecca, they could actually have this. They could return here and they could grab this map, completely upset our predictions and show that we were the ones that were clearly just memeing. But it sadly doesn't end up being true. It's Team Rebecca losing out 2 maps in a row, and with that being out of this best of 3 and being out of this semi-final. Of course, don't fret too much for the dear Team Ratty Rebecca fans over here today. You've still got that HyperX wildcard, so don't forget about !wildcard, so you can make sure that you can still vote your favorite streamer back into the LAN finals in Wrocław if it does get down to that point. For now, though, that creates a clear scenario. That creates Team Spike their first chance, their, I'd say, only chance to now make it to that LAN final, because they've placed for the grand final of today. They've placed for that final best of 3, and now they get a bit of a breather. Now they can relax, lie back, and just say, okay, let's take a look at this second match for today, and let's see how both Team Boostbend and Team Kravitska are going to be playing.
Yeah, and I've got a feel for whoever ends up winning that second semi-final. I mean, usually you wouldn't feel bad for whoever is the victor, but in that situation they'll have to play 2 best-of-3 series back to back, which could be a mental toll on the cards, especially looking at that second semi-final. I would say it's probably the more evenly placed out of the two. With how Kravitska came up against Rati Rebecca yesterday, I do somewhat fear for how their performance will be panning out. Once again, my condolences to Rati Rebecca for not making it through, and credit where it's due, because they were always so entertaining to watch throughout all of the games we saw them in. They always put up such a great fight, and if you want to bring them back through the HyperX wildcard, I would be willing to bet that they'll give any of the teams that have already qualified a decent run for their money. So looking into that second semi-final now, we'll just have to see what's going on, but we have our first grand finalist with their place booked.
Exciting times ahead, that's for sure. For us, there is a small break ahead. Obviously, we've seen the first best of 3 today, but we've still got 2 beautiful best of 3s also waiting down the line. Don't go anywhere too far. Check out !HyperX or !Surfshark in the meantime whilst you wait, and we'll be right back here with you with Team Boostbend versus Team Kravitska, the second best of 3 of today, the second semi-final. See you in a little bit.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
catastrophe. Welcome to the bed. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, where we've already had one exciting best-of-3 first semi-final, but where obviously there is a first semi-final, there also has to be a second. Welcome back, of course. We're still the ever-so-lovely Hazard JC right next to me, and I'm still RJ Cast, both your commentators for today, for tonight. both very excited, I think, to dive into this second semi-final. At least I hope you are too, right, Hazza?
Oh, of course, as always, looking at the first game that we had, it was extremely competitive between Team Rebecca and Team Spike. Coming into this next one, between Kravica and Boostbend, I think it might have even more to offer. I'm potentially expecting a third map between these two teams, considering the results we saw yesterday, how the two teams in the game earlier stacked up against each other, but once again, Group A versus Group B, the top seed from Group B versus the second seed from Group A. How are you feeling about this one, RJ? Do you have any early predictions straight out the gate, or?
I honestly think that I'm just going to stay behind Team Kravica here. You know, I saw that performance in the first groups, and I'm just going to believe in that. I'm going to keep going for that Immortal plus Radiant squad, and I just think that they have the potential to just about decimate any opponent that they get set up against them. So maybe I'm going against you here. You know, I am actually going to say that it will be that 2-0 scenario where we will see just one dominant force showing up and the other perhaps struggling a little bit more. You know, that's just the way that it works sometimes. And in my opinion, that's what I'm expecting here. That's what I think we will see. But of course, I'm happy to be, you know, a little bit upset in that sense and to be proven wrong, because currently, obviously, you know, looking at this matchup still, looking at the way that that first semi-final went, we didn't expect that one to be as close of an affair as it was, and you know, it really did end up being quite the fight. So I'm happy to just be surprised today. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, me too. Obviously, coming into this one, Boostbend, they placed second in their group, but I suppose then on the flip side, it wasn't in the same manner that we saw Team Rebecca do that exact same feat, I suppose. And the real question on my mind is, how did Kravica respond? What is the response that we see from them in this second semi-final after losing the last game yesterday? Maybe putting a bit of a dampener on what otherwise I would say was some stellar performances from them. Thinking back about the ranks, like you said, they do have that quality within the squad. It's just whether they're able to extract it fully. Team Spike were able to do that in the game that we saw earlier. They get both of those games over the line. They conceded 21 rounds across the board, and I think maybe that's more of a merit towards Team Rebecca than it is anything off of the way that they themselves played. So coming into this one, I guess there's only really one more question we have to ask. What are these map picks going to be? And I'm sure we'll have them through very shortly to deliberate over, because I think that will dictate the pace and what we expect from these teams. And there we have it. That Kravica pick of Haven comes in straight away, followed up by Fracture, and then potentially Bind as a third map. How are you feeling about Haven? We've seen Kravica play on it before. Do you think that this is going to be a great way to just open things up for them, or maybe they'll struggle against Boostbend here?
I mean, knowing that it is their map pick, I suspect that they might have to start on the attacking side. You know, that's just a hunch there, but it really will depend, obviously. I think that they might feel a little bit pressured here. You know, you've got to perform straight away, moving from that attacking side, and you've just got to get things going, you know, in your ballpark from the get-go. It's their own map pick, you know, that's where they're starting on. So in that sense, I feel like there's a slight level of pressure on them, maybe, that now they have to show up and perform and actually prove themselves. Where I say maybe if things had been opposite, right, if we started off on Boostbend's map pick, they would have actually, ironically enough, felt a little bit more comfortable, if you get my logic here. Still, I am just saying, look, it is their map pick for a reason, and in that sense, they should maybe say, okay, look, we can deal with the pressure, we can deal with the stress, and we will just show up here straight away. You know, work with the fact that you've got that triple bomb site set up. It gives you some leniency, at least. It gives you something to work with. Honestly, you know, to summarize, positioning will also be key here. That's, I think, an important one coming into play for both teams.
Yeah, having control of those rotates and the way that the map works as Haven sets itself out, I think will be very key in how this plays out between the two teams. And Kravica coming from that elevated position, from the top seed, it also means there's a certain level of which Boostbend will have to adhere to, I think. And in their minds, if they're not feeling so confident straight away and you allow a team to build up momentum, Valorant being such a momentum-based game, and Haven being one of those maps specifically where I think it cranks up to that next level. If you're on the attack and you're really grinding out rounds, then it can be an almost unstoppable force to try and shut down. We don't want to see a one-sided affair where by the time we've crossed the half, it's a done deal. We saw that quite a few times in the group stages where teams were putting up 10-2, 11-1 score lines. And I mean, you can drop a 9-3 here and there are ways to climb back from that. But when you start putting up double digits inside the first half, then it's just too far removed for you to really mount any kind of a comeback in that sense. So keeping things competitive, I think, will be a must between these two teams in the first few instances. Boostbend just have to make sure that coming out of that first half, they're in a position to set themselves up for success and that they're not left themselves to the wayside too early on, really.
Let's also take a look actually at that agent select coming through here, where we can actually see what agents will be selected, which ones will be played for this map. Also an important factor, and I think on a map like Haven, one, by the way, that was the decider in the previous matchup, so it's nice to see that at least we don't get robbed of Haven this time. Sage, Sova, Jet, yeah, these are all really sensible picks, really sensible lock-ins on the Team Kravitschka side in my eyes. There's not really much to remark on here. It's a very, very default, very normal agent comp that they've decided to go for. And there might be a case of mirroring here happening, because when I look at Team Boostbend, I'm seeing the exact same agents being picked right now.
Potentially, I think one point to raise as well with this lineup we're seeing from Team Kravitsa is this is the same lineup that they ran pretty much all of yesterday, with the only exception being on that final map when they brought in the Fade, brought in the Raze, just because it was tailored a little bit more to the way that that map plays specifically. So going into Fracture as well, I think this composition still holds a fair amount of weight. Maybe you drop out an Omen for a Viper, but I wouldn't be surprised if for the duration of this entire series, these are the 5 agents we see them lock in. So the key ones to look out for, certainly in my eyes, will be Sora on that Jet and Pablo on the Chamber, both being able to cause immense amount of damage with the offensive capabilities that those bring forward. Looking on the opposite side, it does seem as if Boostbend may be bringing in a mirror comp. Violet may be eyeing up that Cypher, though, does eventually go for the Chamber, so we will be greeted to the exact same. And then another player to pick out for me, in my eyes, would be Massa on that Omen. Such a consistent player that can always offer a lot of value for this Kravitsa side.
We saw that yesterday as well, right? Every time that Massa came into play, he just popped off and completely decimated anyone that he came across. I think that it's important then that you have those solid factors in that sense, that you have those players that you can always rely on. There's players that you just know, all right, you know, I need someone to shine, I need someone to be that great anchor for a certain site. Well, just having that player to be able to say, oh, but Massa will hold that, and being able to trust them, being able to, you know that that's a handled area, it does a lot for the team, I think. And I hope that it gives them the right mental fortitude that they need. For now, though, let us dive into the game and actually take a look, see how this will pan out. It's Team Boostbend versus Team Kravitschka. And it is, of course, the first map in this best of 3, playing for the position in the grand final.
You also there spoke a bit about how Massa is that consistent player, and on an agent like Omen, it brings you a lot of flexibility. That is why we're seeing them picked up on Haven by both sides. They both opt for the exact same comp, because each part of this machinery has been finely chosen to carry out different aspects of what they want to achieve. Early on, it will be a mid-take here from Team Kravitsa, and we saw them do this on the pistol round last time when they were against Alkan, I believe it was. So they set up to move in for it. Kravitsa leading the charge, but Fisker shuts them down. Another consistent player who shuts down Sora, that main duelist, and with the head of the spear gone, what can the remaining sum of the parts pull out the bag? Spike down.
And even though you've got that one man down on the Team Kravitschka side, that's pretty quickly compensated. It's Massa, as we spoke about earlier, now popping off for that double kill so far. Percy, though, coming through as well, going for a triple, as a matter of fact, running out of ammo, but eventually Pablo still getting the upper hand. That was a close-cut fight right there, and now it's down to a tense 1v1. Moonsin versus Pablo. The fight is found, and it's Pablo committing, clutching it out, and grabbing the pistol round for Team Kravitschka.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff there that we saw on the Sheriff coming through, because Pablo was able to get it done. That classic burst, man. Every single time, it's just a trademark, hallmark Pablo play to get it done. Fiskar obviously found that opening kill. There was a lot of utility in there to help clean up the rest. Percy did big work with a triple, but then just swapping into the Ghost couldn't finish it off, and Pablo seals the deal. Pistol round for Team Krivicka. That one went very, very close, all the way down to the wire. This one may be a little bit more one-sided, though. Very patient in the approach.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think that patience is key to also just make sure you find the best possible moment to strike, and that you know exactly when there is an opening, some sort of avenue. I feel like right now for Team Boostbend, they have to make sure none of those chances get given, because obviously, you know, knowing a map like Haven, you've got a lot of sites, you've got a lot of ground to cover, and that's going to be the main challenge. Sora, for now, starts off really well. Percy to go down, Krivicka committing to the plant, and immediately it's another round that is looking quite favorable for Team Krivicka. With them getting that spike down right away, that changes the power balance, the power dynamic, but this time it feels as if Team Krivicka is in a slightly stronger spot, due to the fact that they have not lost out any team members yet. And Massa with the 4K comes right through. The man just destroys whomever comes across his path. What a player. What a lad. He proves it yet again, and you absolutely justifiably hyped him up.
Yeah, it's that consistency. Ultimately, it is an anti-eco, so I'm not going to say it's the very minimum we expect from them, because one player shouldn't be doing all of that damage solely on their shoulders, but controls the recoil very nicely there on the Spectre. And I was thinking sometimes there's a threat faced up when you see 4 players all with pistols rushing in, but Massa is better to it in that situation. Keeps a lot of those weapons alive for Team Krivicka, and now they move on into this bonus, chasing that 3rd successive victory in a row.
And for now, a new round will commence, but again, Krivicka, they just come through with that plant straight away, right? No patience, but they shouldn't have any. Although currently Percy makes life a lot more difficult, finds the double boost, Bend also committing further, taking out Pablo, and the moment that there is a case of weaponry available, things turn completely. Team Boostbend finds the advantage, but Batsa running out of ammo there. Could have maybe gone for the most insane clutch possible, but in the end, will lose the battle, finding just the 2. Team Boostbend with their first round, but Team Boostbend still with plenty of work left to do, and Team Krivicka just diving into the reserves.
Yeah, Team Krivicka, those reserves don't go too deep, but there is a certain amount of economy there. Both of these teams really on a knife's edge. Percy forced to retreat from the motherland that is the C site, but upon their return, they welcomed a couple of players with those kills. Pata does swing back, so it isn't the cleanest of rounds in the end from Boostbend, but they hold on to the majority of those weapons, and we see a situation now where both teams really need this gun round to keep their hopes alive for the next couple, because whoever loses this will most likely be forced onto some kind of an eco or half-buy, which isn't an ideal situation. Bladestorm will get procced towards Garage as well, which means that maybe we'll see a rifle or 2 carried on through to the next, even if they do end up losing it, because there is less of a cost in terms of weaponry put forward. But for now, it's a slow execute towards A, and just as Violet looks to peek from that paranoia, they aren't met with anything. Not a single player in their gaze. And as time ticks on and they're starved of these engagements, those players finally start to funnel in, and Sora will get the opener. Moosin swings back, but not before a trade is in place. An advantage secured, and a spike surely planted.
And I've got to say, with this spike now going down, with the one-man advantage that Team Krivicka's rocking, things look slightly more positive yet again. Percy, though, with the Blade Storm, could be a painful factor to come through, but Krivicka just holds the angle. Sora moving to the next frag, and Pata finishing things out. As currently, you've got that 3-1. And you've got that solid position that Team Kravitska is still in, whereas Team Boostbend is starting to look at economic hardship. The only way that I can explain is that.
Player standing.
At the end, you hear all of those Vandals drumming away like an orchestra of players, just singing a war cry almost, as they end up winning that one very comfortably in the end. As that tailwind starts to run dry for Jet on the opposite side, it's a situation where Percy wants to commit with the Bladestorm, but leaves themselves just not quite enough time for the Blades to reset. And it's that thing I see a lot of Jet players doing now, where because you have a certain timer on the tailwind in the window you're able to use it, they feel somewhat compelled to make use of it when it's about to run to its course. And unfortunately for them, it means they pull the trigger just a little bit too early, leave themselves exposed, and we will be going into a round where Kravitsa, they have a bit of an advantage. Recon comes in, you've got to be aware of this position. Owl drone to double check it. Not going to get a ping onto Violet's position, but this is something those players are well aware of. Percy turns around at just the wrong moment and nearly gets caught out. Pablo chasing them down. Massa finishes things off. Another wall into the window. Another C execute. And it seems they want to make this one pretty quickly, though. Those players go straight back in and lend themselves a slight advantage. Rez is online, though. It does come through and has made things a little bit easier for Team Kravitsa.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, wow.
Most certainly so. I mean, that is Team Kravitska, Pablo, Pata, everyone really, in my opinion, that is just putting in the work. And at this point in time, Team Kravitska, well, I don't want to, give you that I told you so again, right, Hazard? But this is what I expected from them. They were that strong team yesterday, and they are just putting that, reputation back on the board.
Yeah, I think for me, the difference between the two teams here that I'm seeing would be whether the confidence factor comes into play for Team Kravitsa. With their position already secured yesterday after winning however many games, maybe there's a thought in my mind that that game we saw against Rebecca doesn't hold too much weight, that it was simply a rub down, I suppose, after the hard work that they had put in, because this has been a much better performance. And Boostbend on the opposite side, we see Kravitsa capable with every single player in that lineup. Here, when you're going up against the run of play, when you're trying to row your way up that stream, every single player needs to be pushing those oars one by one. And Pablo finds another kill there onto Percy. This is a buy round which is looking to collapse for Team Boostbend, and their fortune won't exactly look to get any better, because right now Kravitsa just growing in confidence, growing in number as they get that spike down once again.
Spike planted.
And I feel like the majority of the times there's a serious success rate for Team Kravitska. Spike down, boom, you know that there's a good chance the round is going their way. So let's see if this time it'll go that way too. And when you consider the fact that it's that 2v4 scenario, also available if they wanted to use them from either Jet or Sova, things are looking good. Sora, though, doesn't even need that Bladestorm, right? Can now maybe commit to dropping that Vandal for a team member and then pull up the Bladestorm instead. Really good for the economics, but I don't know if currently Team Kravitska is in a position where they actually need to do that kind of thing. They have good reserves, normally speaking, due to the fact that, well, they're consistently winning time and time again. For now, though, it'll be Team Boostbend also pulling out the Chamber ult, also known as the Tour de Force. That will do so much for them, hopefully, at the very least. Whilst there's also the Sage, the Sova, and the Owner.
We will have to see. It does reap the rewards, though. Pablo drops as a result. And that Bladestorm you were talking about, just holding on to it because they're in a state of economic luxury means that Sora has an ace up their sleeve. If they need to throw in a little bit of movement amongst things, they can do exactly that. Our drone will probe out their position, but the tag is just wide of the mark. Another recon comes flying in, and Sora's struggling to break this one.
Bullet.
As Fisker is flooding them with util. Only down to 15 points of health. The spray will attempt to come through, but it's Massa working their magic on the site, sorting things out for the rest of the team. will get healed off there as well from Kravica. Pata takes down Musin just as that drop of the weapon had been noted, and there will be nothing to aid them in this situation. A nice 5-round lead now established. The only round that Boostbend have secured being, of course, that bonus where there was a significant gun disadvantage for Team Kravica. So looking at the way things are shaping up, very, very comfortable stuff, and those credits in pocket as well.
Yeah, I mean, currently, I dare say that it is just that great lead. Kravica holding on to that right, no struggle there. I happily look ahead and wonder how they make the rest of this work. As I see Team Kravica, right, solid lead every time. Side entries, they are good. They are on point. Usage of abilities there is really important. Sora proving that point. Blade Storm, well, here it is coming into the play, and in what way? An excellent double kill on the entry. And still 3 more knives left out to find a target. But it's this strong and steady play that Team Kravica is applying. Right? They decide to go for a side. Well, boom, it's theirs. Sora now coming through again, finding the triple kill. There might even be potential here for a cheeky 4K, depending on how well that knife is placed. Now, though, Sora putting the pressure on Kravica, actually going for the frag. A refrag, that is, after Boostbend has taken out Pata. Now Sora will finally fall. But now Percy's in a 1v3 scenario that's just unwinnable. Pablo grabs the frag, and the 7th round is a fact for Team Kravica.
Yeah, it seems as if those Vandals, a cacophony of them chime away as they rain down thunderous hellfire onto some of these players. The amount of them that are spamming through that defender spawn smoke is just ridiculous. The opener is Sora on the Blade Storm though, and like we said, it's an ace up their sleeve that they'll be able to use. It gets invested here, and with the amount of kills they've found, it shouldn't be too long before we see it back online again. A great lead already carved out here for Team Kravica, forcing Boostbend back onto another low buy. We said we didn't want to see an incredibly one-sided half, and that momentum could play a huge factor. It is their map pick after all, but Kravica putting themselves in a perfect place to take this away 2-0, like you said, if they carry on the momentum we've seen from them so far and keep playing to those strengths.
And well, strengths are plenty, I dare say. Currently, Pata moving ahead for the entry. He's got the support from Sora as well. So important. Claiming that high ground and getting such a cheeky headshot angle. It just works. It's a double. It's Pablo chasing down. Musin found. And again, a spike put down. Right now, at this rate, flawless round coming through. Credit limit being reached. It's the lads from Team Kravica that are just undeniably good. 8-1 already. And what you were speaking earlier, Hazard, about these 10-2 type of halftime results, you weren't expecting them today, but you did also highlight the importance and the strength of them, right? If you get that kind of halftime result, it pretty much seals the deal, doesn't it?
It does, and it's not only that, right? We're looking at a series of wins here from Team Kravica, and on paper, maybe we expect it, but it's not just the rounds that they're winning, be it an eco round or the like. The previous one we saw was a complete shutout, but it wasn't exactly as if Boostbend were prepared to defend it. This time they have some better weapons. The operator already rings out for a first kill, and some damage is dealt onto Massa, but it's the manner of which these victories that we are seeing are coming through, which really makes you think that Kravica do look a better side. Violet, though, is against the run of play. They're finding some kills here, and they're making a grand opening for Boostbend, who, on the back foot, need to find some rounds here and there, and an outlet such as the operator in the hands of a capable chamber player such as Violet is exactly what they want to see. A well-timed paranoia as well will enable Boostbend to get a double for their own. Just Pablo left, and they can't do anything about it. A flawless response brings a flawless return to what had been all Kravica until this point in time.
Pretty much, but I hope that this is one of the many then. Currently, we are in a situation in which Team Boostbend has such a big deficit to start working over. At least economics are looking better again. An operator in the hands of Violet might be able to put in the work. All-around performance is consistent when you look at the top three, right? Violet, Persic, and Boostbend all netting those 6 kills each. But I need to see more than that, right? Maybe try some sort of different strategy. Show some defender side aggression. Although I'm usually not the biggest fan of it, it might be something that at least surprises Team Kravichka and that can overrule them, that can overtake them.
Sora for the first time will be picking up that op, but it's Violet on the opposite side with an operator of their own that lays down that first shot, takes out Massa, and removes those smokes from a forthcoming execute. A difficult situation, however, it looks as if this is going to be an orb collected by Kravica. Nice use of the barrier orb, facing up against that sniper Aldrone to confirm their position, and Massa back on their feet. Hunter's Fury in as a response. How many tags will it get? Doesn't look like too many, as Percy's in place to take out Sora. We're in a situation where there's been a couple of deaths already on the Kravica side. No response recorded as of yet. And as the execute comes in, they're going to have to start finding some of these kills because the defenders look prepared to try and shut this one out. Just as I say that, though,
like...
yeah, the smoke out on the operator and that paranoia onto the player default means that it's site control completely expended.
Absolutely, and for a moment at least it looked like Team Boostbend had a hold on it, but for now they will still get that spike down once more. Boostbend looking around, checking the corners, frantically so, but Kravichka completely on the mark. Finding the targets, Fiskar, Boostbend, both go down. Musin can commit to 2, but Kravichka still a threat that needs to be dealt with. And Pablo, the last one to get a kill. 9-2, there you have it. 10-2 might not even be such a crazy idea to expect. But that 10-2 would be a harsh score for Team Boostbend to look up against as we enter that second half. Currently, though, still the last round. Still an important one also to decide the pacing.
Double digits also provides a ridiculous springboard from which to use. There is a whole host of ultimates available for these Boostbend players. Musin does find a nice one through the smoke and can double up on their efforts for Pata there as well. This is a big flick from Pablo to send out Violet to the shops, though. We've seen a Blade Storm and a Tour de Force come through already, but that spike doesn't look to be committing anywhere just yet. Long control, the priority once again for Team Kravichka. Just giving yourself an opportunity from which to move on from. I think with C-Long, it's so easy for a direct execute, which is why people in ranked games or whatever and the like love to just go straight for a C hit because it doesn't require much preparation. You've got to soften it up just a little bit before you try and make your way in, and that is what we're seeing right now. Players pushed up towards that side of the map, yet the spike not looking to commit at this point in time, just waiting for that opener.
Oh. And speaking of that opener, Boostbend and Violet, they'll be going for the first few. 2 kills found. And I would say that right now those 2 kills, they do quite a lot. Fiskar moving through further. Sora on the return. 2v4 in total. This should be Team Kravichka losing out around once more, and at least Team Boostbend thinking, okay, this is a situation in which we can grab the 3-9. Maybe try and invoke that good old 3-9 or 9-3 curse. Everyone knows it. Let's hope that at least it can work for something.
You say that, though, but at the same time, Tour de Force now in the hands of the Chamber player on the opposite side. Pablo will have that available to them. Sora, who's put in such good performances so far, will be cleared out by this drone, and that is a big problem, but still, they managed to take a player down, and the only res that they could possibly have done is now towards CT, as those kills were initially towards the side. Pablo's found another one. Sora on a quad as well, chimes in once more. That Blade Storm is ready and raring to go. Only needs a right click as well, but misses it. Violet finds the shot, and they may be peeking out from the other side of the box here. Goes for the tap, but I don't think there's time. A round which really should have been picked up is surely lost. Violet gets that kill, but it means nothing in the end. the steak knives of Sora dig into yet another meal, and it is double
Switching
digits
sides.
for Kravica, secured in that first half. We spoke about these scorelines and how dangerous they can be, built upon stacks and stacks of momentum. And those flames have grilled the steaks that Sora was cooking up, because Kravica are on fire right now.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Kravica, at this point in time, just 3 rounds away from booking success. And even though a round starts so positively for Team Boostbend, it still gets turned around turned around even by the hands of Sora, just completely popping off with the triple and then making it a 4K with the Blade Storm. That just does so much. I wonder how the defending side will go for Team Kravica. Maybe Team Boostbend will find some solace in that attacking side, in that aggression that they can finally show and put out. But my confidence is not the best right now, and well, all the signs are pointing the ways of Team Kravica, I'm afraid.
They certainly are. For me, it's going to come down to the pistol round. If Boostbend can't find a pistol here, I think that's pretty much this map secured for Team Kravica. You can try and fight back against it as much as you like, but it's just a little too much to overturn in my eyes. Pata set up here with the shock dart, trying to play through the slow that we see. Does some damage onto these players, and Pata will chip in as well. So does Massa, and just like that, those first 2 players already cut down.
One
We've seen
enemy
this
remaining.
kind of a lead taken back from, but that's just too much. Massa spamming through the smoke has found themselves a triple now. It will just be Boostbend, the captain of their squad, to fish them from the depths. This is a real tough task, and Sora even buys up the Sheriff on the pistol round. So much confidence flowing through these players. And with that opportunity now lost, Boostbend, I struggle to see a way in which they come back from this one, at least on Haven.
Not anymore currently, really. The buy is going to be quite dire. There's just classics and nothing else. All the signs are pointing away from Team Boostbend finding success here anymore. And I will at least say one thing, right? This wasn't Team Boostbend's map pick. That is something going their way, but still, even if it wasn't, this is something where they can't underperform this hard. That is the main issue, right? That is where I say, okay, look, you can say what you like. You can say that it's not your map pick, but even if it's not your map pick, to lose out this badly, there is something going wrong here, or there is just a massive skill gap. Oh, Percy. That's, I wanted to say aggressive, but it's actually the other way around. It's Team Kravica. Look at the way that they've pushed through. They've left open an entire site, and that's because they are so aggressive that they decide to go through mid-window and go all the way down A long now, A main. They might actually get the surprise element going on Team Boostbend, although I think that they should have gotten the intel call already, and that they should realize where they're coming from. Massa, though, still will be able to get through. Recon Bolt taken out. Pablo and Massa to find further kills. And Fiskar not there to prevent a defuse from being stuck. Kravica gets it. And it's the 12-2 already. Flawless round from Team Kravica, by the way.
Match point.
Flawless fashion, they take it. Match point now secured. That's the issue with the 10-2 half, right? From that attacking side, which they played so well, it's then a situation where, like I said, that pistol round is just oh so important. As soon as you lose that, that's the one round that you had really to give in there anywhere. Lost. You needed to win that anti-eco, get a bonus and build some momentum of your own, but it wasn't something that they were able to do. And now they've conceded match point from the one that they already lost. Not the best set of weapons here for Team Kravica, so that gap could be lowered a little bit between the two teams. But at this point in time, I think Boostbend may just be looking on towards their own map pick and what can be done in future, because that is irreversible damage. Sora with a fantastic headshot landed right between the eyes of Fisker. Pablo with an operator. This is a huge investment. Percy's got to come up with something big of their own here. Sprays wildly but can't quite connect onto Sora. Boostbend now finds themselves parched in the middle of a 2 versus 4. Pata gets a gun upgrade for themselves as well. Not in a position to really even be challenging this is Boostbend. Sora will continue to spam towards spawn. The aggression, it's unrelenting. A triple from them already. Looking for a quad. The ridiculous flicks come through. It's a wacky quad in the end. And a 13-2 result for Team Kravica. Wow, that was they're just styling on them in the end, to be honest. I don't even think... have they got a DPI button or something? Like, how are they spinning that fast? I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, dearie me. I mean, you phrase it the right way, right? They are really being styled on. I mean, we'll see it now in the highlights coming back. This is Team Krivicka for the majority of them, for 90% of the rounds, because they were the ones getting all the results. And it was down to players like Massa really showing up, you know, having those solid holds exactly when it was required. It's those kind of things that have given Team Krivicka their power. Sora as well absolutely popped off time and time again. I've even lost count of the amount of 4Ks that we actually saw, which is just insane in and of itself, right? The fact that someone like Sora can find so many frags and book so many results for the team is just out of this world. I mean, altogether, Team Krivicka is just one really, really world-class lineup. And even if we're moving to the second map, moving to the map pick of Team Boost Bend, I still think that this is going to be one fierce fight, hopefully really a fiercer one, and not the steamroll that Team Krivicka has been able to apply so far.
Yeah, and when we look at the way that this game has been won, that is the main thing to point out for me personally. It's not just the fact that we saw a victory, but it's the manner of defeat in which Boost Bend succumbed to, because Krivicka looked that much better. We saw in the highlights there were a couple of moments, that paranoia across front B, which I'm thinking of specifically, where there were nice aspects of team play being integrated by these players, and that's what you want to do, to kick yourself above onto the level of Krivicka. But even at that point, it wasn't enough. There were rounds where they had a player or two advantage, and they weren't able to find anything from it. The individual plays from players like Sora on the Jet with Blade Storm, we said how it can add that extra dynamic to their gameplay, and we saw it time and time again. Multiple multi-kills across the board, and it'll be a tough task coming into the second map. Really, I think we are realistically looking at that 2-0 scenario, but things can change. Boost Bend, they need to pick themselves up, dust themselves off. When you lose it at that kind of a margin, I think your mind starts to linger towards that second map, and that's something they will have to have been thinking about, because it's do or die. They win this or they're out the competition, and Krivicka will be joining Team Spike in those grand finals.
There's a lot at stake here, that is most certainly clear. Let's hope that Team Boost Bend can reevaluate and can freshen up for that upcoming second map. Before we can go to that second map, however, we've also got a bit of a break lined up. Of course, whilst you wait, check out !HyperX and !Surfshark. Trust me, they're worth putting in the chat. There's some really fun commands. And whilst you do that, we will be right back with you after this break with the second map in this second semi-final. See you in a moment.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, where we're already on quite a roll today. We've already seen a lovely 3 maps, and honestly, that third map, well, it passed in the blink of an eye. A very dominant 13-2 result from Kravitska and her conspirators. Well, I think that just kind of outsaid enough about the way that things are looking. A stellar performance, and honestly, a really, really strong showing on that first map. Things not boding too well for Team Boostben now, are they, Hazard?
No, they certainly aren't. I think the halftime score in that first game pretty much paints the picture of how it ended up playing out. 10-2 at the half, 13-2 in the end. A very strong performance and a strong showing from Team Kravitska, who their last game yesterday made me feel a little bit underwhelmed by what I was expecting from them coming into today's playoff matches, but they look exactly like the side that we thought they were going to be coming out of the first 2 that we saw in Group B yesterday. So once again, they're in fighting form, and coming into Fracture, I would still tip them to win it out, despite the fact that it is Boostben's pick.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? It is a Fracture. It's quite a dynamic map as well. You know, you've got your zip lines to move on across and all that kind of jazz, but I really think that now, regardless of it being Team Boostben's map pick, the way that Team Kravitska have shown themselves is just way too strong. There is no contending with that. And in that sense, I think that honestly right now, yeah, the lads and lasses from Team Boostben, they are going ahead into a fierce battle. I hope that they've been able to change up their strategy, that they've been able to reevaluate their tactics perhaps in the short amount of time that they had during the break. But I will be honest, it doesn't seem too likely, right? We simply cannot underestimate Team Kravitska and that strong performance. Also owing to, you know, certain players really being key there.
Yeah, and Saw is the one that would immediately stick out to me as that Jet player, soaring above all of their teammates in terms of kill impacts at the very least. Massa as well, doing a lot of work on the Omen and chipping in with plenty of valuable kills for themselves. Going into Agent Select here, Sora has actually picked up the Neon. On Fracture, this isn't such a surprising choice, but for Streamers League, this is maybe something a little bit different to what we would usually expect, and it's great to see. Massa will be picking that Breach as well, and these 2 agents in tandem work together brilliantly. Breach, you can stun into certain areas, Neon follows it up with that high gear, and you can just get some crazy kills in and amongst it. I'm really looking forward to see how they play this. It's great to see that they do have those pocket picks available to them, similarly to Bind yesterday, where we saw them bring that Fade and Raze out, obviously with varying levels of success. It'll be interesting to see if they're capable of putting a win together without that 5 lineup of agents that we saw them previously opt for. RJ, on the opposite side, what are you thinking about the Boostben comp? It looks like we may have a double controller setup here with Viper and Astra. That brings a lot of utility in its own right.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised perhaps for the Astra pick. I mean, there's not one that you see coming right away, although I have seen situations where it can work on Fracture. Still, though, I find it an interesting choice, and I wonder what Team Boostben's going to do here exactly. It's a very different pick at the very least. The only similarities are, you know, the Sage, the Breach, and then the Chamber coming through. But Chamber, you don't even have to speak about him anymore nowadays. You know, you just know that Chamber's going to be picked. He's just always there because he's far too powerful to actually discount, and he just cannot be missed in any sort of comp. I think, honestly, looking at this setup, I wonder what the plan is exactly with the Astra and Viper combo, but I hope that it can work out for them and that maybe that can lead Team Boostben to a victory after all, because that's what we're here for, right? That's what we're hoping to see. You know, prove us wrong, make us look like some silly casters, and just show that you can win your own map pick anyway, and that this is going to that tense triple map situation.
I mean, we see it sometimes. Teams will get overconfident, bring something into the mix where you wouldn't expect to see it particularly, and it doesn't pay off because it just wasn't something that they had accounted for properly. Just a bit of a showpiece, I suppose, rather than the hard core strength of what makes that team so good. However, I think this Neon could be a real big pickup for Team Kravitska here, so I'm hoping that it'll work out because I want to see how they can incorporate these plays into their game plan. Boostben, on the other side, I would obviously love to see them mount a comeback, but it'll be interesting to see what the likelihood of that is. Faultline comes in towards A main early on, giving some space to Saw to get working here. And, well, as they start to get to work, their work is cut short because they're not quite going to be able to secure at least a first kill. It'll get healed off, utility already invested, but players spotted out more importantly towards the same main position. And that trademark in Dish will soon have the location of Viper as well.
There's some great threats ahead of the upcoming battles, I think. Pablo with that shorty, Sora to come through with the ghost. Let's see where the first picks will be coming through. Positions at the very least are pretty good. They're focused on that A site, Team Kravitchka that is, and that is where Team Boostben's opting for as well. Now the breach abilities come through. Massa getting himself 1 kill. But the wall is appearing for a moment. Moosin then with the real surprise element. Not as successful as it had been hoped. As a matter of fact, it's Sora really popping on off. Soaring, you could say. And getting that triple. Pablo finishing things off with the shorty. And whilst I like the idea that I saw there for a moment coming through from Team Boostben, you know, the kind of pincer movement that was attempted with Moosin coming through out of that top B area. It just didn't quite work out as they'd hoped.
Moosin interacting with the trademark there, spots out its position and then places Toxic Screen as to not give away their position when they move up towards Dish, and offers an opportunity for a pincer maneuver like you quite rightly mentioned, although it just doesn't pan out for them. Pata gets a tiny bit of damage as they strafe peek there, but a whole helping worth of information, and this will be great in helping their team. Oh, the incendiary is down and Kravitsa pounces from the other side. Percy's good for 1, but isolated from the rest of those team members. Sora sprays them down. A triple for them. Only 3 players left standing for these defenders. But still, a fairly clean round on the whole, and they will be carrying forth some of those weapons into this bonus round. Interesting to see the setup here from Boostben. They like to move as a unit, not opting to play the map for all of its ends, I suppose. You have that north side and south side setup. What would you want to see more of from them here in this buy round, RJ? Should they be playing the map a little bit more? It looks like they've already spread themselves out a little bit. That pincer maneuver we saw in the pistol round could have a lot more value still, I think. Ooh.
Yeah, I think that right now there's great potential, but then Sora coming through, and dearie me, of course it will be the overdrive to find the result. Sometimes I've heard people say that it's, you know, somewhat underpowered, but I really think that just depends.
Yeah.
Depending on where you use it and how you use it, it can still get so much damage done, and it can still so easily really find the kills. You know, it just feels as if you have to hold down, spray and pray, and everything will be well. Again, a good start for Team Kravitchka. They've grabbed that pistol round, and they've already gotten the 2-man advantage, setting themselves up pretty easily, I think, to get the 3-0 out of this.
Yeah, I think the overdrive is somewhat undervalued at mid to closer ranges, because the amount of movement speed it grants Neon allows her to take those duels a bit more effectively. Pablo with the headhunter finds Boostben with their pants down, wall out, looking for another one here onto Fiskar, but won't be able to find it. Will have to rely on their teammates to see out the round for them. Spike in their possession.
30 seconds
Wary
left.
of the fact there may be a flank, as we saw so much north side aggression, and yeah, those offensive plays we see coming out from the defensive side stop Boostben from being able to split their focus as much as they had done, and it completely denies those opportunities at playing the map. Fault line will be coming in. Fiskar does get the plant, so it's a bit more money for their team, but 3 players facing up with an aftershock to boot. Nothing you can do to stop that one. Bonus round secured. Kravitsa yet again grow in momentum. It's a train that isn't halting at this point in time, I don't think.
And now Defuse coming through, sealing the deal, making it a hard fact. 3-0 on the board, and Team Kravitchka. Fantastic start so far. I hazard to even say slightly better compared to the first map that we saw, because I believe there you did at least have that bonus round being picked off by Team Boostben. Not even the case this time. I think that should kind of say enough. But really, I hope that it is only the first few rounds that are the tough ones, and that Team Boostben can find their way around, although arguably it might not be in this one. Sheriffs and light armor, it's just not looking favorable. Percy has got the headhunter at the very least, but for the rest, yeah, this doesn't look like it'll amount to much.
You want to play? Let's play.
Sora in this position, though. Will they clear it? The rendezvous gets broken at the very least, and there are flashes in here, which I think they want to try and enable Sora with, but it's not going to happen just yet. Pablo posted up on the operator still, looking for this first kill, catches a shoulder of Violet and plucks them from the bud. Sora from that position eventually gets some kills and slides straight into play. Oh my goodness. It's like a sliding challenge, breaks the kneecaps of those two players, and 4-0 will now be the score. An eco round busted. So, not the greatest of challenges, but operator preserved, killed, impact still being made, and I think it's fair to say at this point in time that Neon choice was no joke. 11-2, really putting in a great show in the early stages of this second map, being Boostben's map choice, of course.
And just like that, 4-0 already between Boostben, maybe a new win then this time.
Smoke's down.
Got their rifles, they've got at least one ultimate to work with. That will be the Cosmic Divide.
Cosmic Divide, yes.
Cosmic Divide. Although I feel like Cosmic Divide on your offense, it really helps to just completely cut off a part of the map, I suppose, but it won't change the fact that you still have to go for those initial fights, right? You still have to take on that battle and still win those.
Caution here.
If you can't do that, then the ultimate is nice to have, but it doesn't really amount to much. So I wonder how they're going to be putting it into the play, into the game.
Yeah, they can look to use the Cosmic Divide here, and right now, Kravica don't really have to divide their attention too much because we have that operator posted up in A main, one sole player lurking towards A to keep control of it. The toxic screen does come across, and this might just buy a rotate. It does, but as the Cosmic Divide starts to come in towards B and the utility follows in suit, Sora is aware that there are players on the charge, and this is in fact where the push will be coming in from. Dodges that first flash, is good for at least one kill. And Fiskar, they move through their own ultimate and finds that kill onto Pata. So now the attackers, they have an advantage, and they've used that ultimate brilliantly to secure control of the site.
And indeed, this could be the first showing, the first moment. One-man advantage is strong as well. Kravica now pushing further, though. Slowly but surely, another slow orb coming through, but Boostben holding things off. Kravica, however, on the return. Still feeling somewhat caught out. Pablo also coming through. It's a one-man advantage that was now taken away. Pablo eliminating, but that snake bite coming through will make things so much more difficult. And it seems like the time has already been discounted. It's a done deal, and it is a round going the ways of Team Boostben. It is the first round going the ways of Team Boostben, I should say. But at the very least, both sides recovered 2 people. They recovered 2 weapons each.
Potent post-plant positioning there from the 2 remaining players. Gravity well as an insurance policy, but those snake bites combined with a poison cloud will be just enough to get it over the line. The key thing here for Team Kravica, it's a round that they've lost, but the operator is maintained in the hands of Pablo. They have a tour de force as well, and Sora's getting close to their ult, same as Massa, and so could also be said for Kravica. So right now, they're still looking incredibly healthy, and Boostben, they're going to have to win just a few more rounds if they want to actually break down, make a dent into what we've already seen built up by Kravica. And yet again, they push towards that north side territory, clearing out so much space, potentially leaving Pablo vulnerable as the sole defender of this A site. But that information, sure enough, should make its way through the hierarchy and expend them a rotate towards this site, so they're more well prepared to defend it. The longer Boostben stagger this, the worse it's going to get for them when it finally comes down to it.
And now with just a minute on the clock, a plan is committed to, and an A site is, you could argue, completely in control, but there is still Pablo lurking about, waiting to pop on off, waiting to get a chance. That might be something unexpected, unanticipated. Boostben, though, holds the angle, and now Sora with that fast lane coming through. Looks for something, but doesn't succeed. Only Pata that can get the one shot in, but it is literally just him. Moving further, Violet found, but that third kill is a little bit too much to ask, as now the wall will fade. Pata still finding the third, actually.
Enemy taken out.
Not being able to lock down the players, and now leaving this round for what it is. 2-4. Team Boostbend finally showing the resistance that we had been hoping for. All they need now is to get one more round, and they've already beaten their score from the previous map. I think that is a very realistic expectation.
I think you're certainly right with that. However, it does also make you think a little bit. Kravica are incredibly strong. If 3 points is a baseline that you're looking to move from, then it shows exactly how dominant they've been. 5 ults on the board. Tour de Force in the hands of Pablo means that they'll still have a sniper to contend with in this position. I think maybe Boostbend got a very nice timing on the previous round, which was how they were able to move up A main, not have to worry about the flank too much, and had a great amount of control in that situation. So Kravica, the fact that they're not actually able to run into any players in the early round is maybe one of the reasons why they struggled, because if they're allowed to have these gunfights between the two teams in the setup phase before we move into that post-plant situation, they do tend to come out on top. And right now, Sora may just be looking for a little bit too much, because I don't know about pushing through this smoke. There are 3 players waiting for it, not necessarily guarding it with their lives, but as that sky smoke does eventually expend itself, it is the person who deployed it, Pata, who loses their life. Percy gets that kill, but it's not going to open up the B site. It's actually going to force a rotate towards it, and the spike instead moves to A.
And with that, 30 seconds on the clock. You've got a one-man advantage, and they better utilize it. Looks like right now you've got the Viper Wall coming through. That will do a lot too. Massa still, though, on this cheeky angle. Finds the one. Kravica coming through with the Resurrect, but Fiskar not expected by Massa. Now Pablo also losing out, as Fiskar gets a lot of room to move around with. Sora then trying to go for the next fight, but not directly finding that connection. Now, though, damage could be there. The overdrive is only good for the one as Violet returns. But Pata can maybe commit for a half defuse, although I believe that there's the gravity well making life rather difficult for Pata. Moosin also still in play. Snakebite coming through at this point. Poison Cloud denying vision. Just everything is working against Team Kravica. This should be Team Boostbend pretty certain to grab the third round.
This is convincing stuff, actually, from Boostbend. Now that they have all of this weaponry available to them in their arsenal, they're looking a lot better. That full set of utility. Once it gets to a post-plant, I think they look the better team. Kravica, if they're able to carve out an early advantage, find a first blood, deny that spike from going down and being in a situation where they're so far on the back foot, then they're in a great spot. Massa dying in that spot, in that situation, I think, really is one which turns the round on its head, because with how low time was ticking, they had a Rolling Thunder to potentially deny a plant. Pata as well, if they'd made their way over a little bit sooner, they also had an Orbital Strike to try and deny things. There were only about 15 seconds left on the clock when they looked to get that spike planted, so very, very close in the end. Right now, though, Pablo's moved all the way up outside of A main, catches a shot onto nobody, and it's Sora that actually instead takes down Percy with the op.
And that will create a man advantage for Team Kravica this time from the get-go. Instead of the slight turnaround that we've been seeing in the last few rounds, where Team Boostbend was doing a pretty solid job of the opening frags. Moosin, in the meantime, moving on up to support their teammate. Team Boostbend not really going for any direct sight just yet, waiting, trying to find their way around. Currently, Pablo also stands strong. And it's a patient game still with this. 30 seconds remaining, so it's slowly but surely starting to become a case of now or never, where Pablo will find the first contact and where the Astral Divide will come through, but I wonder how much it can actually do. Pablo to find the frag on Boostbend. And the abilities from Breach being key here. Pablo, though, the real key player. A beautiful double to make for a triple in total. And 5 seconds remaining had practically already meant that a spike plant was never happening anymore. Sora goes for the kill, and it's the 5-3. Halftime score will probably be something with a slight Team Kravitska advantage, but definitely not as dominant as what we saw on the previous map.
No, certainly not.
Careful here.
At least that's the way that things are looking at this point in time. There are still 4 more rounds yet to be played, and it does really hinge on those opening engagements. Sora won it out the first blood in this round, which lent a great advantage to Team Kravitska. It meant that they had so much more
want to
influence
play?
over the
Let's
map.
play.
Not going into a post-plant situation up against the utility of a Breach, of an Astra, of a Viper, means that there's a lot more breathing room for them, a lot of weight taken off of their chest. This opening duel will be key, and Percy loses their life. Sora will find it. A fault line prepared towards main as these players still continue to roam the halls outside of A, waiting to make that execute happen. It's a bulky stun in the end from Massa though, cuts them down, and now there's only 2 players left.
Just such a tough situation to hold out on. Massa, in the meantime, putting more damage down. His abilities of his really connecting right when you want them to, I think. Still, patience is key.
One
45
enemy
seconds remain. And Pablo finds Fiskar in the meantime. Currently, that just leaves Boost Bend and the team captain all on their own. Hoping, trying, but not succeeding. Flawless round comes through from Team Kravitska, and they can just be in that smooth sailing territory, happily moving on up ahead and making sure that they keep standing strong here, that they actually, well, maybe just make this that 2-0 that we are slightly afraid of, I think.
That works.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. Sometimes these things are inevitable. Death was inevitable here for those players making their way out of the door. Such a well-placed stun. Unlucky not to even get that 3rd kill. Sora now, though, on the operator, will post up on top of this wall, and that is just marvelous. Violet loses their life. False sense of security established. We've seen the same barrier orb round and round again, so just repositioning that sniper on top of it, perching on down and causing problems was a great way to find a quick opening kill up against an eco round. So Boost Bend will struggle even more now they've lost that first one, albeit we did maybe tip for Kravitsa to pick this one up, and if they do so, that will lend them at least that advantage of 7 rounds to 5 at the very minimum coming out of this half.
And just like that, 50 seconds remaining again. And now you might wonder, RJ is starting to sound like a broken record with you talking about the time. But it kind of shows time and time again that Boost Bend and their team are just waiting way too long. Now you see the same thing happening again. 30 seconds, and now they're moving for that execute. But by the time that they move to execute, they've already lost 2 out of 5 team members. Just not a favorable situation altogether. And a very challenging battle that's ahead of them. Moosin, though, moving ahead. Viper wall right there. But Massa perfectly holds that angle down. Pablo supports it. Doesn't even need to see to still find his target. And only Boost Bend is left. 10 seconds, and Boost Bend will not even get to run down or wait down the timer. As Pata goes for the fight, and another flawless round appears for Team Kravitska. Mind the ultimates as well, by the way. 3 out of 5 available.
Yeah, drop is such a difficult position to try and maneuver. That's why you need the support from your teammates in halls. Unfortunately for Team Boost Bend, there was no way that they were able to get it under wraps. They lose out on this first kill, and I just love the way that Sora has been rotating this op around the map. Not expected whatsoever on top of that wall, lured into a false sense of security, as I said. Now we'll be seeing another A execute. Boost Bend, have they learnt from their mistakes? What can they bring to the table here that they didn't have before? Doesn't look like anything to start things off. Pablo with a similar TP to which they've used multiple times. Good for that first kill onto Fisker. That's half of the smoke's gone. Only the toxic screen left remaining.
And with only that, I'm afraid that it might just not make the cut. For now, Team Boostbend, they rotate back around, crossing by that spawn area, hoping to find better chances near the B site instead. And in theory, there's only 2 people there versus the 3 on the A site, so it could be a good call out in that sense. But they are wasting precious seconds once more. Moving around, scooting about. And now, having waited so long, that there's actually a rotation coming through from the Team Kravitchka side. Sora now to find the first Percy to fall.
30
And it
seconds
just
left.
leaves another one of those scenarios where it's 2 men down for Team Boostbend. And
One
we've
enemy
seen this
remaining.
far too often at this point. It is just starting to seem like a constant repeat. Moosin now is the last man standing. Well, what can he do? He's got the spike. He's got 15 seconds. That thing's never going to get planted on time.
10 seconds left.
A late delivery it would be. I don't think there's any chance that something happens here. Sora switches quickly between the Vandal and the Operator. It will be
Last
collected,
round
the
before
latter of
switch.
course, and a nice use of the stun in that situation to claim another kill. 20-5. We said sometimes these teams will rely a little bit too much on one fragger, but you can't even say that Sora is, you know, like one person that's completely hard carrying them. Every single player on this team is capable of coming up with some kills of their own. Every single one of them being positive in KD right now. It is just a question of who's going to crop up round after round, and for the most part it does seem to be Sora, enabled so well by teammates such as Massa on the breach here to get those kills in. And well, Massa tries for some of their own but isn't able to do it. Huge orbital strike coming through. So will the overdrive. Actually jumps inside their teammates' ult to use it, zaps them away. Pablo on the close angle cleans things up onto Percy. Very, very cheeky there from Sora to seal things out. And well, when you've built up that many ultimates, when you win so many rounds, and it comes down to that last on the half, screw it, throw the kitchen sink at it. You might as well, because it's going to be another secured, and the 9-3 scoreline that you were hoping maybe wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, I mean, I basically am lost for words at this point. The thing is, it is just so dominant what we're seeing from Team Kravitchka right now. And what can I say? It's par for the course. You know, we saw that first map. We saw that 13-2 result. What were we supposed to expect? I can only hope that right now, on this side switch, on this halftime switch, that for Team Boostbend, there will be some kind of redemption arc, some saving grace. Something to get them a result. Fiskar, good on the start, taking out Massa, finding Batter, but Sora showing some aggression, running into a few people. Pablo also returning, and Kravitchka making sure that the battle with Musin is won. A 2v2 remains. Already so many people eliminated. The close range angle from Pablo, that's going to come into play soon enough. The rendezvous set up, and the Ghost ready to find the targets.
This is an interesting setup. I don't know how aware of Pablo they are. Pablo finds the first and the second, the triple for them. A nice little one tap to clean things out. Double digit secured, and that gap really now just widening between the two teams. When you sandwich the half with bookends of rounds like that, Kravitchka are in an unstoppable position. Yeah, it's a round sandwich, and it tastes so good. Licking their lips at the prospect of a grand final at this point in time, because it's just looking like a formality at this point. Really, it's just a matter of time until we find ourselves there. Kravitchka on the brink. They find this one, and they'll be within touching distance of at least a match point.
And just like this, with all the pistol rounds so far in this best of 3, won by Team Kravitchka, by the way, it seems like their reign is not coming to an end anytime soon. Pablo coming through, Massa and Pata, though, finding the first frags for their team. Boostbend, however, on that return. But then Massa will not win that battle, actually. It's everyone getting caught out. Pata then, last man standing, 7 bullets, a little bit too little. But still, Pata who's able to frag this out and get that shot. There is absolutely no way that he just did that, but he did. Deary me, that was dirty at the end. A deserved 4K though, but oh, heaven's sake, this is just
Yeah.
insane.
Team Boostbend did really nicely on that round, worked with what was presented to them. Krivitska pretty sloppy, I think it's fair to say, in the way that they executed, left themselves open, struggled to take out some of those players. Once Sora dropped, initially they were a player down, and as they start to cave in, Boostbend makes something of it. But Pata, we said once again, there are so many players capable of making things happen here, and they are one of them. A quad for them. Sora's already found the opening. That's a weapon upgrade as they go charging in towards spawn. What is this? Gonna use the high
Aggression.
to move on forward, see what they can find. It is aggression. It's aggression of the most violent degree. Fiskar eventually moves up. I don't think they saw the gun barrel. They didn't. Sora's in place. And it's a 1 versus 3. Musin, they will have to come up with something huge here to even reignite the dying embers of a Boostbend side, which haven't really brought too much heat to this semi-final. And quite rightly, Krivitsa will be moving on through in what looks to be a comfortable fashion.
I mean, yeah, right. This is just Team Krivitska that can say, yep, okay, we can be as aggressive as we like, but we still find the result. Sora with a triple at the end, 12-3. I'm afraid that this will be another fruitless half for Team Boostbend by the way things are looking. There's just no ground being given, and it is Team Krivitska that have already put themselves not just on map point, but on match point. 1 round, and that's all they need to put themselves in the grand final, to go up against none other than Team Spike, and to, honestly, at this point in time, I think, be the favorites. The ones set to win that grand final, really.
It's 8 rounds in a row now. There was a period of time where there was only 1 round separating these two teams, 4-3, but that is a very long time ago now in the minds of these players. Sora will be rotating around, and yeah, I mean, Boostbend, it looked like they could have done something here, but Krivitsa carrying on as we expected, and now that site fortified under their control will be a hard one to uproot.
Violet at least finds the 1 frag, but then Pablo, Sora pop on off, and by the way, don't forget there was barely a buy for Team Boostbend coming through, and you can kind of notice that problem. It's only Percy left who has at least got a Vandal on him, but Pablo's right there near. You've got the Sage on the site itself, the Spike sticking down. There's pressure on Percy, and I don't know if he can handle this. He spots out Krivitska, sees the flash, but did have the trigger discipline. Sadly, it's not worth anything. The 13-3, and it is Team Krivitska making it a clean 2-0, and quite the fearsome one at that. 13-2 for the first map, 13-3 for the second map. These are undeniably strong results, and these are the type of results I think they're going to leave Team Boostbend shaking in their boots for a little while longer at least.
And they were able to pick up a few rounds here and there, Boostbend, but it's only 5 across the 2 maps in the end, which is a fairly dire sum in the end. Unfortunately for them, you know, this is a very strong Krivitsa side that they're coming up against. I think it's fair to say the rounds that they did win were where they were able to bring it to a post plant on their attacker's side, put themselves in a situation where they could use that utility combinations to their advantage. We just wanted to see it a bit earlier in the rounds, put themselves on the front foot, because even when they look to be closely matched with this Krivitsa side, I mean, I don't think there was any thought in my mind that I could still see them winning. Like, there was no tangible way there for them to actually break out on a lead of their own and take this map away from them, because they simply looked so good. Lots of individual plays coming through. Sora with the pick of the bunch, I think, and it just like the awareness to go through your teammate's orbital strike, because you know you're going to take less damage, you can use it as cover, and then like just really cheeky plays all across the board. An outstanding performance, and this sets us up for a great grand final.
Oh, most certainly so. It's going to be an exciting one, that is for sure. And what I think that we're both looking forward to. Team Spike no longer, I think, being the favorite in that sense. And currently, the way that things are looking, you know, Team Krivitska just being that #1, fated to win this out, fated to get this result. It's exciting, that's for sure. And looking at this, taking this situation into account, I'm not quite sure if Team Spike will be able to offer enough resistance to actually move back from this. If they can actually say, oh, Team Kravitska, we can take them. I look forward to it at the very least. Have you got a favorite as well, Hazard, or are you saying, yeah, you know what, it is just that crystal clear situation?
I'm going to be honest, RJ, I have absolutely no idea who comes away with this. I think you've got to look at that triangular relationship between the two teams in the final, Team Spike and Team Kravitska, and that game we saw with Rebecca yesterday. I'm not sure if that's maybe playing too much of an effect on how I perceive this game to play out, but they've all played against each other, and I really don't know if I have a favorite. I'm just here to enjoy the Valorant and what a game we have coming up.
Yeah, and it's going to be one hell of a game, that's for sure. But before we can head to that game, we're heading to a break instead. So for you guys at home, if you're wondering, what am I going to do during this break? Well, there is something you can do. Type !Surfshark and !Hyperx in the chat and see if you don't find something interesting over there. We definitely think it is worth checking out, that's for sure. And by the way, in case you've forgotten, there is also the HyperX wildcard. So !Wildcard for that to check if you can vote your favorite streamer back into the tournament. For now, we will head off and be right back with you in a little bit after this break.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Come to the bed. Come here, girl. Come to the bed. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Bring it to the top right now, make it wild. Make it to the top right now, make it wild. Bring it to the top right now, make it wild. Bring it to the top right now, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it wild. I'm gonna make it wild. I'm gonna break it wild. I'm gonna make it wild. I'm gonna break it wild. This is a lot of love.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, of course, because where else would you get this top-tier Valorant action where these top-tier streamers are competing for a fantabulous prize and a chance right now to compete for that final prize in the beautiful city of Wrocław. Still, of course, with you is Hazza JC right next to me, and of course, me, myself, and I, RJ Cass. A pleasure to be here for you all, and I hope that you, my dear Hazza, are also as excited as I am. And also, I hope you've had something to eat. I had something to eat. I literally ran upstairs in the nick of time before we had to start again.
Yeah, you know, I think I've been frequently snacking throughout the day, not just on the food that I have on offer in my house, but the snacking on the Valorant gameplay that we've had. But now we're at the main course, the grand final, and it's between Team Kravitska, Team Spike. What are your initial thoughts coming into this one, RJ?
I mean, look, I think back to the performance that we saw from Team Spike, and I notice the fact that against Ratty Rebecca, Team Spike still had a pretty hard time. So, keeping that in mind, it kind of shows, okay, Team Spike versus Ratty Rebecca, very close results in favor of Team Spike, but just barely so. Meanwhile, you know, when you look at the other opponent in the ring, I'd like to call it, Team Kravitska, they stand so much stronger. They won 13-3, 13-2. I mean, those are just undeniably dominant scores. Getting a result like that in, it just shows, I think, that they are the ones that are most certainly ready, good to go, and that they are the ones, I think, that are favored to win this grand final.
Yeah, I guess you could certainly read into the caliber of opponents that they were going up against. I think when you look at Group A in contrast to Group B, there is a bit more of a disparity between the higher end of teams there, like Team Spike, for example, and then Ratty Rebecca's team, who came in second place for Group B, but still put on a very strong showing against them. It was almost a grand final in itself with how close those matches ended up being. I think when it comes down to it between these two teams, they both look very strong. They're both very capable in their own right. And for me personally, if Team Spike are able to shut down Sora, then I think they'll have a lot more success. Basically, I think any of these players across both rosters can go blow for blow with each other and trade these punches in what is essentially this final bout that we're going to have before heading over to LAN. But Sora does just stand that cut above as a top tier duelist to be making those kills for their team, and in the absence of Spike themselves, the captain, you have to say that that lineup has been somewhat shaken, and maybe it'll just be a matter of time before they adjust. Really though, it will come down to this first map. I think this will really set the tone for what the grand final will be like. If Team Krivitska just run away with it in the same fashion that they did in the semi-final, then sure, you can say, right, okay, they're going to be the champions here and they will be moving on to the LAN in Wrocław. But if it's a little bit more open, then that's what we really want to see. It's going to come down to it though. It's really difficult to pin right now where both of these teams sit against each other because they've had such contrasting runs in their route towards this final.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's also take a look, actually, because you spoke of that first map, what the maps entirely are going to be. Obviously, it's still a best of 3, which still means that we've got 3 lovely maps to look at, and it seems like we're starting out with Ascent. Now, I've got to admit, right, I don't think that we could have played this today without seeing Ascent cross by at least once. So, no big surprises there. Moving further on, Haven picked by Team Spike. Okay, also back to the basics, kind of another stand or another really reliable and another map that you can just always pop on by, and one that we saw earlier as well. And then as a decider, we've got Icebox. Now that is a little bit different. That is one that we haven't seen yet, not yesterday or the day before that either. I look forward to that one. It's going to be fun, I think, if we get up to that point, because honestly, if I'm going to be really honest with you here, Hazza, I think that might not actually be the case.
Well, you're thinking that it's going to be a straight 2-0 for Team Spike then?
No, siree, the other way around. I think, I think it's going to be a straight 2-0 for Team Krivitska. I'm sorry, but the way that I saw them play, apologies, I simply cannot. It's I can't even fathom the fact, right, that Team Spike is going to win this. No, I won't BM them too much. But the fact that Team Krivitska was so strong in that previous matchup, the fact that they won 13-2, 13-3, yeah, that is just way too good. I mean, we can't get around a score like that, and I don't think that Team Spike will be able to match them.
Well, I guess it is all just speculation at this point in time. We'll get a better idea once we see some of the agents that they will be bringing forward to the table. I think Team Krivitska, we can probably safely say, will be going for what we expect to see from them. And just like that, the cascade of choices come through, and it is pretty much... It is exactly what we expected. Let's not sugarcoat it. It's the same 5 agents that they've picked numerous times throughout different maps. The only exceptions being Bind, Split, which we haven't seen them on, I don't believe, and Fracture moments ago when that Neon pick came out. But Krivitska on the Sage, Massa on those smokes, with Omen obviously being flexible as they are on a map like Ascent. This will bode well for them. Sova really is a must pick when you come to this map. And then Pablo on the Chamber and Sora, of course, on that Jet playing the role of duelist as well, brings a lot to the table. And I've spoken about the different characteristics of these agents, but we're getting the exact same choice come in on the opposite side, most likely from Team Spike. When we saw a mirror matchup on Haven, it was incredibly one-sided from Team Krivitska. How do you think Team Spike are going to do going in onto their pick here on Ascent with the same lineup?
Well, mirror, something about a rhyme that I cannot, at this moment,
mirror on
mind.
the wall. Who is the best caster of them all?
Yeah. Oh! No, well, it's us. It's obviously us. That's an easy question to answer. Really, though, looking at it, see, I do like seeing mirror matchup because it kind of means that you level the playing field ability-wise. You can expect the exact same thing from your opponent as they can expect from you. So I feel like that kind of brings it a bit more toward the skill level. It could also be a conscious move by Team Spark saying, okay, we know what works for Team Krivitska, so we just want to try the same. We want to see how this strategy lines up for us and how it pans out. So that's what we're going to see right now. We move into this first map in the grand final. the best of 3 still, obviously, but the spot that is up for grabs are those LAN finals in the beautiful city of Wrocław. Brought to you as well, by the way, by HyperX and Surfshark. Exciting times ahead. An incredibly important match that is kicking off, and one that only the best may win.
We are finally here, RJ, after a weekend's worth of games. We're on to the first map of the grand finals. That's the question you ask between the two teams. Mirror, mirror on the ceiling. Who is the best in the Czechia and Slovakia region? We are yet to find out.
For now, it's a pretty big grouping, at least with an idea either towards mid or towards B, but it ends up being the mid angle. They'll run into a tiny little sliver of an angle that Elzoy is holding. Not immediately connecting, however. Just a bit of a tag exchanged. And Team Kravitska slowly but surely pushing ahead. Mid completely in their control. And currently still the time ticking down. 50 seconds. And it seems like they'll opt to go straight through middle. Elzoy now coming through. The Ghost connecting for a double headshot. With Pablo and Sora having been taken out. That leaves a 3v5, but at least a spike that can be planted still. Due to the fact that the site itself wasn't being defended
30
directly.
seconds left.
At least not from onto the site
Spike
itself.
planted.
Now going into the retake, there is that significant advantage. 2-player advantage for Team Spike.
Out of charges. Scanning
Be a
ahead.
good start for them in a matchup that you didn't particularly favour them to win. Big tags coming in on both sides here from the recon darts, but it's Pata that capitalises first. The sober player with the inherent advantage gets a double. Elzoy's already on for 3 of their own. And just as those kills come through on both sides, it's the captain, Kravitsa, left alone to try and find something, but Oko with the burst will take them out. First blood is drawn, and it goes to the side of Team Spike.
Indeed, credit where it's due. It all started off really well for Team Spike. The moment you have that hold coming through, and that hold from the Jet player was just vital. With that, you had Team Spike just making that opening, making that start, and not allowing any kills to go the ways of their opponents. We wait for now as the second round is about to commence, and the question that I dare say ask is, of course, will this be Team Spike now having set the tone, moving further, committing, or can there be this upset from Team Kravitska right away? It does happen every now and then. Oko, he does not have any issue with the recon bolt. He will not be spotted. Mystic moves to the next line of defense. A lot of damage dealt, but no kill found. It's Oko who will finish the rest of that job. 3v5 even that remains at the moment. A good shock dart coming through. Not really. Nobody against that wall back there. A little bit over-aimed to get the spike planter. And for now, at least that spike has been planted, but then Humlet comes on through, finds himself a double as a matter of fact, and only Kravitska is left. Stuck behind that corner and eventually found by Elzoy. Now the match in the previous round, but that doesn't matter, it's a team game after all. Spike will be defused. 2-0 for Team Spike.
Interesting as well, we're seeing Elzoy flex over onto that Jet player. We've seen them do it before, but it's not all too common. Mystic will be playing the Omen on Ascent. This is the same lineup that they used when they played on it before. Oko from a great position here, finds that first headshot, does a chunk of damage, and in the end, it's cleanup duties for the remaining players. Humlick washes them away with the Spectre. And now we start to get into these more interesting rounds. We can understand the trajectory between these two teams and where things look to be heading. Elzoy pushing on up. This slow default that Kravitsa like to play could be punished if they can find a shot here or there. With that position now noted, it could do wonders. But as the tailwind pieces out, the arrow angle becomes much more narrow because they just don't want to fight it. Backs up, gets a tag, should be healed off here by Kravitsa, but that opening duel suggests that Team Spike are being a little bit cautious in the way that they set this out, and so are Kravitsa.
And I think right now, Kravitska, they will at least make that initial entry.
Yeah,
Massive.
they're on pistols here on the attacking side as well, if you look.
Yeah,
I don't think they
it's-
actually invested.
No, they decided to play it safe instead, and they just leave this for what it is. I think right now, in this situation, Team Kravitska has not won it just yet. They've merely gotten that one kill in, and that is a fickle start.
30 seconds
That is
left.
a minor beginning. Mystic for now, holding down the forts, finding the next connection. Oko chasing it down, and boom. Immediately, it is Team Spike claiming the advantage yet again. Only Pata who's able to return.
Player standing.
Ooh.
One
And just
enemy
the
remaining.
1v1 that's left out at the end.
Oh!
10 seconds, but a beautiful shot from Pata to clutch out the round and to grab the first one for Team Kravitska. That was a really, really excellent sheriff shot. Bang on. And Pata, understandably so, the top fragger right now for Team Kravitska.
And they bite back in some style as well, considering the lack of finance that they put forward into that round. Elzoy does buy up an operator on the opposite side, so it will be something for them to try and contend with. But that is a much better start to this series than what it looked like things would be going towards, a potential 3-0. Eventually drops down to the 1 versus 1, and that just shows how tight it is between these two teams. Not looking to give each other any room whatsoever. But in terms of raw play style, it's always very, very slow on the attack here from Team Kravitsa. And this Aldrone, while it will look to clear out some players, and it finds Humlek, actually, it's followed up with a Hunter's Fury as well, but those shots astray won't connect with a single player in the end. And a potential early opportunity squandered.
Yes, indeed. Right shame, and in that sense, a wasted ult altogether. Little bit further patience required in that sense. And Team Kravitska now setting themselves up. Oko not connecting with the Tour de Force, and just further patience that's required again. This is a very slow style of play, in my opinion, that both teams are applying. And just taking their time. Pata now moving for the first frag. Odin, of course.
30 seconds left.
Really excellent weapon to utilize for a map like Ascent. As Genie has said before, a map made of cardboard. An absolutely fair call. For now, though, Spike has been planted and there's no direct push. There's no direct retake. It's going to have to be set up a little bit. And this is exactly where Pata might be coming into play. The moment he gets that intel, gets the read, he can just start lasering down his opponents. Starting with the recon bolt, finding the 1-2 and not the 3, actually, with some delay. It'll be Elzoy to go down, and it's a 4K in total, where we have Team Kravitska standing 2-2, quickly moving back on point. And credit where it's due. They pretty quickly set themselves back up in a balanced position. Pata rocking the fray with the Odin. 3 times as many kills as the next in line, Massa. Just really the player that is now pulling things back together for Team Kravitska.
Coming into this, with it obviously being their map pick, we expect more from them as well. They were the top seed of their group. Didn't come through in the same fashion that Team Spike did, but we know how competitive those games were in Group B. So looking at the way things stand, Kravitsa in a good position. Elzoy invests that Blade Storm aggression towards mid already, and Pata is forced to move back into that safe cubby where they feel so comfortable at this point in time. No one really peering their head out from beyond the depths for Kravitsa right now, and it's owing a lot of space to Team Spike to potentially take into this mid area, but instead it will be Kravitsa that finally start to make that advance towards the midsection. Aldrone follows up towards Market. It won't spot out Elzoy for the time being, but eventually they peek out. The blades just do not connect. At that range, you'd never favor the Odin. Stuck down in place when you try and fight at someone, and the movement the Blade Storm offers, the directness of those shots, but yet still unable to find anything. Big recon comes in as well. Mystic tagged up and found. Oko's good for 1 in that situation, but it seems as if we may be getting into a spike plant situation. Pata just spams through the smoke. Finds another. Twice as many players now stand for Team Kravitsa. And they look to seal out this round in a convincing fashion.
and they will most certainly succeed in that. Wanny, one of the few people that was managing to get a kill in return, but it is so minor. It is so little in the grand scheme of things, right? There is still so much to be done by Team Spike here and Team Kravitska equally so. There's no need to immediately start worrying either if you are a fan of Team Spike. Obviously, by the way, we always enjoy hearing about the fans in the chat, so let yourself be heard. Cheer for your favourite team. And in case you need to get yourself heard, just talking to people. Check out one of those HyperX headsets. They work pretty darn well for it.
Certainly are. I've got that freedom of movement with my wireless headset. I can go around the house as I please. I'd much rather be in front of this microphone right now, though. And speaking of freedom, once again, a slow round from Team Kravitsa, giving Spike freedom to get aggressive in certain areas if they wanted to, inviting them almost to attack that space and waiting in anticipation to see if they can't find one of these opening kills for themselves. So these are going to be some incredibly long rounds as long as Kravitsa are on the offense, because they like to play this more reserved style, make sure they're not going at a significant disadvantage early on, and putting themselves in a strong position to win these out when they eventually collapse in the late round. And look at these shifted players as well, moving their way over towards B, but the execute and the spike to follow it should be heading on now for that A posture.
Initial fights waiting to happen. Elves, though, not quite coming into play just yet, due to the fact that Team Kravitska is committing to the upper mid push again. They've done that before, and with varying degrees of success. This time it'll be Humlik holding things off, Pate eventually finding, but then Wanny returning. Not the best look just yet for Team Kravitska until Massa is on a bit of a roll, and in the nick of time that spike can be put down. Pablo also rules out Elvzoy, and that leaves only Mystic left. Vision denied for him as he tries to push ahead. Pablo still holding that angle. Everyone pretty much happy with the spot that they're in, ready to take the battles, take the fights. But very unlikely to receive that much contest. Mystic, though, happily scooting about on the site, waiting to find something, and at least able to bait out Pablo.
The trade of paranoias is an unforgiving one. Massa capitalizes and finds a triple for themselves. Maybe in that situation, Mystic would have been better off going for some kind of a save. I'm not sure what the money situation is, but yeah, it's not looking very ideal whatsoever for these defenders now. That's a gun off the board. I think there was an operator invested as well that could potentially have been saved somewhere, especially after that first kill is made onto Pablo, expending them a little bit more space where that button position is. And looking at the deaths of the comrades, since there was nobody on the site, that operator could definitely have made its way back into the hands of a Spike player in the following round. So now it will just be that tour de force on the attacking side instead. And Marshall to cut in and make that first incision. Elzoy snaps a headshot. Oko finds Sora towards top mid. This is a fantastic start. Maybe they didn't need those guns.
You will not kill my ally.
It almost doesn't feel like it. Elzoy, though, right on the mark. Pata to go down. And just like that, this is something that Team Spike needs. This is how they might be able to claim the round. Elzoy now popping off even further. Pablo the next to fall. A triple kill found. At this rate, there is barely any of Team Kravitska left over. Still push ahead. And you'll have Mystic connecting for a moment. Now throwing out that paranoia. And getting one in return. Elzoy, though, moving for the ace. The 5k. Obviously, one of the people that Elzoy had shot down was a resurrected player, so in theory you could argue doesn't really completely count as the ace, but if you ask me, it's good enough. It's a beautiful 5 kills, and it's a deserved upgrade for Elzoy from the Marshal to would believe is the operator, or am I wrong there? Was it already the operator, or am I just going insane?
It was right? The Marshal then upgraded into an operator, but it felt like an operator the way those shots were landing.
Yeah.
This use of the Hunter's Fury through in towards Link means that Pablo is a lot lower and is within one-shot range of the Marshal. The headshot they had already landed onto Sova, Pata 1G, meant that when they were resurrected, it was just 100 HP. Marshall does 101. That's another kill for them. Lining them up one by one, but it's the work of the team in the end that allows Elzoy to have the success that they were able to find. Can't just purely put it to their shoulders, and right now, Kravica, we thought maybe they would be top heavy in terms of Sora coming in with most of these kills. However, they're yet to come to life in the same way that Elzoy has in this matchup. So we'll have to see as these rounds progress. A good attacking side already though from Kravica, putting up an early number of rounds means that Spike will have to keep up this form if they want to be in a position where heading over to that defender's side, they can still maintain an advantage.
Oh dear. Currently, Pata, though, pops on off, starts with the Hunter's Fury, and then just ounces Fury by way of gun. Kravica this time moving for the Spike plant, and it is starting to look like currently Team Spike had a bit of a momentary setup, or upset, I would say, against Team Kravica, but that it was definitely just that, momentary.
Stand down.
We see a moment there from Waney as well, getting a kill. Has the res available, but considering the positioning of their teammate, their ally in this 1 or 2 versus 3, I should say, it feels like a 1 versus 3 because Waney is walking out on their lonesome, maybe looking for an exit here or there. They'll get at least one onto Kravica, but that is all. Maybe delays these players enough to bring them within range of the Spike, but it isn't to be. Those feet are fast enough and they are moving away to safety. Operator kept in the hands of Elzoy, so that's something to draw from this round for Team Spike, but it's a round lost nevertheless, and Kravica now, after winning a couple of these, will feel a bit more comfortable with where this game is heading. As long as they can maintain things round for round, find some kind of an advantage out the half, a 6-6 or a 7-5, I think they'll feel very happy with how Defenders is going to go for them.
Here.
Oh, most certainly. Happy, I think, no doubt about it. For now, though, we shouldn't be too worried either. 2-round difference, very able and very doable to bridge that gap. Elzoy now moving ahead, aggression showing, but aggression having worked before. This time, though, too late for the majority of the players until Sora will pass. Should run into the scope, and indeed they will. Sora to fall and Elzoy to make the start. One-man advantage that Team Spike has right now is just a welcome situation. Oko, though, turns it into a 2-man advantage, but then Massa balances it back out. Luckily, though, Oko seems to be on a roll. Aim is true, targets a hit, and we are down to just 2 players on the Team Kravica side. Kravica herself and the Chamber to support Pablo. What can they do, the 2 of them together?
That is yet to be seen. I'm not too sure. I'm not really a massive fan of this Sage Wall here, the Barrier Orb. While it does cut down some space, there is a slight gap in it, and it could be used a little bit more offensively, perhaps, towards the defender spawn position or towards Marriage. Or instead, it's Kravica who's found 2 in this situation. Most likely, we will be seeing that res come through. With it being a 2 versus 2, they'll want to lend any advantage they can find here, Team Spike, and quite rightly, Humlik is put back on their feet. That recon dart should be in their grasp to try and get a ping in towards the site. It's broken just in time, and Pablo does reposition. The lack of space and the amount they've conceded here on Team Kravica, though, will make things incredibly difficult to hold in the retake. They've got each other's backs, but will the kills come through? Pablo gets 1. Elzoy will take them out, though. Waney, with that other kill onto the Sage, will get traded out, but it is a round on the board. The gap continues to close now, and Spike begin to mount that comeback.
Right, it is slowly but surely that situation in which balance can be found again, and maybe a setup can become a reality for your good old 6-6 halftime score. Just a tense battle altogether. Eventually, that push all the way to the decider map. At least I think that would be fitting to have for a grand final, right? It is a lovely best of 3, so it does mean that we've got that luxury. But the question is still, will it get to that point? I suppose we'll find that out in a moment as this round further progresses. And Elzoy tries to go for the defense on the operator, but eventually switches out to the Blade Storm. Maybe though Oko can make it so that the Blade Storm won't even be necessary. Pata, though, showing that aggression.
Spike planted.
Caught out by Elzoy, and maybe more kills in the point. Pablo moving ahead, taking out Oko. Sora being resurrected. Umlik, however, puts down further resistance. And a 4v3 remains, but the spike is ticking further. The Blade Storm for Elzoy has disappeared. Wani, though, luckily finds the next kill. Struggles to get the second, but will succeed there. And now only Massa is left out. Now, if there's anyone who can clutch, it is Massa. He's got to be quick enough to read this defuse attempt, and he won't quite catch it out. He runs into a crossfire, loses his life, and gives Team Spike their 5th round.
The scoreline now finds itself leveled, and both teams will be looking for an opportunity now to bank that advantage in the second half. Spike, if they are to win this against what is an ill-prepared set of Kravica players, at least on the face of it in terms of the sheer weaponry they're able to bring forth, has that 6th round booked, and they'll be then able to move on forward with something better in that second half. If it's tied up, then it will come down to the pistol round and what we see from there on in to how this one will head. Kravica, for the time being, have won the majority of these gun rounds, though. Elzoy yet again finds an opener, however, and that will cause some issues on their offense as they try to move through. A lovely paranoia to just stall these players out as they're funneled in towards the market position, and Elzoy continues to shut them down. Humlik as well, good for one, not before they lose their life. And Massa and Kravica from this spot, you feel it may be in their best interest to just back up and look elsewhere.
I think that the best interest at this point might just be leaving this one out and saving the weaponry, but in this Streamers League, saving is not one of those things that we ever see happen. Players, they figure, we can take this fight, we can go for this, and they just give it their absolute best, their very best. For now, though, that does mean Kravica about to run into the aim of Mystic, although maybe the operator will be a little bit faster. As currently Mystic still stands and waits, but will spot Kravica, runs into there anyway after all, and Elzoy finds the final frag. 6-5, Team Spike. They lead, they reclaim, and that coming from a 3-5 situation is definitely impressive.
Kravica now put everything into this buy. Sora at the bottom of the scoreboard, 4 and 12. They've died on not only every single round we've seen, but then some. An additional one there through a res, I'm sure. And I'll really be hoping that they can bring some more impact to this Kravica side. With the performances they've been putting up earlier and how top-heavy some of those scoreboards have been, sometimes need to see them pull up when it really matters. Those big games, semi-final obviously being a task where they were able to brush aside opposition so cleanly, but this one, a bit higher caliber, and just like that, they get the kill that is required of them. Elzoy drops, and for the first time, it's the Jet on the opposite side that has opened things up. Hunter's Fury will come through to try and chase anything, but it's only good for, well, nothing actually. It was just the recon that got that initial tag, and Kravica, they'll set their sights for A.
And maybe that is the better choice when you look at the rotations moving around. Sage going back towards that middle area. B getting some more interest so far. It would definitely be the understandable move.
This tour de force so threatening though. Slow orbs will be coming in. This is utility which Spike have available to them. When you take so long and don't challenge certain areas of the map, it begins to build up, and Oko's got that one. It'll drop a field of slow in front of them and stop these players in their tracks. There's only 20 seconds left, but they're running towards B. I'm not too sure what the thought process is here. I think they'll have enough time to get the spike down, but it will be cut incredibly close. Instead, it's a ring around the rosy. They drop in through short and look to move this way instead. Sora versus Oko, a key duel to look at here, and the shot just about misses on both both sides. Neither of them can connect. That spike will be going down on A, where we initially anticipated a reposition into the crosshairs. Pablo, what is that? Oko takes them out. Sora now looking to try and find something, but the kill feed is all blue. It is a wave in the end from Team Spike as they wave goodbye to Kravica this side of the half. 7-5 and an advantage secured coming on to that second stint of this first map.
Switching
Yeah, this
sides.
halftime score clearly favouring Team Spike, but also just comfortably putting them ahead, right? They were on a good streak, so now the challenge for them is keeping that streak going as there's a side switch coming through. Now, admittedly, moving toward that attacker side, you could argue that it should be even better going for them, right? That is all around momentum, and that is all about momentum. So hopefully for them, that will be where they feel the most comfortable. That will be where they feel at home. A new half commences. Team Spike, they've got a lead. Their main goal, their main objective should be finishing this out right about now. Surprising slightly, stealing Kravichka's map pick, and then maybe getting the chance to move for the 2-0 after all.
Yeah, you can never rule either of these teams out though, and Massa has already found a kill towards Link from that market position. A heavy stack in that area of the map, and Kravica, they place a lot of importance on this mid area, something that we've seen them use on their attacking side and now their defender's side as a way of bolstering this defense. By taking that first kill, it means the numbers advantages they will have coming into whichever site it is that Spike eventually want to explode with are so much better. Their chances doubled almost. And now Kravica will be facing off against a couple of players, backs away and says, you know what, we have that first kill in the bag. Let's try and maybe play for a retake here if possible. Slow these players down as much as we can and use those numbers to our advantage in the late rounds. Shock darts do a bit of damage, but for the most part, it looks like Kravica will be conceding this one and playing with what they've got coming into the post plant.
A post plant now
30
being
seconds
created with
left.
Wani putting down that spike. Close range angles held. Of course, it's still a pistol round, so going for fights where you can kind of bridge that gap, bridge that distance is normally going to work out better. Oko currently moving around the corner, maybe slight element of surprise. Pablo going for the first kill. Humlik, however, returning with the shock dart. Mystic following it right on up with the frenzy. Pablo, though, shorty coming in strong. A 2v3 remains. Massa starts to get a half in for the defuse. People are off the mark. Sora takes out Mystic. Humlik, though, again on that return, finds himself a triple, as a matter of fact. Upgrades to the frenzy, but runs out of ammo. Means Pablo can get the triple and will be in the nick of time, I believe, to stick this out and defuse this spike. Deserved round for Team Kravica.
Just enough time on the board as well to have got that full defuse, even if it wasn't half, but thanks to their teammate, save a little bit of sweat off of their back. Kravica now 7-6, only 1 point behind with the pistol round in the bag. Now looking to move on to this bonus. That's a great opportunity for them to see this one through. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any kind of a force come through from Team Spike, which is fair enough. They'll want to play that significant gun advantage into the following round. And, well, Humlik, this is so nice from them. Somewhat unlucky, maybe, to not see it out in its entirety. I think when you pick up the frenzy in that situation, you probably want to play the angle as close as possible so that you get the most damage out of it. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't work out. And now we find ourselves in yet another round. Spike on the attack this time. So in their approach as they had been on the previous. Just looking for anything they can find with these pistols, seeing what's going for them. Any opportunities. And the first will be Elzoy, who snatches the head of Massa and opens up some space towards this B execute.
And Wani comes through first. Oh, dearie me. Eventually we'll move for the second. And currently with Pata falling, this should be a done deal. This should be Team Spike
Planted.
getting this. Because honestly, a 2v5 retake, I would say that's a bit too tough to pull off. Maybe that's me being ever so critical, but I would say that right now that is a harsh reality. Kravica moves ahead, will take at least Mystic.
Last player standing.
With Elzoy then moving through. Kravitschka committing to a spray down, but barely having the time left anymore to go for this. It should be a lost cause. Although for a moment there it started looking a little bit tense. It's Team Spike moving through. Team Spike getting success. Still holding on to a 2-round advantage. If they can keep going back and forth like this, it's them at the end of the day winning the map. So that's what matters. That's what they should try to keep doing.
We're seeing Team Spike here as well emulate the playstyle from Team Kravitsa in the way that they play so slowly. Mystic has gone for a shadow step up onto the high ground to hold towards A, but, well, actually, it's not going to matter. They've decided, you know what, let's just press that advantage, go for a 5-player push towards A. Sora posts up with the tailwind, but is unable to find anything. Elzoy has one of their own, makes themselves welcome in towards the side. Sora with a very nice wallbang through the button, manages to pick up Oko.
Plant now having come through means that Team Spike will create the after plant scenario once more. Sure, one man less, but not necessarily a problem just yet. Mystic, as a matter of fact, finds the balance. Pablo, though, returns, but not after having lost another teammate. Pablo, however, on a bit of a roll for Headhunter until Elzoy and Humblick decides to finish it out. It's Team Spike moving for round number 9, winning out this map and still on a solid course to pick off Kravitschka's own map pick. For now, though, there's good times ahead. Team Kravitschka, they get a chance to have rifles in their hands again. Abilities bought and the likes. Ultimate's not really in play too much right now. Although I do believe that with Pablo finding all the frags that he did, now moving to the next round, he should have gotten himself a Tour de Force ready. So that is at least some money saving being done there.
You have to start to worry for Team Kravitschka, though. Moving into their opponent's map pick, potentially taking this one off them, is a scary feeling. Pablo doesn't connect that one on the Tour de Force either. Forced to retreat with the rendezvous means there's now some space expended to those attackers towards this mid area. In terms of ultimates, other than the chamber ult that we've already seen, it doesn't look like there's too much across the board. We'll just have to wait and see how that one pans out. I don't think this has been an incredibly ultimate heavy game between the two teams, or for the majority of this weekend, as a matter of fact. Everyone just playing on that raw gunplay and utility usage between one another. Set up for the execute here. Team Spike look to move in, and if they find this round, it's not only double digits, but they break that by and put themselves in such a fantastic position on this first map.
And now Massa, good chance for a great hold. Pablo, though, moving stronger. And Oko with a double up on the return. It's a 3v3 that's left out, but it's a spike plant that can be successful. And now an immediate rotation. Sora that will try to deny, but will not find anyone else. Ooh, Pablo, though, he doesn't realize how close he actually is. Eventually, Team Kravitschka, they'll creep closer and closer to the site. But they've got to stay wary. That one player in main still lurking about. Now the players in the back of the site being nailed down. Pablo, Kravitschka, Sora, they all get the kills and they all find the success. Defuse will come through. And that is a close fought round number 7 even, coming the ways of Kravitschka. Double digits for now denied for Team Spike. I mean, I think that they've still got a chance to get them, and I believe that there's reserves that they can go into now, and indeed they will do that. But
Need a drop.
I do hope for them that they can keep it steady on this round, and that they can use the many ultimates that they have at the moment. 4 out of 5, and in theory, Oko could move for his ultimate as well, depending on him stealing an ultimate orb somewhere. And of course, we all know the orb in A main, one of the easiest to get for the attacker side.
Yeah, 2 rounds won for each team so far this half. Both defusals from Kravitsa, so still very much within Spike's grasp at this point in time, but the gap that they have is beginning to narrow. I think they needed to buy a little bit more time in the back site there to allow Oko to have a flank in that situation. Sora did cut them out. Coming into this post plant, it seems as if maybe Elzoy is lurking on the other side of things to shut things out. Oko just TPs around. That Hunter's Fury will clean up Sora from the heavens. It's the only pick they're going to need to make their way in towards this site. Wall maybe looking to be used from Waney there, but they just bide their time. No execute being made, a full rotate brought through. Elzoy waits in the wings towards short to see what they can find, but this is actually fantastic patience from Team Spike because they've waited enough time for that rotate to come in and then eventually leave. So now that Kravica shows themselves in the 1v1 angle, it's a 1 versus 4 instead. They overcommit and Spike, they spend that little bit of extra time to double up in the amount of kills they have when taking the site. Twice as many players for them in the post plant, and this is one which I think they will struggle a lot less to get over the line.
Most certainly so. I mean, with already a 2-man advantage on or in the works. And now Hamlik just getting a free, easy pickings, holding down the fort. Sadly, though, losing his life and not actually getting any pickings. Oko stole the both of them. How dare he? That won't deny or change the fact that Team Spike has claimed the double digits now that they are on the 10-7. And that they can be on that steady course once more to move further ahead. And you still start seeing this tiptoe movement, this back and forth game. 1 round to Team Kravica, 1 to Team Spike. But in general, it's Team Spike maintaining the upper hand. And that's what matters. That's what will slowly and steadily get them across the finish line for this first map so far. And then maybe set them up to get that second map as well.
It's that performance late in the day yesterday that I just keep thinking about, and I don't want to lend it too much significance, but in this situation, Kravica, we're starting to see that when you run hot for the majority of the day, eventually they run out of steam, and as we come into this grand final on their map pick, they have struggled. It's very fair to say, and right now, if Spike are able to pick up this round, they're going to be moments away from getting match point and taking that away from them. Pata 1G peeks out at just the wrong timing. This is an eco, may I add, so not a prime opportunity for Kravica to be using. Mystic on a lurk as well. I love it when a controller player goes walkabouts, and Elzoy is going to go on a stroll of their own into the gardens of Defender's Spawn to put Kravica into an early grave, a memorial garden, if you will, because Oko is also in position to see what they can't find. It just looks as if it's a round that's getting shut down. Massa, even with the judge, you expect something from them, but it's nothing in the end. A triple, a round secured, and now Team Spike getting ever closer to stealing this one away.
I was about to say, you could argue sending them right into the Gardens of Eden. You know, it's just how you want to put your analogy, your garden analogies, Hazard. There's lots of options you had there. Really, though, there's one clear result. It is Team Spike that seems to be on a bit of a roll still. A pattern that's been establishing itself as 1 round for Team Kravica, 2 for Team Spike. So maybe this will be a chance for Team Kravica to come back again. But my feeling kind of doubts it. It feels like right now Team Spike just stands stronger. They've got ultimates ready again, 4 out of 5. So, you know, let's see them utilize that. Let's see them go for those crazy Omen teleports, the Blade Storm, the Resurrection right when it's needed. It ends up being Massa moving into that main, although that wasn't a teleport per se. He still gets a kill out of it. Sora moves further ahead, stands strong, and never ye mind, it's Kravica that also gets a kill, and suddenly it's just Oko left. He's about to move into a million crossfires, and in the end he will not win it out. Even though I thought things were looking so strong for Team Spike, Team Kravica decides to follow the pattern instead.
Well, if the pattern means anything, then the next 2 rounds should be for Team Spike to confirm a 13-8 victory. However, if the next 2, for whatever reason, buck the trend and slip into the hands of Kravica, then they could be stealing away with this one yet. It would put them only 1 away from Team Spike. Looking at the economy, they may be troubled to find so much success in a row because there are credits available to these players. Even if they were to lose here, they could probably buy up for the next 2 or so before it will even be a dire situation. Standard walls come through once again. Spike, they adjust, looking to move towards A this time, towards mid as well. No real presence outside of B. Must be said, the defenders haven't brought forth much aggression whatsoever in both of the sides that we've seen from each of these teams.
No, not really. They do decide to just wait things out, not go for anything crazy. And I mean, hey, credit where it's due, right? If that's how you want to play it, then you do you. I absolutely just applaud it. I say, go right ahead. For now, at the very least, it is some slight peeking here and there by the defenders, but nothing else really. Kravitschka being that line of defense. Oko, though, finding the first entry. And with that, Massa going down. 35 seconds when he gets the chance to plant the spike.
Spike planted.
And it could be Team Spike altogether in that slightly favorable spot. Don't forget about the mid lurk, by the way, but I wonder about the timing on that one. Will he be on time? Will he be ready when it's necessary? Pacing's a little bit too low there. Sora now comes through, finds a very impactful double. When he holds it off, Kravitschka comes back, but Elzoy, right when it's needed, delays just a little bit further. Now, the lurk could come into fruition. Exactly, this is when Humlik needs to be delaying. The recon bolt gives a position away, the time keeps ticking. The shock dart will be on the mark, normally speaking. Finds Pablo, does tag him up, and there you have it. Humlik clutching things out, and the kill being found. 12-8. Team Spike on map point, and that's on Team Kravitschka's map pick. I'm happily admitting that I was slightly wrong with hyping up Team Kravitschka, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the reason being exactly why I didn't want to dive straight in and say that Kravitschka would look that better of a team, because Team Spike in their own right are a very capable unit, and it is that thing again where Team Kravitschka, it takes them that little bit longer, or at least as the day progresses, they didn't look as comfortable. This is a masterful clutch in the end from Humlik, calling upon their experience to get things done. And yeah, Sora as well, not showing up in any way near the same kind of fashion that we saw from them on the previous matches. It can be so difficult to keep up that kind of consistency and form. It's exactly for that reason we find ourselves in a situation where Spike are on the edge of match point. Map point, opponent's map point. Pablo pushes up in this situation, takes down Elzoy though, and that will be a big way to start things out for them on what is the next 4 match points that they've got to try and navigate if they want to stay in with a chance of taking this first map, their choice after all.
You will not kill my ally.
Yeah, I'd at least argue, right, this should be some sort of mental game coming through here. This should at least annoy them to a degree. Pata trying but not succeeding. His Hunter's Fury, I believe, was only good for 1 tag. And now it's down to Kravitschka to be this next line of defense. Finds a really good tag on Humlik, however. Massa returns doubly so. And only Wanny finds the 1 kill. Now it's up to someone like Mystic to find a return instead. Ooh, I'm a fan of the Shrouded Step there, but Massa's idea, his execution, was not as successful. 20 seconds on the clock. Mystic, can he pull this off? No, because he's not checking his left side, which means that it will actually be Pata from the back, not the left side. Sora that came through there, but did not get a kill. Match point, not so much. Map point, however, still remains lurking over the heads of Team Spike.
Get out of my way.
And these map points will continue to do so. The best case scenario right now is going to be overtime for Team Kravitschka. Looking at the replay, it was just a case of timing. And with Mystic hugging the wall across the back, it meant that Pata was perfectly placed to pitter-patter behind them and take them out. So now we're going to see potentially the last gun round before Spike will be forced onto an eco here. Operator brought up for Kravitsa, or saved, should I say, from the previous round. Once again, the barrier orb makes its way on towards short, closing down the options that Spike have available to them. Elzoy lurking in that link position once again, but just a little bit more acutely aware that Pablo could be lurking on behind them. The counter lurk, the lurker on lurker action will be spared of that for the time being. And maybe these players are just biding their time as they do finally explode into the site. Massa drops. That's a player who found 2 kills on the previous round, no longer there. As the spike plant comes through though, this is where the urgency is felt. They want to make this retake happen as fast as possible, but Oko has already got a kill. Waney just can't connect the shot. Sora, they will not land. The recon comes in. It's got to be huge to find some kind of information. Gets a singular tag, but that will be it. Waney's got away with absolute murder in this situation. Pata does find one onto Oko, but there's a Hunter's Fury coming through. A Paranoia perfectly timed for them to capitalize. And the ghoul, the ghost, back from the dead Waney, manages to get a triple at the end to secure a 13-9 victory for Team Spike on their opponent Kravitska's map pick.
I think that the writing was on the wall a little bit there as we enter that second half. You noticed a slight advantage for Team Spike, but I spoke a little bit about it as well, the pattern that kept establishing itself, right? We kept seeing this constant exchange of rounds, teams going back and forth, but Team Spike every time just that little bit ahead, you know, that slight edge that they gave themselves, that put them higher up, that put them further. And eventually it allows them to creep stronger and stronger up toward a point of 13-9 where they win the map. I will reiterate, this was Team Kravitska's map pick, but honestly, the fact that they've lost this one out now makes me wonder, what are they going to do on the next map, Hazard? What are they going to do when they have to play on Team Spike's their own territory?
I'm not too sure. We will have to see what the response is, and I'm really not too sure. I can't call it. I still think there's life in them yet, and we saw how they performed throughout the majority of the day. Sora maybe just had an off day on this particular map. It's been a long day in the office for them indeed, putting up big numbers for the majority of the time. And sometimes it's your teammates that will play an absolute blinder when you sit out on the sidelines for a little bit. So I'd like to see them rejuvenated. Towards the end of this game, in fairness, they did chip in with quite a few kills. You saw it there on the replay. This one, Humlick clutches it out, so ultimately it wasn't enough. And, well, I think also Team Spike put themselves at a good advantage early on. They were able to win the majority of the gun rounds, which carry more weight for me than those pistols and anti-ecos do at the start, because it shows what you're capable of when you have that full arsenal, that full array of utility at your disposal. And they look to be the better side in that instance. We'll just have to see going into that second map if we're going to a third for these grand finals.
Exciting times ahead, that's for sure. But indeed, looking ahead to that second map, well, we'll get a bit of a breather to mentally prepare ourselves for that one. There's a lot for stake here. It is the spot for the LAN finals in the beautiful city of Wrocław. So don't underestimate what these teams are playing for. Definitely stick around and check out that lovely !HyperX and !Surfshark whilst you're waiting. We'll be right back with you guys after this short break. Happy to cast the second map of this grand final.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, to what could be our final map for today. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've only just seen the one. There's still a lovely map called Haven to be played. And of course, it is still Team Kravitska going up against Team Spike, just written in a slightly more interesting way. I'm really curious to see how this matchup will hold up as we move to that second map. Because obviously, Hazza, you're going to agree with me on this one. The map pick from Team Kravitska was won by Team Spike. So that doesn't bode too well now, does it, for the second map?
No, it doesn't. Intuition would certainly tell you that Team Spike will have more success than... I mean, it's difficult to have more success when you've already had a win, if that makes any sense. You can't exactly do better than you already did, but they will be putting themselves in that those LAN finals in Wrocław if they manage to see out this qualifier, the grand final in a 2-0 fashion on Haven, which is the map we will be going to next. We've seen Kravica play on this before. We've seen them have success on this map before. The question is, how are they going to fare up against a higher caliber of opposition? What will Team Spike bring forward to the table? Obviously, as you can see here at the bottom of your screen, we have the rest of the map bans. Icebox, it will be the decider if we go to it, but Kravica need that response. They need to be firing all guns blazing if they want to take it that far.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason why Team Spike opted for Haven as a map pick, so it is logical to expect that they will actually have an idea for this map pick, that they have certain strats up their book or in their book, even up their sleeves, something that they want to show, something that they want to prove. So it's an exciting prospect, and it's something that I think really says a lot about Team Spike, that they confidently can go for this Haven pick, and that they're also pretty quick on locking everything in. It seems like everyone's doing that.
Yeah.
Jet, Sova, and Sage, Omen, Chamber, nothing new there. That's exactly the same for Team
Nothing new.
Kravica.
Yeah, it's the same team for both. I'm assuming Humlick will probably be picking into the Sova as they usually do.
Sova.
We saw the exact same thing happen on the previous Haven game that we had between Team Kravica and Team Boostbend. Sorry, they opted for the same composition as each other, and Kravica just wiped them to the floor. Sora on that Jet was so strong, and that's a performance I think they'll need to replicate if they want to win this one.
Yeah, I believe that right now, Kravica, they'll feel some slight heavier pressure on them, obviously, because if they don't win it here, then that's it. Then they're out to the grand final. Then we have found our victors for today's grand final, and then we know who is actually heading to Wrocław, who will be the last team to claim that spot. Incredibly exciting, and honestly, something where I hope that the best may eventually and obviously take it away. Let's take a look, though, as we're taking it away over here as well. We're taking a look at this matchup, at this battle. It is Team Kravica going up against Team Spike, and that is on the second map of this best of 3. It's Haven.
It is, and I'm really interested to see what we're going to get out of these mirror lineups. It was a mirror lineup on the previous map as well, of Ascent, so I don't know, maybe this is just the meta comp, the comp that you guys should be picking if you want success. Don't take it from me, take it from these guys. Early information here trying to be taken by Pablo, who's on the Sova this time around. So that is maybe a slight shift that we're seeing. Usually, I believe it would be them on the Chamber, but still gets that kill. Oko trades it out. There's a lot of aggression coming in here from Spike early on. They'll be looking to get the Spike itself planted. Massa has found a double from this situation, which has lent them some kind of an advantage in terms of player numbers coming into this. They also have an advantage in terms of territory. Once that barrier orb comes cascading down, they'll have the whole of the site at their disposal from which to work in and get this one defused.
Teleport's ready.
Well, let's see how this pans out now. Wayne does come through with a kill there. It leaves a 2v2, but eventually it is just Wayne finishing it out. The triple kill in total, and a beautiful attacker side round to kick things off with. That's the first pistol game to Team Spike again, and that is something that they've been consistent in. They did the exact same thing in the previous map as well. The second pistol was won by Team Kravica, in case you were wondering, on the previous map, by the way. So let's see how this will continue panning out. If Team Spike will be able to raise the roof on this map, absolutely blow it out of the water, and perhaps blow Team Kravica to smithereens.
Well, it looks like Team Kravica are going to be going for mid-aggression, which they sometimes do on a lower buy. Pat has already found that spike out onto Wayne. He will look for additional shots, but it's not going to come through. They have to be aware of Sora in this position with the shorty. Could be so strong on a close angle. Won't happen though. Massa just dips in and out of the dark cover at exactly the wrong moment. Same could be said for Kravica, who also falls. Elzoy doing good work here. Pata just about takes out Mystic at the third or fourth time of asking. 3 versus 1 now. Pablo left alone. Not the cleanest of rounds here from Team Spike, but it seems as if they'll be getting it over the line irrespective, and that is what counts. Keeping that momentum going. We'll really have to look towards the bonus round and what they can offer for us there, because that is the kicker. If you can carry momentum on, as we saw Kravica do when they faced up against Boost Bend earlier today, then it's a real problem to try and shut down, especially on attacker side, especially on Haven.
And boom, that is the start just continued. I'd say right now, if this can turn into a 3-0, things will be looking really favorable for Team Spike. That would set a mark, and that would say, okay, Team Spike, we're here, and we are ready to completely destroy, to finish this out now, and to get that 3-0, to get that 2-0 in total for the best of 3. However, for now, the time is still waiting out. For now, there's still a lot to be proven, a lot to be shown, and I would say that we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, as it's easy to do. Complete setup here for the C site, by the way. Only Omen available, and then the garage rotation position. Massa's position given away. Recon bolts sitting it out. Oko and Waney now are going for the entries and succeeding. Pata and Massa both shot down. C site claimed, Spike planted. And in this current situation, you've got that 3v4 left out. You've got Team Kravica struggling to even get back on the mark, getting back on position. Just doesn't bode too well for them, honestly.
And they're just going to be saving with this one as well, RJ. No thought in their mind to go for a retake, only at a player disadvantage, but the setup is already there. Oko brought in that tour de force ahead of time to really give themselves an advantage, and that's why we see them trying to play through C long. There's longer angles you can try and work with there. It's not even needed in the end. A recon will come flying in towards the spike at the very end. It's a nice lineup, to be completely honest, but doesn't really count for anything other than style points. And points mean prizes, but style points, you can't really convert them into a tangible round win, which Spike have a healthy amount of at this point in time. Tripling up now, carrying that momentum through. Speaking of things being carried through, there are a few weapons that Kravica are able to hold on to, but that may just prolong their suffering. If they're unable to find something with it in this round, could be forced onto yet another eco, and that is not a situation you want to be in.
No, absolutely not, I think. I have to admit that currently this 3-0 is looking really strong. Team Spike, they don't seem to be missing their captain all too much, to be quite honest. You know, I was initially worried about that, but it really doesn't seem to be an issue whatsoever. So I'm all the happier for it, right? Happy to see these lads proving themselves and getting this chance. Happy to see that they can just keep things going, that they can keep the ball rolling. For now, it's a setup for the A site. They're creeping ahead, and Oko's going to be that surprise element. Now responsible for the refrag, but it looks like Kravica's got the read on that. Going the pre-fire from Oko's good, however. Humlik to support further, taking out Pata, and Waney committing to a resurrect that is sadly wasted. Pablo holds that off, almost got the lineup there, I would have said. But eventually, it's Waney committing to that plant. Spike going down, and a 2v3 remaining.
Humlik causing problems in the backline, but we'll just about hear the cloudburst to deal with this trademark. Does Saw expect it? They don't. So nicely held from Humlik in that situation. Massa with the judge will want to try and invite a close angle peek, but position entirely given away. Humlik knows what kind of weaponry they face up against, makes the angle as long as possible, gives a little bit of BM on the end as well, a triple for them. Those weapons now discarded. We will see Kravica buy back in an operator in the hands of Sora, I believe it is, but this will probably be the last opportunity they have before we then do see an eco round come through. This was maybe a bit more of a mixed buy put forward, and well, mixed opportunities that they've had so far to seal some of these rounds. As long as Spike carry on in the same fashion with this attacker side, look, I don't want to rule out the possibility of this half being as great as one of the ones that Kravica put up earlier in the day.
No, absolutely not. No needing to rule things out just yet. But I do think that it's starting to become time for concern. There's pressure mounting on Team Kravica to perform more here, to actually start showing out, because at the moment I'm really not feeling it. And I'm getting worried now. I'm worried that that elimination might be coming through. Obviously, there's always the wild card there for the people that are wondering whose teams might have been eliminated. Exclamation mark wild card for that in the chat. But let's hope that Team Kravitska won't need
Oh
that.
no!
Although Pablo whiffing it out a little bit, luckily has Sora to compensate. However, Sora cannot show up for the rest of it. Only good for one frag, the rest being returned. And now a 3v4 remaining. This is Team Spike. Standing pretty strong and just responsible for holding things off. Shadow stepping through from Mystic there for a moment, but Pata at least able to take out Winey. It's a 3v3 then. With the Spike that is quickly ticking down, ticking further. It's now or never to get that defuse going.
I don't think it's something that they want to do either. Walking away and opting to save. But when is enough enough, RJ? They've done this a couple of times now, and a few of these rounds can come down to such fine margins if you go for it. The more times you try and save, it's maybe seeming as if this Kravitsa side are a little bit timid. They lack that confidence, losing out on their map pick, now coming into unknown territory. Pablo, I'm hurting for them in this situation. This hurts for me to watch. I mean, Waney takes them out, and we won't prolong that one any more than is necessary, but 5-0, when does the rot stop?
I'm not too sure right now. I'm not feeling it for that Team Kravitska side. They seem to be trying, but just not succeeding. They can't stop Team Spike from getting the spike down time and time again. And the moment that it is that afterplant situation, even if things can be balanced out, they are too patient, they are too hesitant even to try and recover. It just creates scenarios in which Team Kravitska is anything but successful at retaking an afterplant. And it leaves them caught behind. As such, I'm afraid that for Team Kravitska, things won't be too smooth sailing just yet. And time for change is needed.
It certainly is. Sora could bring that change. Tries to find the shot, but narrowly misses. Will reposition towards short, anticipating an additional peak. Cloudburst will give them cover for the time being, but that utility begins to flow through. It will at least find that first tag into the corner. Shrouded Step comes through and creates problems. Sora's got so many angles to try and deal with, but they're not up to it. Humlick will narrowly dodge that bolt from the Hunter's Fury, which fails to connect on the Spike Planter even. Elzoy's found one on the operator of their own, and a second through the smoke onto Pablo. Updrafts up for a triple onto Kravitsa. And it goes from bad to worse. Looking now to be 6 rounds secured for Spike. They may not have been favourites coming into this one, RJ, but they're certainly tearing things up when it counts.
Tearing things up, kicking absolute butts. I have no other way to phrase it. 6-0, and Team Spike will just not relent. Now forcing Team Kravitska to dive into their reserves again and leaving nothing in their hands. It's just, again, a terrible read for them. You even see Pablo forced to go for a Sheriff because he just doesn't have the financial margins to put down any sort of rifle. It's a terrible situation for Team Kravitska, and anything but what we expected. Still, though, regardless of that, a really, really solid performance from Team Spike. That's not something we can get around. That's something we simply have to face. Maybe, though, things will be different soon enough. Although, with the start that Waney has made, with that first kill found, and again, a site claimed, I'm just not quite feeling it. Humlick can read the traces, taking out Sora. 2 people already down on the Team Kravitska side. And what are they going to do to try and recover from this? We've got cheeky angles being held by Team Spike. Massa, however, making a bit of a start. Waney goes down. And time is ticking, but this is what I spoke about when I said cheeky angles. Mystic just has that level of high ground that you don't anticipate, and then Pablo does not have the equipment to win this out. It's a deserved 7-0, and it is Team Spike just leading the fray still.
And that was a buy round from Kravitsa, if you want to call it that. The only exception being Pablo on a Sheriff, but 4 players on rifles, on Vandals, not really looking like it whatsoever. Just showing that soft underbelly, rolling over as Spike make their way in towards the C site. And now, back to the drawing board. We're facing up at a potential 8-0 scoreline, which means that soon enough, that's already an advantage secured in itself. 7 rounds now firmly in the grip of these players, but anything more from here on out is just ridiculous in my mind. Kravitsa, towards spawn. Should be getting hunted out by Elzoy in this situation, but I mean, Spike, they have risen to the challenge in this occasion. Risen to the occasion, even.
Oh, most certainly so. And you can see just about everyone rise on that Team Spike side. Kill after kill being found, and just no success whatsoever from the Team Kravichka lads until Massa and Sora show up for a moment. But it is merely that moment. They get an impressive triple kill in, but it just doesn't amount to anything. They still get caught out, they still lose their lives, and you still got Team Spike just leading ahead. 8-0. Not a single round found yet by Team Kravichka. And this is just so unexpected. This is Team Kravichka practically saying, yeah, well, you know what? This is not our map pick, and we don't know how to deal with this. There's even an Odin in the hands of Oko. I mean, good lord.
Yeah, but you can try and turn the tide as much as you want, but the motion of the ocean right now is that Spike are comfortably running away with this. Oko is going to be mowing down that door with the Odin in their hands, and as you put it, I mean, you can try as you might to make a play here and there. Spike looks so comfortable, and it hasn't done anything to upset the balance. Players in towards B here. Elzoy on the hunt. Will try and find this one. Gets Kravica. Is traded out, but for the most part, there hasn't been a retort. Sora will try and lead that, though. Sage is still standing, so they could go back and look for a res here, but instead, they want to move on forward. Look at what's in front of them instead of what's left in the past. Head over towards A and get that Spike on down.
And for now, that's what they'll be doing. Waney committing to the plant, and at least they're finally being a player advantage for the Team Kravichka side. Let's hope that they can turn this player advantage into something good, and that they can actually retake this site. Humlick playing it a bit cheeky, playing the longer angles, and that's kind of what Team Spike is relying on right now. Waney coming through, however, now a double peek should happen, but Waney then pops off exactly as they should. The Hunter's Fury from Humlick is committed, and the Spike defuse can't be cancelled. Humlick now moving through with a shock dart, and that will not hit the mark until now. Humlick commits it further and will take out his mirror image. Pablo to go down, and Humlick, he's just going for the BM. But I'd almost say that I understand. I mean, 9-0, where is Team Kravichka? I can't see them, can you?
Yeah, I absolutely can't. They're off in the distance. Humlick not necessarily being humble in that situation, but 10-1. Can you blame them? This player has died once throughout what we have seen thus far. More kills than there have been rounds as well. Undeniable impact on what we have seen. While they may be in the absence of their captain, they are certainly doing them proud. Team Spike up 9-0 at this point in time. Ultimates to try and work with. Pata will look for that one. Pablo finds something on the other end of the map, and this could be exactly what they need. Damage, irreversible, maybe, but they're looking to put up as much resistance as they can before this half, at the very least, comes to a close.
Is this finally a chance? Is this finally a moment? As we see a two-man advantage leading things for Team Kravichka.
The rest, though.
You will not kill my allies.
The timing's good on that. Waney picks Humlick back up, and now if Oko can find the one frag, boom. Balanced player count.
Dear.
B site wide open, and there'll be a move on that. You see smokes popping, denying vision. Oko showing the right amount of aggressiveness, getting the read on the cloak. Or cape, call it what you like. Oko moves through further, gets the tool of the force going. Humlick then wins the battle with Massa, and Sora is the last man standing. Yeah, your knife's not going to work from that distance now, is it? And there you have it, the 10-0 and Team Spike, where for a moment things looked favorable for their opponent, where for a moment there was a 5v3 scenario. A res comes through, Oko gets a frag, and boom, everything is balanced out again.
RJ, that's a 3v5 turned to a 3 versus 0. There's no way that Kravica should be losing out in that regard, yet we still see it happen. Good use of the ultimate. Res there to deny the player advantage as steep as it had been. Oko comes in with two very nice kills, one towards the front of B and then just moves on in. Now they'll be looking to aggress once again. Pata gets something with a tour de force of their own, but It's just the one kill for the time being, and we know that these things can quickly turn around. Yet again, I'm just worrying Team Kravica as the day goes on and these games start to count more and more. They've struggled, but
Oh!
Pata is hoping to turn the balance. Sora chimes in as well, and finally they may be having some luck swing their way. A final round secured, but with double digits in the hand of Spike, it is a mountain to climb, if that. Almost, you know, a spacewalk, I suppose. You've got to get up on that rocket and fire yourself to a different dimension if you want to see this one out and bring it to that third map of Icebox.
Let's be real here. That third map of Icebox, that seems a long ways away currently. Not something that we're expecting, and something that will have to be really hard fought by Team Kravica if they want to achieve it. At this point in time, they will still give it their best shots. Kravica and Pata, they show up a little bit when it's needed. Oko, though, on that retort. But still a one-man advantage that Team Kravica has right now. Currently a intel play, an Aldrone committed, and Sora's position given away. But Humlik that can't get a kill out of it. B site still pretty well held, and now a recon drone actually coming right on back, in an Aldrone to be precise. It's Team Spike that's somewhat caught out. They're moving, scooting about in the vicinity of that B-bomb site. Slowly but surely, though, the Spike moving towards C. If now Master is dealt with, it should be easy pickings, but it is actually the other way around. Master deals with Oko and gets the Spike dropped. Position not even given away. Master can hold fast, and Pablo can show up, get the Odin rolling, and get the frag. Just one person left. And Humlik, he can dodge the Hunter's Fury pretty well. But he will sadly not win this round anymore. It will be that 10-2 halftime. That seems pretty clear.
Yeah, and well, I said I didn't want to rule out the possibility of seeing a scoreline similar to what Kravica were able to put up against Boostbend earlier, and 10-2 will be the scoreline exactly as it was in that first half of Haven. Now Spike combine this with a pistol round, and it must be said, Kravica's chances of progressing to that third map or even the LAN final look extremely slim. Spike, they've had a fantastic first half, and a lot of that success comes down to them being well-oiled as a unit, taking their time, patience, use of the map to their advantage, making a lot of those correct decisions when it comes to gaps that there were in the defense, but now they've got to shore things up for themselves. It looks like we're going to be seeing that barrier orb towards Garage, so there will be support to try and deny a split push coming through here, but the bulk, the meat and potatoes of this will be coming in on towards C-Long, the same way that Spike like to do time and time again.
And for now, Wani starts off pretty well. Humlik chases it down. Mystic and Humlik, they both come through, and boom. Yep, even if you'd thought for a moment, oh, okay, there's a change in the air. There's something going differently. Team Spike just says, oh, those 2 rounds, yeah, that was a temporary setback, as they like to call it. For now, you've got the return, you've got the retort, and you've only got one player left. Stuck, forced into a corner between a rock, a hard place, and then some other nasty places. Means that the last player on the Team Kravica side will go down, and that Team Spike will get this pistol round as well, and immediately put themselves 2 rounds away from not just winning this matchup, but winning the spot for the LAN finals in Wrocław.
Yes, indeed, RJ. A flawless round. Pata gets put in the trash compactor in the end, squashed within an inch of their life, and I think one of the reasons, like I was saying, one of the reasons why Spike was so good on their offense as well is because of the team cohesion that they brought forward. And in that pistol round, it's the complete opposite from Kravica. They were so spread out, one by one, pushing in through the dark cover. They get punished, but look at this. Sora's already in place, takes down Elzoy, and these kills are starting to come through. Humlik has found one onto Pablo, and it may not just be a concession, because looking at the way things are, there are gaps that could be punished, but Pata's in place, does also lose their life. Back to a 2 versus 3. This isn't a done deal just yet. Spectre in the hands of Sora will make things easier, and a triple from them means that it's not a done deal just yet. Map point, match point, not secured at this very moment. Wani will try and find something back in here. Maybe hard-pressed to do so. Gets a little bit of damage onto Sora. Headshot on Tamasa, nearly looking doable, but not going to happen this time around. Things are shut out. Kravica return things to a more competitive scale between the two teams, despite the fact they didn't have the weapons to prop themselves up with. But, I mean, Sora, they show up when it's necessary. However, for the majority of this series, I think it's fair to say that they have been that little bit lackluster. So it's good to see promising signs from them yet again.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
And for now, Sora pressuring a little bit there, as you could see in the replay, was a winning factor for Team Kravica. 3-11. A new chance, a new showing, and currently Team Spike economically disadvantaged. Elzoy will try still with the Marshal to come through, but altogether this is a scenario where we should not be seeing Team Spike winning this out. Kravica getting a frag again, just like Sora has done 3 times over, makes it pretty clear that this round is a done deal already. For Team Spike, this is a bit of a pot shot, and for Team Spike, I believe that now they will be getting those rifles in their hands again. As you can see, Humlik, heavy armor, Vandal, Oko moving in with the Odin, no less.
Here.
Wonder how this all will pan out, and if Team Spike just needs a few more moments, and if now they can come right back on target.
Yeah, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here as well, because if you look at Kravica coming into this gun round, Spike won't necessarily have the credits to buy on through, so they've got to be very careful with how they set things out. Oko does get the first, but Sora, multi-kill after multi-kill, has found another one on this round and continues on forwards. 4 versus 2. Spike losing this out means it's probably another 2 rounds in the hands of Kravica. 11-6. There's only so many opportunities you get. We know how good the momentum is on this side. So, I mean, I don't want to leave it down to chance, RJ, but still a possibility that Kravica can come back from this if they keep playing as well as they have in the last couple.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, you've got to keep that consistency going. You've got to have players like Sora playing as well as they are doing right now. Making for a 4K right at the end. It just quietly, with grace, flying down and finding that 4th kill. I think that's the win condition that Team Kravica is working with right now.
We wanted to see them have a better performance, and they have stepped up to the plate and then some. That's 3 multi-kills in a row now in terms of rounds. 2 4Ks and a 3K to sandwich it, I'm pretty sure. So it's good to see that they're fired up. This is what we expected of them out the gate, but it's taken them a little bit of time to climatize to this situation. Now that they feel comfortable, like you said, could potentially be the win condition for them here. Elzoy, though, the Jet on the other side, equally as capable, finds a very big kill onto Pata. Bladestorm now propped. This could be an opportunity, a window perhaps for them to exploit. Instead, it's one which is slammed shut by Sora on the opposite side, making a nice entry for their team, opening up the A site and forcing us into yet another retake situation.
And let's take a look at how that retake pans out altogether. Oko with the high ground. Mystic now slowly coming closer and closer. But that Sage Wall ruining his life. It will delay him quite a bit. And I believe that the pistols will just be the problematic factor to come through. As now Oko does jump down. Had the paranoia support. Wayne, he's able to find the frag in return. Oh dear, is this really going to be turned around like this? You're kidding me. Not like this, Team Kravica. Misclick able to return. For now, the wall coming up, but Kravica has the Spectre. That definitely helps out. The Ghost, though, finds a good tag, and Wayne, he realizes he's got to commit to it, but this won't work anymore. It's a play to recover the Vandal anyway, or do economic damage. And it is Team Kravica with a very hard-fought round and a very good performance by Team Spike on the pistols to actually get the success. 11-6.
I don't think it'll do too much in the ways of damage here, because Kravica, with a couple round wins, have bought themselves that breathing room. Sora has 4.7k, so is the most comfortable of the lot, and reason being is because they've been having great impact on a number of these rounds. But Operator brought up into the hands now of that chamber on the side of Spike means that this will be a more difficult one to try and contend with. Wayne peeks out in towards Garish, takes down Sora. That's the head of the snake now lost. And what can we see from the sum of the scales?
I believe from some of the scales, we see Team Spike grabbing an advantage again. We see Team Kravitska losing their grips right when they shouldn't. When the reins have to be pulled tightly is when Team Kravitska suddenly gives it away, lets it loose. Only Kravitska themselves left out. And now Oko with the final kill, the third. It's 12-6. It is Team Spike that stands strong. And Team Spike that are just the one round away from their spot for the LAN finals in Wrocław.
Only one away, RJ. What an exciting prospect to have that full roster locked out coming into those LAN finals. And Spike would be deserved victors of this qualifier. Kravitsa, in their own right, are a very strong side, but exactly how you put it, when the going gets tough, they may have exhausted themselves a little too much. Up a certain creek without a paddle is one way of putting it. Sora into the site here with the Blade Storm. Does find 2 kills, actually. Similar almost to a round that we saw in the previous game where they just carried on that Reign of Terror, expends it with the alternate fire even to just confirm a quad. Only Mystic left and they'll be hard pressed to get anything. Signs of life, but 5 match points they have to battle against now if they want to stay in it.
And right now, with the 5 rounds remaining, it is that constant battle for Team Kravitska to stay in the game, to stay into play. They've got to force this to an overtime scenario, and that will undoubtedly be tough. There's also a few ultimates that were into play there, but that didn't really get their chance to shine in the previous round. As such, there's definitely a few things wasted on the Team Spike side, but 2 ultimates wasted, 3 still ready. Omen with the teleport, the resurrect from Sage, and the Hunter Fury from Sova. Let's see what they can do. As the new round commences, and it's a quick push for the B side to come ahead. Oko, though, slightly off the mark. Now committing to the reload as the spike gets planted, and his Odin won't quite find a wall bang.
5 versus 5. Elzoy not with the best scale of weaponry to make their way back in. Oko will go hunting as well, but they just collapse. This isn't the round, Team Spike. If you want to make it through, you're not going to get it. Flawless from Kravitsa, and we were speaking about there being 5 match points. There's now 4, and looking at the way the money is, Team Spike, you're going to be going up against a full buy on every single one of them. So if you want to make it win, if you want to make it count, your efforts will be spread out. And I'm starting to think that, you know, there's only a couple more buy rounds in. I think there's 3 out of the 4 rounds, maybe even 2, where they're able to afford things. Looking at the trend this side of the half, it's still very much a game which Kravitsa keep themselves in through their fantastic performances as we've swapped things around.
Blocking sight.
Indeed. However, 4 rounds still needed. Oko now moving on out, gets the catch, but will not deny the ultimate orb to be claimed. Kravitska now coming through with a res, but Waney thinking, oh, 2 can play that game, really. And boom, it's a fresh start. It's the Hunter's Fury coming through this time, but Pablo doesn't really connect it with anyone. Everyone can dodge away from it, and Hunter's Fury does come as a retort, as a response. Humlick with the money shot. And Kravitska committing to the spike plant still. For now, Oko moves ahead. Waney with the first kill. Sora, though, to return. And Elzoy caught out from Garage. Shots are not quite on the mark. And Waney a little bit slow on the uptake. As right now, a 2v4 remains. And it should be a 1 round for Team Kravitska once more.
Such low HP on these last 2 players, though. Mystic could win this out, and there's just about enough time to get it done. Looks for the first on Pablo, but the off angle is tight. Wins it out. This is 9-12 now, looking to secure double digits. Team Spike start to find themselves on the back foot. Only 1 round is what they need to secure their place in the LAN finals in Wrocław. But struggling here to get it over the line. We said Team Kravitska maybe aren't in the best position when the going gets tough, but the same could perhaps be said for Team Spike, because they are particularly finding this a difficult affair to close things out.
And As you can see in the replay again, there were a few of those close cut calls, close cut battles. But in the end, nothing going the ways of Team Spike, just like this round, really. This is Sora again popping on off. I've lost count of the amount of triple kills. I've said that before, but I've got to say it again. It's just Sora getting so much impact, and now Massa committing to the knife. He feels it. Going for it can stab him in the back. Mystic to fall. And the 10th round to be found by Team Kravitschka. This might go to overtime, has it?
It may. It certainly may, RJ. And looking at that kill as well from Massa, the disrespect. How much confidence will that drop from the shoulders of Mystic alongside their teammates? You have to take it on the chin. There has to be a bounce back here from Team Spike because they've only got 2 rounds left to work with. The credits aren't there. This is the one that really matters. This is the best opportunity that they will get to see things out. Yet again, it's a direct take. Sora's going straight in with that Phantom in hand. It all comes down to this. Spike, how's your bottle? Because you've got to pull something out here.
Oh, well, let's find out. Elzor showing aggressiveness, catching out Patsa and Massa. Found triple, a full kill. Elzor to clutch this out, and only Sora left. Cannot succeed. Spike to find the defuse, the entire team to get the win. And all that thanks to Elzor and a fantastic 4K thrown out there right at the end. Oh, my lord. I can't believe what I'm seeing, but that was a beautiful performance and a really, really close call. I thought that there was a good chance for that to go the ways of Kravitschka, but it just didn't. And honestly, Kravitschka, they did their best, but they couldn't quite get there. Really, though, to end it like this, that definitely gets some extra style points in my book.
Certainly does. Elzor wins things out there for their team. They have the wind in their sails on the jet, and they will be sailing themselves all the way over to that LAN in Wrocław. Very well deserved, winning this grand final in 2-0 fashion against what you maybe thought was going to happen there, RJ. I don't want to claim any credit for what my predictions were because I was a dirty fence sitter amongst all of it. I had absolutely no idea who was going to come away with it. But in the end, it is going to be them that go through. And I mean, it was a fantastic performance right until the death. It looked like Team Karitsa had a chance to get through, but just not quite there in the end, and they pay for their mistakes in that initial first half. Sora took a while to come online in this series as well. Maybe will be kicking themselves, feeling that they didn't do it a little bit sooner, but for the most part, what a fantastic grand final, and what a conclusion to the set of qualifiers that we've had here across the weeks.
Yeah, Team Kravitschka really did try, but it was indeed that first half performance being way too strongly leaning against them and not helping them along. A very, very good showing still, and a beautiful, beautiful way to end indeed a long, long series of qualifiers. I mean, dearie me, we've had a whopping 5 of them, and here we see it, of course, the lineup, the people that actually are confirmed for Wrocław. It is the Real Red, Tagonka, Mugi, and Holak coming through, and today, of course, none other than Spike also making his way there. And of course, for the people at home, do remember we have got that HyperX wildcard that still comes into play. So exclamation mark wildcard in the chat if you'd still like to cast your vote, and make sure that it matters, that you still get that great chance, and maybe that your favorite team can still make it through to Wrocław, to those beautiful, beautiful LAN finals. And here we get the bracket once more. Of course, the grand final today won out by Spike. 2-0s all across the board. A steady run for Team Spike in that sense, but also a shout out to Team Kravitschka. The fact that they made it all the way to the grand final is still a very impressive feat.
Certainly is, and what a day of games that we've had. 2-0s all across the board, but it really didn't feel like that in many ways. I think some of those games were a lot closer, especially towards the upper end of the bracket. The matches that we saw Team Spike win, they certainly had the more difficult of the games, I think it's fair to say, and they are, notable winners and deserved victors of this tournament. So now, RJ, I guess looking forwards to the LAN, do you have any kind of a feeling as to, from all of the teams that we've seen qualify up until this point in time, who you might be looking forward to seeing the most on LAN, and who you're tipping to maybe run away with things, at least from this perspective. Obviously, we'll have no idea. Similar, because, you know, right, across all of the qualifiers, you'll have Group A, you have Group B. You never really know how they face up against each other until you get to see it in the flesh. I think that's going to be the same for a lot of these regions, but just looking at them on paper, who catches your eye the most?
Honestly, I mean, we've had so many fantastic qualifiers, Hazard. I don't even dare tell you right now. I mean, I could say Team Spike, but that's just because I saw them today. I'd have to look back, and obviously I am going to be looking back. I mean, in preparation, in excitement for the LAN finals that we've got coming up the 18th and the 19th of June. That is, by the way, in the beautiful city of Wrocław. A very, very exciting prospect, really. I can't give you an answer right now, Hazard. I'm sorry, I don't dare say who actually has the best possible chances here. I think that there's a lot of great teams, and that honestly, everyone that is playing has got a good shot at it. But that obviously at the end, there can only be one that takes the #1 spot now, isn't there?
Yeah, and I mean, I would completely agree with you. I think every team that has qualified is well within a shout of winning it. Maybe Team Hovac on home territory could have a slight advantage, but other than that, I think, you know, there are lots of very strong teams here, and even the HyperX wildcard yet to be decided, votes to be made, ! Wildcard in the chat if your favorite streamer didn't make it throughout any of the qualifiers. I believe we've already selected each of the streamers for the qualifiers that have been played, but if your streamer was playing today in the Czechia and Slovakia qualifier, you can vote them forward into that next process, and we will see who it is that will be making it to LAN with the HyperX wildcard.
And speaking of HyperX, obviously, a big shout out to them once more for one final time for these qualifiers at the very least, because this was it when it comes to the qualifiers, ladies and gents. We will be live again soon. Before you know it, it will be that 18th and 19th of June when the LAN finals get played out, for which you definitely have to check out the stream. I mean, dearie me, that is not an event you want to miss. Mark the dates, put it in your calendar. Also a shout out to Surfshark as well, obviously, for the support and the beautiful city of Wrocław. Hazard, some final closing words from you. Anything else that you'd like to say before we wrap it up here?
Nothing really more to say from me in terms of the games that we've seen today. I want to give a massive shout out to production and our observers as well, who've been covering all of the matches throughout the qualifiers. They do a fantastic job, and I can't wait to work with them on LAN as well. So nothing more from me, just looking forward towards those LAN finals.
I absolutely agree with that. An amazing crew to work with, and I think we are both incredibly excited for those LAN finals. Of course, with me was Hazard JC. I was RJ Cass. Definitely drop us a follow on Twitter if you'd like, and we'll see you soon in Wrocław.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.